Yes, but I still not change my topic on the trans.
Oh, right. Well, okay,
Yes,
but we are not talking about that currently.
sadly. Yeah, I got like disconnected right before he went off.
Pardon?
Disconnected?
I did bring you up, but you dropped. So
Yeah, all right, my friend. Because I don't disagree, I'll leave.
okay, cool.
Right. Hot dogs in there. Do you? What are your? Okay, let's see what hot dogs.
Hi, hot dog.
Hello, I was just about to withdraw my request because I agree. I just
Oh
requested you
yeah,
said you were accepting panelists.
I was like, please don't be a flurf. Ah,
Yeah, not a flurf. People are mad
oh,
that I joined.
are
Oh
they?
ho.
Oh, that's okay. Are you? How? What's your knowledge like on shape of the Earth, etc.? Like,
Um, I know that it is a. Wait, frick! It's a spheroid. I forgot the word that comes before spheroid. Damn it!
okay, I'm gonna say limited.
It's not limited. I'm just not wording.
I mean, when I say limited, I mean I don't think. I mean, I know you must know that there's more than just you know, it's round, all of that. Like I get it,
Yeah.
but like I'm meaning more in terms of like, you know, are you a like, oh, like usually on my panel I have like someone like who's in the comments now, JT. He's a pilot. So he's got knowledge in that area, and then we've got Dr. Hasselblad, who's really good with photography and the space stuff. And thank you for Boo the Ghost, Jody. Woo! Um, Sometimes Blitz pops up to clear up any physics related or mathematical questions. We have the panelists are usually. So I was just checking because I was like, I'll keep you on the panel if you're one of those.
I I might need to do a little bit of a refresher, but typically my knowledge is pretty good on this.
Okay, right. Well, we'll have a look. I'll keep you up for a bit, but let's have a look. But if you're, I will drop you if there is someone that is more. If that makes
That's
sense.
that's
No
a hundred
offense. It's
percent
not
fair.
personal.
That's 100% fair.
Okay. There's no one in the guest requests currently. Send it out to everyone. Send it out to the flirts, and let's get some good conversations. Hi, Claire. Haley, lol. I sent a ghost. Where's my Boo the ghost? Yes, Boo. Yes, we love Boo the ghost. Um, but yeah, what do you think? What are your thoughts on the moon landing? That's
I
a
think
popular one.
they absolutely didn't have the technology back then to fake it.
Cloud, the Happy Friday. Thank you. Yeah, you're right. They didn't really. Well, I think. I mean, they technically did, but they did, but they wouldn't. I mean, they had enough technology to if they really really wanted to.
But also, like, why would they do that? Like,
Well,
someone would have to provide me like a reason for that to happen.
the only reason they can come up with is because the space race between Russia and USA, and who
Oh,
wanted to do it
Haley.
first. Hi, Hub. Hi. What's up?
Enjoy your lives. Enjoy your lives. Very much
Thanks.
so. Especially Boo the Ghost.
Oh, Boo the ghost. Yes, Boo. Yeah. What's your thoughts on the topics?
Well, yeah, we did land on the moon.
Yes.
The Earth is actually an oblate spheroid.
Yeah.
And of course there's gravity. Go up
Perfect.
to the top of the roof of your house, jump off. You'll find out gravity is real.
Yep. Exactly. I agree. Okay. Perfect. Oh my God. Sorry. People are outside. Like, um, sorry. Hot dog. Do you agree that gravity is real? Earth is a globe, and
Yes.
we landed on the moon. All three.
Yep.
Okay, cool. Just checking. Hold up. I think there's a fight happening outside. 1 second. Okay. Yeah, yeah. On your bed. Come on. On your bed. Okay. All right, I'm back. Sorry, I hope you didn't hear too much of that. Right. Anyone send a request if you disagree? Um, moon landings could have been a psyops. Go to bed, Binky. I live for binking, not gonna lie. Binky attack. There's a lot of Binky comments, right? um, oh, Robbie's here. Yes, Robbie.
Is Robbie my ticket out?
Is it?
I don't know. Was Robbie one of the people that you mentioned that has like a really good
Oh, yeah.
understanding?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I do. The reason there's a few reasons why I bring up the experts because I'm still learning myself. So I know enough that I can have a conversation, start it up. But if someone knows more than me, and also the people that follow these people, they are usually flat earthers, so it brings them in too and helps with the conversation.
Fair.
When we love
So
Robbie
Robbie
too.
requests.
Hey.
If Robbie
Same here.
requests.
I'm learning. I'm always learning. I'm always willing to learn too. I
Gotcha.
enjoy it.
Okay, so I probably
enjoy
will. If you are still learning, I will drop you to comments then because if there's two people, I usually only have 3 panelists, so I don't want 2 of them to be learning. Oh, including myself because I do want a specialist or 2. Yep. Crickets. Is everyone there?
Yes.
Okay. Right.
You're just getting awake here, Joe.
I probably am going to drop these down. Sorry.
Okay.
Thanks so much,
Okay.
Hot Dog. Thanks, Hub. I appreciate you. Thanks.
I'll be here in the comments.
Oh, thank you. Perfect. Yeah. No, that's fantastic. Okie dokie. I'll drop you. Sorry, I don't want
Us to be up here learning and then, there's no room for the professionals on the panel without being like an echo chamber. Yeah, keep commenting, sharing the live. I've sent it to Gas Pressure. But, after last week, I'm not sure he's ready to come back for that. Professor Nixy is just, he always gets him. Robbie, what are you doing? Do you want to jump up? You can teach me some things and I'll ask you some questions while you're here. You can educate the whole audience while we wait. I fell asleep. Did Gas get a thrashing? Oh, always.
how big you, Johnson. That is ridiculous. Hi there. I can't see it. Delilah. Hi. How's it going?
It's going good. How are you?
I'm good. Oh my gosh. People are outside like fighting. Let me see if Robbie wants to come up. Anyway, how are you? What's up?
I don't believe in the moon landing.
The moon landing. Oh, that one. Wait, do you think you don't think we went to the moon, or you don't think we went 6 times? Because we've been 6 times.
Well, I don't believe we went to the moon
At all.
at all.
Hi, Robbie.
Hey, Haley, I just wanted to say hi. I can't stay up because my office mates have just popped up, but they're going to be coming back any second. But I'll be tuning in and commenting just to help out if you need.
Oh, that's okay. Awesome.
But I just wanted to say hi, and I'll pop down to make some space.
I know. I wanted to talk to you about that chart you've got. The like one with the sphere and the 2 triangle, the 2 things, and then when you zoom right in, and it shows that it gets flatter and flatter at the top.
Oh,
Your
yes,
little-
yeah. Maybe I can go to the library and I can chat with you there.
Yeah.
Give me like 5 minutes. I'll pop down there and we
Okay,
can
great.
have a quick talk about that. But I can't stay too long because I've got to get
No,
my
it's okay.
work done.
If you can't come up, you can't come up. It's fine. Skog and Hasselblad will be here soon, so it's fine. But I appreciate you. So the moon landing, yes. Why do you not think we went to the moon?
Because of the Van Allen belts,
What about it?
we can't get past them.
Well, we have.
No, we haven't.
Well, we literally have been to the moon 6 times. Like, not even just once, not twice. We've been 6 times.
How do you know?
Well, we have proof that we went.
That could have been fabricated.
Sure, it could have, but it wasn't. Do you have proof that it was?
But how do you know it wasn't?
Because why would they lie to us about this? This is something that happened in the 60s.
In the 60s.
Yeah, wasn't it 1969?
I don't know.
Yeah, it was.
Do you know about the Van Allen belts?
Not much, but I do know we've been to the moon.
Well, I think you need to look at the Van Allen belts.
Okay, tell me why the Van Allen belts stop us from getting to the moon. Because we've been to the moon, so your Van Allen belts must be all shit.
Well, because the Van Allen belts are extremely hot plasmic that surround the Earth.
Okay.
Like nothing can get like past it.
Nothing?
Nothing.
Nothing at all.
Maybe like asteroids.
So how is it that we've got a rover on Mars?
We don't.
Well, no, we do. There absolutely is.
Nope.
Well, you can say, okay, are you here to tell me why, or are you just here to say no?
I just told you why the Van Allen
Yeah, the
belts.
Van Allen belts aren't real, okay? This isn't real. This isn't stopping us from going to space.
Yes, they are.
Nope.
What? Have you taken an astronomy class?
Nope.
Well, I have. They're real.
Great. So you know that we went to the moon then?
We didn't.
Oh my God. You can't tell me you've taken an astronomy class and you haven't, and you can't tell me you've taken astronomy and you think that we didn't go to the moon.
Well, that's exactly why I'm saying it.
No. Okay. So I've got friends in here. Okay. I've got friends in this
Okay.
room right now that are professionals that would disagree.
Okay, bring them up.
Yeah, if you like. I don't think this is going to end well for you, though. I know Mike is also, yeah. Oh, I've got to drop Robbie. Sorry, Robbie. Oh, you re-request soon. Hi guys, welcome in.
Hey, Haley.
Hi. So, just in case you weren't listening, he took an astronomy class, and yeah, I mean, sorry.
So, what kind of things did you learn in your astronomy class? Oh, he's out of the app.
Yeah, he thinks he was talking about the Van Allen belt and that nothing can get past it.
Yeah, he needs to.
Hello.
Except for asteroids.
You
But
need to get your money back.
human robots, no. Can I get past the Van Allen belts?
What kind of particles are in the Van Allen belt that you're?
Radiation.
Sorry.
Radiation.
What kind?
Plasmic radiation.
Is plasmic? Plasmic is not a.
That's not. Oh
Yes,
my
it
God.
is.
Even
It
I
is-
know that plasmic
It
radiation
is
is not.
extremely hot.
Sure, but we're prepared for that.
Right, that's it. Nothing more.
So the Van Allen belt is alpha and beta particles, which you can block with a piece of paper.
Actually, not. It's alpha.
Anyway, you
Right.
can block a piece of paper.
You cannot block alpha radiation particles.
Yes, you can.
No, you cannot.
How many
Not every
classes did you?
magnet.
How many classes did you take?
2 semesters.
Two semesters of
Do
astronomy.
you just
Mm-hmm.
do? You, yeah. So do you just say nah and provide no evidence other than nah?
Well, I just explained why we cannot get past it, and y'all keep on acting like you didn't hear me.
No, we hear
Well,
you, all
you
right.
say it's because
It
it's
doesn't make sense.
plasma. It's yeah, it's
Well, the guy
radiation
on
for one.
top just
It's just an area of radiation. So can you walk through a X-ray machine?
what does this have to do with anything?
Because that's radiation.
Because an X-ray machine is radiation.
Right, but it's not the same kind of radiation, or it's not the same.
It's very no,
It's not
it's
the same
very similar.
condensation.
So the thing is, you can be exposed to radiation. Being exposed to it isn't the issue. It's how long you're exposed to it. That's the issue. So if we're moving through that area very fast, you're not exposed very long. The astronauts actually wore detectors, and the amount of radiation they were exposed to passing through the Van Allen belts was less than the amount of radiation that you're exposed to when you go to the doctor and have an X-ray taken.
Yep.
Well, that is what they told you, but that's not actually the case.
Right. So when you go look at the dosimeter that is on display, the same dosimeters that they wore, it's all fake, right?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
This guy's a troll.
No, it's
Yeah.
not.
Yeah,
Well,
you are.
Why?
Can you
Because I'm disagreeing with you, I'm a troll?
Well, can you substantiate it more than just I took 2 semesters of astronomy and I still don't think we went to the moon, and we can't get past the plasmic radiation.
Yeah,
That's
because
not. Hold
it's
up.
too hot.
Yeah, hold up.
Even
Hold
oh
up.
my
Hold up.
God.
That's fine, but you haven't substantiated it with anything. You've just told us stuff, but you don't actually, like, Mike and JT have just given you examples of how you're wrong, and you're just saying, nope.
Well, there's no like a man-made metal that can withstand the temperature of the Van Allen belts.
Sure,
So
the
it will
Van Allen
literally,
belts don't have that much temperature.
sir, I'm not
Actually,
done speaking.
Or you paused.
I didn't. It was a comma. No man-made metal can withstand the temperature of the Van Allen belts.
okay.
So
So
how do
here's
we get a human to get past that, let alone a freaking machine?
good. Here's a question. Do you understand the difference between temperature and heat?
Yep.
So if you go heat if you turn the oven on in your home to 700 degrees, can you open that oven and just stick your hand into the void without touching anything? Is it extremely hot? Does it burn you instantly?
Well, it's not the same temperature as a radiation
No.
belt.
That's not my question. Not my question.
That's not analogous to the Van Allen belt, sorry.
It actually is. It actually
It's
is.
actually not.
It
What is
actually
the
is.
hottest temperature you can get an oven to go to?
Okay, you're trying to deflect, and you're not just going to deflect and
You're the
say
one who's not
nah.
answering my question.
So no, you're not answering mine, sir. You said it's a
You cannot
temperature thing.
compare the temperature of an oven to the Van Allen radiation belt
Sir,
temperature.
I'm not comparing the temperature.
Yeah, you are. So this is not
No,
analogous.
if you'll hush your pie hole, you might learn something.
If you hush your pie hole and stop deflecting
So
using
here,
an
I'll school
oven,
you really quick.
equating it
You
to Van
can
Allen
okay,
belt.
fine. Here
The
we
fuck
go.
is wrong with you, you
take
fake ass astronaut?
fake ass. Oh wow, the insults. Okay.
I'm sorry,
Oh.
Delilah. I think I have to. Hang on.
So the problem's not temperature.
I took the
Temperature is
W, you're
nothing.
done for.
Temperature is nothing. What you have to look at is the ability of the medium to
Hold up.
conduct.
Sir,
I have to drop Delilah. Clearly, Delilah took the W there, and I have to. I was
So-
nearly. I nearly passed away from that.
Yeah, it's always temperature, but yet you can have the hottest temperature in the solar system. But
Hold
if the
up.
medium isn't great at conducting that heat and transferring it, it won't feel hot.
I'm listening to everything. Trust me. When there's things that I don't know, I'm going to listen. I kind of just speak up when I think I, have a clear understanding of something, but I'm still learning this topic, which is why I have you fabulous people helping.
Yeah, so the ions might be a certain temperature, but they're not close enough together to have gathered enough heat to do any damage to any particular thing. Best way I know how to put it.
Yeah.
Except for that guy's brain. I think he hung out in the Van Allen belt for too long, or she.
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing with the oven is you can turn your oven on it. If you had an oven that could go to 1,000 degrees, you could put your hand in the void for, a little bit of time. It won't instantly burn you. But if you grab the oven rack, the metal that is very good at transferring heat, it will instantly burn you, like third-degree burns.
Okay, I don't think the moon landing was real.
Okay, we were just talking about that. Lovely Delilah, by the way, was just here. That was interesting. But what's your take?
Yeah, so it's like, I want to believe it. It's not like I'm like 100% conspiracy theorist, but to me personally, it just doesn't make sense because the only country to ever land like a human has been the United States. Everybody else has had like failed attempts, and it just doesn't make any sense to me why the US is the only country to land a human.
Because we're badass.
And then it comes with technology too.
Sorry, I'm glad you clarified, like landing a human, because I was like, didn't India just land on the moon? But yeah.
Yeah. India has, Russia has, China has.
I think they've landed probes, not an actual human, but I don't know if I'm correct on that. I think the United States is the only one to land in a human, but they've landed like robots.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So yeah,
if
that
we
doesn't
can
make
land
sense.
if we can land rovers, why couldn't we land a human?
Because, okay, could you send a robot into the ocean? If you send a human just down there, it's going to drown.
No,
like,
we send humans all the time. Humans have been to Challenger Deep, the deepest point of the ocean that we know of.
Our country sent humans, though.
Say again?
Why haven't other countries sent humans?
Well, I mean, because they haven't doesn't mean anything. I mean, why haven't other countries developed, an SR-71 type aircraft? Or, why did Russia scrap the Buran spacecraft, which was comparable to the US's space shuttle?
I mean, why has no other country built a Sphinx and like they have in Egypt, right?
Well, here's the thing. They've tried. And it hasn't been successful, so they just stick like with the robots and stuff. But also my second point is I just think it's 100% fake. So apparently the people who were on the mission on the moon, they called President Nixon or whoever was president at the time. They said they made a phone call. I believe that to be 100% bullshit. There's no way you're calling from the moon.
Sure. Have you ever been listening to the radio and they say, "Oh, caller number 5, call right now and you'll win this great trip to wherever." And then a person calls in and you hear that person talking. They're on their phone, but you're hearing them through the radio.
Yeah.
Right? So the astronauts did the same thing, right? They're talking through a radio that is being picked up in Australia, to be exact, is where it was picked up. It was patched in through a phone line to the White House, and that's how they talked to the president.
I don't know. The technology just doesn't add up either. Like,
it does.
We barely had good phones, and we haven't done it since 1969. Like,
we just went back to the moon.
Not a human.
No, we sent the probe. Humans are going
probes.
next year.
Do you see the difference between human and probes?
Humans are going next year.
Which one do you Which one do you think was fake?
Just going, period. Human on the moon, period.
Because we've gone six human trips to the moon.
I know that. I don't believe any of it.
So how do we have like retroreflectors? We've got thousands of photographs and hundreds of hours of footage. All the artifacts and museums. I mean, really?
Yeah, this is pretty observant.
It's easy to fake those stuff.
Have you ever been to a museum?
Yeah, I've been to a museum, and are you going to say all dinosaurs were real? That's on display?
Yeah,
They're
dinosaurs
replicas.
are real. Duh. What?
No, not the ones that they showcase in museums. They're replicas.
Okay, so because it's a replica means it's not fake. It's fake.
I'm just saying it's really easy to replicate stuff. It doesn't mean it's real.
But there are replicas of cars, like not the actual car that drove. They made a model of it. Does that mean the car was never real?
What about the photos on Mars? Do you think those are real?
Yeah, they have rovers. Those are rovers. They've sent a rover on Mars. That's completely different.
No, but I don't think they have. I'm agreeing with you. I totally agree with you.
They have like transcripts of these flights where the astronauts are communicating with either one another or Earth.
And you don't think the American government fake anything?
And they talk in full detail about all the different things that they're seeing and doing. And
do you know there's a hacker that hacked into the Pentagon and
it's one thing to
into
say
the Area 51, so you're not going to let anyone else speak when they're speaking.
There's no one has hacked
right
into
in the middle
the
of a
Pentagon or
sentence,
Area
sweetheart.
51.
Yes, they have. Yes, they have.
Oh.
Yeah, you need to research it. Yes, they have. America wanted to extradite this man, and he lived in the UK for 7 years. They wanted to extradite him because he hacked into the Pentagon and Area 51.
Are you talking about Julian Assange?
No, I'm not.
Or
I'm talking about a gentleman. Nope. I can't recall his name, and I've got ADHD, so I'm really bad with my memory. I can't recall his actual name.
That's okay.
But
It's kind of off topic here. Sorry to say, and you interrupted
it's
me.
not because he's actually got evidence from Area 51 and from the Pentagon to prove that they were covering up the moon landing. They were covering up all of these other things. They were saying that they landed to cover up other things. So there is proof, but you just don't want to.
You're just saying that. There's no
I'm not
proof.
It doesn't make sense.
Can you prove that it is true then?
I've got pictures that prove Bigfoot supposedly.
Hold on.
Is that
Sorry,
right?
just a second. This case, I want to just hold on. What's it? The Blaze Beauty. Hi. I just want to also, sorry to interrupt. I just want to make sure that the Blaze, that Lisa's got a friend up here, basically.
I don't need a friend. I really don't need a friend. I would really appreciate for other points of view, like me and this other, I can't remember her name, to actually get a point across without feeling attacked, without being interrupted, without being told, no, you're wrong, without actually substantiable evidence to say it otherwise, because you're all just saying, no, you're wrong, but not providing any evidence to say that we're wrong. When we say we've got evidence to say that we are right, or we've read articles, or we know this, you're just coming back and saying we're all wrong. You're not actually having a discussion about it. You just preaching to people.
So here we'll have a discussion.
You actually,
Do you believe satellites exist?
Oh yeah,
If I
before
might-
we do too, Robbie has to go in a second, so I just want to. Hi, Robbie.
Right.
Sorry.
Yeah, I have to go now. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's
maybe we can chat another time if that's all good. It's just bad timing at the moment, but I'll definitely come back and have that chat with you, Haley.
Thanks, Robbie. Appreciate you.
See you guys.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
Lisa,
I have
you
about
actually
10 minutes
You interrupted me when I was giving you like probably the best evidence of anything happening. You steamrolled me and came up with the Area 51.
Yeah, because you'd been talking for a good 15 minutes and not letting anyone else speak.
You interrupted me mid-sentence. I had been talking for approximately 1 minute.
Hold on. Let's
Okay, that's
Who cares
great.
about?
Let's move on.
Okay. Let's move on from the interrupting. Going forward, we'll have this discussion. Okay. Boom.
So, Lisa, do you believe satellites exist?
I do, yes.
You do? Okay. Do you believe those satellites are capable of carrying highly zoomable cameras that can see things?
No.
You don't?
No.
Okay, so we have satellites that exist that
Yes.
the cameras are so capable that they can read the license plates off of cars.
And can they backtrack that? So is it just live feed, or can they backtrack it?
No, we take pictures.
No, what I'm saying is, so if I wanted a picture of yesterday, could that happen?
No, you're not going to get. You're not going. An average person isn't going.
Oh no, I don't mean me
access.
personally. I don't mean me personally. I mean, can that satellite itself take a picture of yesterday?
It can take pictures of things from yesterday. Yes, there are pictures that exist from yesterday. That's how
so
our intelligence
why aren't we using those satellites for other things then? Why aren't we using them for missing persons? Why aren't we using them for other things?
Wait a minute. Whoa, you're trying to steamroll. This is what Mike's talking about. You go into why this, why this, why this, why this. Let me finish explaining. They're used for intelligence gathering, okay? I spent a large part of my young adult life in the U.S. Intelligence Agency, specifically working with satellites and this type of information. So we have the same type of technology on satellites that we have orbiting the moon, the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter. And we have photos that those satellites have taken, not just the U.S., there are orbiters that are from China, India, Russia, and other countries with space agencies. And it's so funny that they have photos from the moon that show the equipment that was left by us landing on the moon. They show the rover. They show the landing module from where we landed. You can still see the tracks from it.
Okay, so Photoshop doesn't exist, yeah?
Yeah, like, you know how they make up movies and they create these cool scenes? That's what happens with the moon landing.
CGI, Photoshop, yeah.
You equated
the footage from the moon.
Oh my God.
The footage from the moon, what we called the Lunar Grand Prix, which is when they had the rover riding around, has been analyzed numerous times, and it cannot be done on Earth.
Well, can you send me the citation for that?
Sure, just look up Lunar Grand Prix.
No.
I'm not going. Hey, I'm not going to chase your unicorn. It's easily findable. You can type it in and search it yourself.
All right, trust me, bro.
Go to MikeSplain.com. We talk about it on the website.
Wait. I want to hear.
Website, yeah.
Hold up, Spider-Man. How do I say your name?
What?
Chloe's boyfriend. I don't know. What are you? Do you disagree with these topics?
Nah.
I can drop down if you want. I've got a conference call coming up.
I think gravity's real, I'd say.
Okay, I'm going to drop you down.
Okay.
As well, because I've got to go to work, but yeah, good luck.
Okay, thank you for coming up. And then there was Delilah and JT, right? And maybe
I've actually got about five, maybe 10 more minutes, and I've got to go.
Yeah, I would like the citation. Like, give me like an exact citation. I'm in front of my computer.
Oh, from the person who can't give any citations. Just type
my
in
God,
Lunar.
why are you put up in your feelings? Just give me the
Lunar
citation.
Grand Prix.
Type in Lunar.
You're too emotional for this conversation, brother.
Dude, I'm not emotional at all, especially for people like you.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't want to see him get emotional.
Well, he's not emotional.
Sounds like you're emotional.
What am I emotional about?
I take it
So
from
I have the
people who
citation.
know me, like
The paper.
other two in this chat.
Okay, Dr.
I'm nowhere
Blitz, please
near
provide the
emotional.
citation because
It is called.
way too
It is
emotional
called
for this.
It is called ballistic motion of dust particles in the lunar roving vehicle dust trails.
Oh,
That's the name
my
of the paper.
man.
Okay.
The paper is by I can't pronounce Chinese names. Xiang Wen Su and Mihaly Harani. Those are the authors. That's the name of the paper. It was published in 2012. You can go look it up.
Do you have any? Do you have a citation?
Sorry, what? You cut out.
Do you have a more recent citation?
Why do you need a more recent citation? This is definitive.
Because that was 10 years old.
So the math is still fine.
Yeah, you're making a silly assertion. Why would the age of the data matter that we're giving you to debunk it?
Because technology updates, that's why.
It's only 10 years old.
This isn't a matter of technology. They're analyzing footage from 1972. The technology, we're not doing any. There's no technology involved here. They're just doing footage analysis.
Ooh.
They're using this thing called math and science.
Why are you so condescending?
You said technology. They're just using
I
math
want to
and
speak
science.
with Dr. Blitz. I don't want to speak to this JT person.
Oh, but I'm the one in my feelings.
He's an actual doctor like you.
Okay.
Citation and ballistic what?
Do you want to talk to me?
Yeah, I think
it's called ballistic motion of dust particles in the lunar roving vehicle dust trails. Sorry, it sounds like I'm in a rocket engine. My Roomba's going.
Oh, your Roomba. Oh, of course.
My Roomba's name is Stanley Yelnats, and he isn't that good at his job.
Gotcha. Maybe you should get rid of him and fire him and get a new one. Yeah.
5 minutes ago, you didn't think we could get through the Van Allen belt, and now
here we go. We're on.
Is this the article you're referencing?
Yep.
And what is this proving again?
It proves that the footage from 1972 could not have been filmed on Earth.
Great.
One moment.
Crickets.
I think this person is
I am reading it.
Oh, right.
If you want a good chart to look at, go look at figure 7 on page 5.
Oh, I better bring back up an opposition. Which one?
Hold on a second.
We've got Sweet Uncle Rory, the Blaze Beauty, or Jason. I'm not sure who's opposition.
Alternatively, figure 3 is also pretty instructive here.
Well, I don't see a figure 3.
You actually have to open
Okay, sorry,
paper.
my phone had
You're just
died.
looking at an abstract.
Oh, so you have
You
to
said
open
this was the article.
Is this that you're showing?
That is the abstract for the article. The article is not on just some random website. You have to go get the actual paper.
It's right there, doi.org. Click the hyperlink.
You might have to plug that name or plug that DOI number into Sci-Hub if you don't have academic access. But you can get it for free just by, flying the black flag, if you will.
Yeah, so I click the DOI number, so just the abstract.
Okay, so take that DOI number, go to Sci-Hub, and then plug the DOI number in, and you'll be able to find the whole paper for free.
Blitz, you're so knowledgeable. Oh, someone dropped. Was it Mike? Oh, it wasn't.
Yeah, Mike's at work, so.
Is this scihub.org?
It changes depending on the year because, people don't like that it exists. Let me find the current.
Wait, so this is not even a reliable website?
No. Sci-Hub is a repository for pirated papers. I think it's sci-hub.live right now. Yeah, it's sci-hub.live.
Thank you,
sci-hub.live.
There it goes.
And then you can just punch in the DOI and you'll be able to pull up the paper.
I'll put you on small screen for now. By the way, Blitz, congrats on a great live this morning when I was in there watching. And
why, thank you.
That was very, very successful live. I was very happy for you. I was like, yes, finally getting the credit, credit you deserve.
It was because RC decided to join and then be, well, I'm not going to say mean things.
This website doesn't exist.
Okay, so let me turn on my screen and I'll show you exactly how I can find it. Because this is, you're not, like, maybe you just don't have any experience looking for papers, but this is a thing that is quite common.
Don't be rude, Dr. Blitz.
Well, I mean, you're not putting in an effort here. I gave you the citation and you're not able to find it, so I'll find it for you.
Yeah, I looked at the website you suggested, nothing came up.
So what is that you just pulled up?
Haley, can you make me big?
Sure. Where are you? Oh, there.
One sec, let me. Sorry, my phone is being really dumb. Don't mind my messy apartment.
I'm sure it's not that bad.
You know what? Oh, it's not
You
great.
should see my house with a 5-year-old running.
So here's Sci-Hub. This is at sci-hub.live. Here's Sci-Hub. I'm just going to go take the name of the article and just copy and paste it. Here. Actually, I'll just take the DOI number. Right, here's the DOI.
What's your argument stance with it? Do you think we went to the moon or no?
I'm gonna punch that DOI in.
Hold on.
Paste. Open. Now I have
Look
one of
how
these
easy that was.
MUOLTS, I think. And here you go. Here's the full paper.
Can you show me the website?
That was
How you
less.
type it in?
That
Show me
was
the
less
website.
than a minute.
Sci-Hub.
Sci-Hub
Okay, this
Hub.
is interesting.
I did say that, for what it's
You
worth.
did not say that.
I did. I mean, if you had Googled Sci-Hub, you would have found it, but that's fine.
So what
Anyway,
is
this is
that you're showing?
here's one chart that's relevant. This is the trajectory of measured dust particles that they observed from this footage. This is footage from 1972, the Apollo 16 Grand Prix. What they're doing is they're comparing it with Earth's atmosphere with molecules in the air, Earth's atmosphere with drag, if you will, Earth's gravity, and then lunar gravity with no particles in the air. And look, lo and behold, it fits the lunar gravity. And then we can go look at this chart. This chart shows us the accelerate, or rather the position over time in both the horizontal and vertical axes. We can fit the vertical axis to figure out the gravitational force, and you get that it's 1.48 as the gravitational constant rather than 9.8, which is what you would expect on Earth. 1.48 is what you would expect on the moon. We can look at the horizontal axis and see that it's linear, and that shows that there's no drag, which means it was done in a vacuum.
The Earth and the moon have different gravitational forces, so how is this coming at the same?
It's not. It's 1.48 and not 9.81.
Right. So Blitz, would 1.48, that would be about 1/6 the time of Earth's gravity as we say the moon has, correct?
Yeah.
Well, okay. All right. I agree.
Okay, great. This is progress.
So if they faked it, they definitely filmed on location.
So they filmed on the moon regardless, whether they faked it or not. They were on the moon.
I don't think humans were on the moon, though.
I mean, there's a human in the
Maybe
footage.
robots, but not humans.
There's a human in the footage.
Yeah, but they could have also
that's
like,
just
set
a
that
movie
up.
recreation film.
This is the footage that they analyzed.
Yeah, but I could also go on
And this was
set with, like, the green screen
1975?
and say that was
1972.
1972.
Yes.
even working. Can y'all hear me?
How is it in color?
We can hear you. We can hear you, Blaze.
You know that they had color television back then, right?
There then, so it just doesn't make sense how we'd be able to get humans on the moon when like we were all struggling with so many things.
I mean,
tech-wise.
there's a human.
Yeah, but you know, I could have just green screened that up too. I could have just went to a
How do you
location, green screen.
Tell me how you green
do a
screen in
setup.
1972 prior to, computer, like high-speed computers or
Well,
anything?
not only that, Blitz, how did we reduce Earth's gravity?
And how did you get rid of all of the air?
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. This was made recently. It was not from 1975.
The footage is from 1972.
Okay.
It's
Hey,
a
Haley. Sorry for a minute, Haley. I've got to go.
Wait, what do you mean it's a remake? You can go look at the original footage.
If you're on in a little while, if you're on in a few hours, I promise I'll be back.
Can you play the original footage?
I have about 3 hours left, so yep.
Oh,
yes,
definitely. I should be back by then.
Okay.
Look at the color of the
NASA 16mm sound 1972.
Green screens came out in 1930s, but they didn't have to like use like an actual green screen. It could have just been like a whole different like setup.
I'm gonna jump to the relevant piece. I think it's like around here. Here's the footage.
Oh wow. Sorry, I can't hear you, guys.
Can you hear me?
You know what that looks like? That looks like a Star Trek film to me.
So tell me how they faked it and how they managed to get the gravity.
So I don't get why it's like
the same way they faked Star Trek. That's how.
Wait, so in Star Trek they couldn't fake low gravity. They couldn't fake dust moving as if it's in a vacuum. Sorry.
Yeah, they could.
If you watch the
Show me an example.
And I can
Show me an example.
And I can tell you
Show me an example. And yeah, tell me an episode. I've seen every episode of Star Trek that was made prior to 2009.
The one with Kamala.
The one with Kamala? Are you talking about like Star Trek Discovery? Recently?
Next Generation.
Wait, which Kamala? Are you talking about Kamala Harris? Kamala Harris? Who are you talking about?
So you didn't watch all the episode of Star Trek?
I have. Name the episode.
You just lied.
What is it called? No, I've literally seen Star Trek The Next Generation 3 times over. Which
you
episode?
Lost credibility to me,
I haven't seen it so much.
Because I love Star Trek. What's the episode called? What is the episode number?
The episode
So
is
if I
called
replicate that same exact thing, would you believe me?
Hold up, sorry, you'll get a turn in a second, Blaze. Delilah is digging a hole here.
Delilah is my girlfriend.
Are you talking about The Perfect Mate? Season 5, episode 21?
Yep, that's the episode.
All right, so where in the episode does this happen? Where they simulate vacuum? Well, I don't have it on me. I don't have it on my computer.
Well, that's bad.
Sorry?
Say that's too bad.
Okay, so can you show it if you have it available right now?
Not at the moment.
Okay. All right. Delilah, you've been a treat, but I am going to move on to bring someone else up.
W Delilah in the chat. Let's go.
Hey, Blitz, what's your doctorate in?
Physics?
JT, I think, did you say you had to go? I can't remember.
Yeah, I'm actually walking out into the forest right now.
Okay, that's fine. I can drop you down, but thanks for coming up.
Yeah, love, I'll be back later.
No problem. Welcome in, Skog. The Blaze and Skies, you're welcome. The floor is yours. We've got very, very, very knowledgeable experts here. Blitz's Roomba.
Good morning, Blitz.
Blitz's Roomba is doing.
Blitz, what is your doctorate in?
Physics.
Oh, physics. Okay. With the with the emphasis on
Relativity and mathematical physics. Differential geometry and conformal geometry.
Okay. I was just wondering.
I know. Blitz makes everyone swoon when he reads off that, right? We love a good physicist around here.
How's it going?
Yeah.
I just Blitz was talking about the trajectory earlier. That's something I always go to. In fact, I tell people that if you really have the time, you can measure how the debris is moving in that previous study that Blitz had up. And you can actually figure it out on your own if you're really good at math that the gravity is consistent with what we perceive now as the moon's gravity.
I mean, for what it's worth, you don't even have to be really good at math. It's just a quadratic equation. Like it's high school stuff.
Oh, well,
yeah,
some of us didn't finish high school.
Okay, I understand that is a high bar for some people, but this is not like you need a college degree in mathematics to understand this, right?
I get it. Yeah, so Skies and the Blaze, the floor is yours.
Okay, I was on here earlier, but my phone died. But I just think the moon landing's fake. That's like my personal belief. I wanted to talk about something else. I don't know if it's off topic, but it had to do with dinosaurs. I don't know if that's something people are willing to talk about on this panel.
We'll see. We'll see what Skies has to say, and then maybe we'll entertain it. But Skies?
Well, I'm trying to do some research really quick before I.
Okay, I
just want to know what happened in this episode of Star Trek, because I'm looking at it and I can't find any clips online, and unfortunately I don't have Paramount Plus, so I can't just pull it up on my own.
I know you're a Trekkie fan too, right?
This is killing me that I can't find this.
Hi, Jason.
Hello.
Hi. What was which one of these topics did you want to discuss?
I'm all for the moon one, to be honest, because I love astronomy and I've been into my stars quite a bit. My dad is more into astronomy than myself, but into the moon theory I am.
Oh.
So my theory is I think as I don't think humans went on the moon themselves. And I think from 50 years we've not been on it from. Yeah, can you show me a little video of somebody bobbing around in a chamber, in a gas chamber, like a pressurized chamber? And
I could do the same exact thing.
It's 50 years from now, and yet we're still preaching on the fact that, we want to build planet on Mars, we want to build things, wouldn't it make it more easier, more logical to build?
Yeah.
Well, to be fair,
on the moon first.
Well, I mean, to be fair, the reason we haven't been back is it's very expensive, and there's nothing there but dust and rocks. So it's not exciting.
But yet celebrities are going up, for views.
Hold on, stop, Blaze, stop speaking over someone else that's speaking. It's annoying.
By the way, I just scanned through the whole episode. There's no CGI of low gravity or vacuums or anything in the entire episode. It was just made up.
Okay. So Jason, so it's people that are paying to go up to space. They're not going to the moon.
No, I get that, but it's not it's not achievable, is it? So the money's there. People's got the money to be able to do. NASA spent a hell of a lot more money than anything else do, so it's not like they cannot be able to do it again. So they're sending all this money up to the space station, and they're sending it. So again, it's took 50 years to get to this next year.
Well, it's not that it took 50 years. It's just that we haven't needed to go back.
But I don't understand the logic and why. So you've gone to one place. I don't go. Just because I've been to America doesn't mean I don't want to go back again.
Yeah, but there's Targets in America, and there's Subways in America, and there's the Grand Canyon in America. What's on the moon?
Yeah, we've got Disneyland
all
in America.
The controversy, they would go back.
Yeah, exactly. Just because you've been there once, and that just makes no sense. There's a hell of a lot more that we supposedly found on the first time around than what we could find another time around. With what I think somebody said is that we got better technology now, we got better camera systems, we got better everything. So 50 years later on, we would understand a hell of a lot more with the technology that we have.
Right, and I'm sure
generally speaking, technology is good enough now that anything that humans would be able to do on the moon, we can do with rovers, and it's cheaper to send rovers. That is what it boils down to. 50 years ago, maybe we could.
When was the last rover on Mars?
On Mars or on the moon?
On the moon, sorry.
I can pull up the list of... There are a bunch of rovers that are currently on the moon.
They send rovers all the time. I know China has them.
Are we forgetting about the Chandrayaan-3 that India just sent up to the moon?
Yeah.
Just very recently?
They did send one, yeah.
And also, I do want to know, what would America gain from going to the moon recently? We have other bigger fish to fry than going back.
Put the controversy to rest.
Exactly. That's 50 years ago. It's 50 years ago.
To everyone,
for a continent or a country that strived to get there so fast and to beat the whole world, they wanted to be first at it. So the last 50 years, they've been called a liar.
Yeah,
so when you want to clear your name, in today's age,
it doesn't matter for you guys are a huge minority. Nobody really cares what you think as far as the government is concerned. Like, sorry, like it's just a fact that like
I'm not
nobody
caring
cares.
about the government
What are you
either.
on about? What?
Yeah, but the government is the people who make these decisions, and they don't care that there are people who deny the
but
moon
it's
landing.
not like I'm putting a gun to your head and forcing them, am I? I'm just voicing my personal belief.
I'm just addressing what Jason said. Jason said, why haven't they gone back to put the controversy to rest? Because the government doesn't care about the controversy, because there is no controversy as far as most of humanity is concerned.
Whoever has a valid opinion on science will not be critiquing the moon landing.
Well, my in all fairness, I don't know.
In science, I critique it.
Yeah, exactly. I've come across everybody, scientists. My dad's a massive astronomer. He's all for like everything to do with space, and he even questions the fact if people even been on the moon. And he's a very intelligent guy, more intelligent than myself. Like, guys, as in like, you know, he knows his stuff about it. He knows his stuff about space.
When you say he's an astronomer, do you just mean he has a telescope?
No, he spent, I don't know, the best part of 40 years of his life. Exactly. He has control of a telescope in Turkey, like three months of the year. Do you know, he pays a lot of money to be able to do. Can you turn off your Hoover as well? Whoever's got that Hoover.
Sorry, that's my bad on mute.
That's all right. I can hear Blitz's microphone through the Hoover, so it's not bothering me. I mean, Blitz's microphone's quite clear.
It's the sound, though, isn't it? It's the sound that bothers, because everything's quiet, and then he jumps in, and then it just like distracts, if anything.
Okay, that's fine. He's muted while you're speaking, so carry on.
Yeah, I've lost my train of thought now, though. Yeah, so my father, he does have a telescope. He's got a thing out his back where the roof comes off and all his telescopes comes out. He does it via the computer, via eyes, via cameras, everything. So I suppose it's all depending on you and how you defined it and what you think is the astronomer, I suppose. I think everybody with a telescope and wants to look up is an astronomer, no?
I would think that an astronomer is somebody who does astronomy as part of their job for scientific purposes, right?
Well, yes, I know, because then you don't have to do it just for your job. You could have it as a hobby as well, no?
Then you're an amateur astronomer.
What?
Okay, so I just didn't put amateur astronomer in front of it, but he's still an astronomer,
I
isn't
would
it?
disagree with what you just said.
Who, me? Or
No. The guy who said that you're just an amateur then if you find it as a hobby too. Like, you can have passion for your job. Like, I don't get what you meant by that statement.
What I mean is if you're not doing it professionally, then you are by definition an amateur. That's what the word means.
You can be a professional and enjoy your job.
He's still doing it.
No, it's still then you're a professional. You're not an amateur.
But he's still doing it, though, isn't he?
This reminds me of that one guy claiming to be a physicist because of his thermodynamic related paper.
Oh, you're talking about Mr. Andrew. Yeah.
I didn't want to Beetlejuice it, but yeah.
Maybe
so he'll get it. What?
He claims to be a physicist just because he has interest in it. That doesn't make you a physicist. It doesn't make
I'm not saying he is, and he's all for it, and he's one to, speak facts, and he's like, he's the Golden Globe, and you should be listening to him. But I'm just saying that the fact is, I take if anything that's going on, I gauge it from my dad, and my dad will tell me, and he'll understand it. And for him, it's so solid, and that's what I'm saying. He's all for space, he's all for everything, but he even has his doubts. So this means even if there's a doubt over a guy that's been doing it for like 50 years, regardless if he's been doing it for a hobby or if he's been doing it professionally, at the end of the day, he still has his doubts. So,
if you ask
and many other people do.
Hold on. Let me ask you. You're giving out a lot of information. If you ask any professional astronomer, I think most of them will agree. 99% would agree that the moon landing was absolutely true. They wouldn't deny it at all. They wouldn't even go around questioning it.
Why would
it's so fundamental
weird to say that it was not real?
Could you repeat that?
I said, why would they risk their job in saying it's not real?
Because
protect you, whether or not you say, regardless of what you say.
Yeah, didn't even silence the guy that went up there when he started getting a little bit all senile and all that. Your American guy. I can't remember his name because I'm really bad with names.
No recollection of that ever happening. But I can look into it right now. I've never heard of any case of that, like Neil Armstrong or...
Was it Neil Armstrong? It was one of them that almost lost it on TV with somebody.
Yes, that's so weird. They told, I don't know if it was Neil Armstrong, it was somebody that went on the moon, and they asked him, like, put your hand on the Bible, swear that you've been up there, and he just, like, totally avoided it. Like, dude, just swear that's it.
Well,
bye.
Hold up. I mean, sure. I mean, if people come up to you daily and say the same sort of shit, you're going to get over it and just go, fuck off.
No, like
Yeah.
I can
Yeah, but like,
avoided
if you
it.
did something
Any
that great
questions asked
and
have been
that,
avoided. It's weird.
yeah.
It's just sketch.
Well, no, I mean, like, okay, let's put this in perspective. The guy is like 90 years old. He was accosted by a film crew, and then some random guy that he never knew ran up to him and said, "Dude, will you swear that you went to the moon?" Like, it's a little bit sketchy, right? That whole situation. Like, he didn't consent to this conversation. He didn't agree
You went
to
on
have
the
this
moon.
interview.
You went on the moon. You should know what you're
Exactly.
getting yourself into.
Yeah.
People are going to ask you questions. Like, that's
Yeah.
just how it is.
I got asked 101 questions when when you said, when I went to Disneyland, people expected me to remember everything and every ride and everything and every sector and every treat. So why can't he not be taught to
So are you saying that he has an obligation to answer every question that's asked of him?
Of course he does, yeah, because he went to the moon for the world.
That is so
If I
smooth
went to the
brain.
moon, I would have been like,
So we didn't go to the moon for you guys, for us.
Hold up, Jason. Sorry, I know she's quiet, but I do want to I feel like we're talking over the Blazed a lot. Well, I mean,
I'm sorry.
It's just because she's quiet, but
I'm sorry.
Blaze, ask your question.
No, responding. I was like, if I went to the moon, like, I would be so proud of that. I would have been like, fuck yeah.
And I'm sure he was. Buzz Aldrin did so many interviews over the last 50 years. You realize this was half a century ago, and he's written a book on it. He's given probably hundreds of interviews. Maybe he's a bit sick of people accosting him in public when he's just out trying to do his thing.
Listen, those were like set up interviews on their time when they wanted to. Whenever they've been caught outside of that, dude, it's so sketch. Just look at the freaking videos. Like, it's just media.
Yeah. So
training.
you expect him to just cave to every conspiracy theorist that walks up to him with a phone camera and a Bible, demanding that he swears that he went to the moon. Like, it's just an absurd take.
Asking a genuine question again, a genuine response is like his basic, but he can't even do that. None of them can even do that when they're asked a general question. They've
all talked about how they've been on the moon. They've all talked about it.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm sure when it happened, and a few years after and whatnot, and many years after, he probably did. But in those later years, he's probably sick of people coming up as well. Like, I mean, I get sick of people saying, "Are you a woman or a man?" Like, I get sick of it. Sometimes I don't even answer. I'm just like, fuck off.
Jason, to go back to your analogy of Disneyland, imagine you're like, sure. People ask you in the first year, hey, how was Disneyland? How was that? Whatever. Imagine doing that for 54 years. Imagine hearing the same question and all these crazy theories and all that type of stuff for 54 years straight. You're going to get tired. You're going to get bored. Especially when you're in your
I'll go over exactly the same thing. I'll show them all my photos, all my videos, and I'll go through all again. I don't mind. I spend a lot of money. I spend a lot of money to go on
if people continue...
I think the problem is it was just a lot of media training, and then when they were caught outside of that, they didn't know what to say.
So I just don't believe you, Jason, that if people asked you for 50 years, you didn't go to Disneyland, swear on a Bible that you went to Disneyland. If people asked you that once a week for 50 years, I don't believe for a second that you would actually give them the time of day after 50 years of that.
No, that's what I mean.
Wait, you don't know that. Hold on, you don't know that.
Somebody went up to Buzz Aldrin. Every day he was at the grocery store. Every day he was out. People like, yo, aren't you the guy that went on the moon? He probably heard that for all his life. I mean, he has to, if you don't know, like,
every time you should though. You went on the moon, for God's sake.
Hold on. There's many scholarships associated with Buzz Aldrin. Like, I've seen them before, right? And he has to go to every one of them because he's part of, like, he signed an agreement in like 1980 that anytime a scholarship made by this one society, I forgot what it was, he will be there. You can see in all the photos that he has with the scholar students, he's tired. Like, he's tired of doing this and having to show up. Like, he does not care at this point. There's a 93-year-old.
But I have a question though, and I'm like genuine. I'm not like one of those people that are like, oh, it was fake. Like, it's just what I believe. But did they ever address why the American flag was waving in space? Like, what was the reason for that?
Because it was being shaken. Like, that's why when they shoved it into the ground, it shakes.
And there was also wrinkles.
I don't know.
In
it looked like it was flowing.
There was also wrinkles in it. They didn't iron it, and it was just a shabby. I mean, it wasn't. They could have done a better job, but like, it wasn't blowing in the wind. This has been debunked.
It wasn't like shaking. It was flowing. If we went on,
you can go watch it. It just swings back and forth.
No, I've seen it.
Wasn't it a photo as well that also came out about? Well, I don't know if it was the moon or the Mars. Now I might be kind of conjoining the two. But wasn't it a photo that came out that was proof that it was like somewhere in like somewhere in America, I don't know, that it was CGI'd and they just moved the mountain a little bit.
Set
And
up,
just like
100% to set up. Like, I could do the same thing. I could go tomorrow
somewhere
and
in the
recreate
deserts,
that same
somewhere in
set.
Can I ask both of you a question real quick? If they went to the moon today, let's just say like these scientists said, you know what, we're gonna appeal towards the people who are denying that we went to
with
the moon.
today's technology, before you even answer your question, 100% believe it. With today's technology, yes, I would.
Sure. But would you, if they had proof, would you not say that, hey, no, that could be CGI as well?
Me personally, I don't know. I just, the
So
thing
there's
that would
no
probably,
way we can prove that to you. That's what
hold
I'm
on, let me finish talking.
live stream it, live stream it.
I
TikTok.
think-
Get on TikTok, live stream it, we'll all watch it on you. I'm happy for that.
Damn, nobody be letting me talk, but like, okay, anyway. For me, what would really prove it and what gets me is that like America's been like the only country, like no other country has a human on there. Like that's the only thing that makes me think like it's super sketch, and with like the whole phone call thing, but mainly that if America's done it, why couldn't have other countries done it? But they haven't. Like, I don't know, it's weird.
Are you done? Can we? Oh, yeah. Sounds like she's done, so we can reply.
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, so by the way, here's moon landing stuff, or here's flag stuff. This is the original footage from 1969. So here is them planting the flag, and there's a guy there holding onto the pole trying to get it in the ground. So of course it would move around, right? He's still grabbing it, still trying to plant it in the ground, you know, adjusting, fiddling around. It's going to wave around, not so surprising. Skipping forward. He's still fiddling with it. It's not really moving now though, is it? Skipping forward, still fiddling with it. I'll skip over to the part where they actually stop. So that it's still moving around because they're still fiddling with it, trying to get it shoved in the ground. And then they're like, okay, it's good. And would you look at that? It's stationary.
Yep, that's pretty clear evidence.
Kind of looks like it's got a pole on the top of it, though.
It does have a pole on the top of it. That's why it's being held up. That's why it's not just falling down, right?
Okay, yeah.
But someone in the comments asked, how did they get the video? Wasn't it like a stand-up camera, like a tripod camera that they utilized?
You mean for that? For what we just saw? Yeah, it was just a tripod.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Blitz.
I'm all for it. Like, you know, if you can, like, you know, I do think that we have been on there and that, but I just think personally humans haven't. I don't know. I'd love to believe it. I would love to believe it because, like I said, I'm all for like space, and I'm all for. I don't think that we're the only people in the universe and all stuff like that. So I'm not that narrow-minded.
And I'd like to believe so. Like Indians are like very smart people, and they're very tech people. I find it hard to believe.
Weird generalization.
How is it a generalization? It's true.
Indians are just highly advanced tech people. Like
they are.
They're just people like the rest of the world.
No, they're not. They're literally.
You could have said India has a very strong
lawyers or into tech. Like it's literally no. That's not generalization.
That's a survivorship bias. You only see the Indians that travel to America that were able to do that.
They are. They literally are, though.
That's a survivorship bias. Completely. All the ones that you will never see a poor Indian in America.
Stereotype. That shit's fucking facts. Anyway, they are. And it just shocks me that India hasn't been able to put a human on the moon yet, or any of these people that we were in.
India was a developing country, and in some sense still is a developing country, and only just recent, like I think that their space agency was started like 10 years ago.
Very recently, yeah. But also, I mean, the reason the U.S. in the 60s was able to do that, go to the moon, is because it was all galvanized. Everybody, they put so much effort into the fact that they put every single funding into the fact that they wanted to go to the moon, you know? And in those different countries, they don't have that galvanization. They don't have that ability to put all their funds towards that because they have other fish to fry here on the planet.
Sorry, I'm just going to interrupt. It's sub-only chat till we get to 100K. Let's go. It won't take long if everyone double taps for 30 seconds.
All right, so I'm completely mistaken about the Indian Space Agency. It looks like that they were like kind of incorporated in the early 90s, so 30 years old. And I think that they sent their first...
All of this, right, in the 60s. Everybody's delayed, right, but the U.S., right?
Well, Russia was a genuine competitor.
They never got
Russia did some things that humans... Russia did some things that...
Did they get a human up there? No, they did not.
No, the United States put a lot of money into getting humans to the moon. Russia didn't spend as much money to get humans to the moon. Russia spent money on other projects, and that's why some people say Russia. That's why some people say Russia actually
America
won
put
the
all the
space
eggs in one
race.
basket. America put
They
all
wanted
the
to be
eggs
the
into getting
first ones, and then the U.S. came out of nowhere and supposedly.
The
Was
US
one of the
didn't
first,
come out of nowhere. What?
things to go up there with a dog, or was it a chimp or something?
There were multiple. There was multiple launches from Russia. I forgot the name. Was it Laika, the dog?
Yeah, poor dog.
Yeah.
Still up there now, is it?
What?
Still up there now.
No, actually, they. I read about this. It came, like we predicted that the orbit decayed a while ago.
Okay.
But regardless of that, I think what it comes down to is, and I think Blitz, you can expound on this way better than I can. But the idea of getting out of Earth's orbit isn't really that complex. I mean, surely I know that's a lot to say about something that's really that's literally rocket science. But if all we had to do is it's either said than done. But defeat the Earth's gravitational pull, and have a way to have a compartment where we can keep humans up there. And then just get them to the rock that's relatively close by.
Didn't they try saying as well back when it's not long after and coming up to the fact is that they lost all the information to be able to go back out into outer space as well and to fly onto the moon and all this, I guess.
That's a common misconception. They lost telemetry from one mission. They lost telemetry data from one mission. That's it.
Okay. Yeah. He is very intelligent, this guy, and he did this.
What's that? Sorry?
He's very intelligent.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
So interesting enough, let's say we did been to the moon, let's say it was real, whatever. Wouldn't you suspect they would go and explore other moons in our solar system? Because each planet has moons of their own, right? That
Some
are
of them
similar
do.
to ours.
Some of them don't. But they are
but
very,
they're
very far
moons,
away.
Though. They're multiple moons, though.
Yeah, they're much further away.
Yeah, we're scouting them, scoping them right now, like Callisto, for example, which I think is the moon of Saturn, correct?
I can never remember. There are so many moons of Saturn and Jupiter.
You can comment now, everyone. You're free.
The moon's also so far away, though. I think people think that's why the moon landings was so real, is because we look at it in the sky and we think it's so close, but reality is it's not
really that far.
It is far, though.
On an astronomical scale, what?
It is so far.
So a 747. Let me do some math really quick. I think a 747 could fly there in a week.
To where? Sorry, the moon.
To the moon.
The moon. I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. In wise distance, yeah, covered.
So, yeah, I don't think the moon's that far away. Really, I think the sun is.
So what I don't get is the fact is this is why they just don't use it as so if we have been on there and we have gone there all these times, why don't we use it as a base? So why can't we just build on there, start from the moon, and then it won't be so expensive to be in space?
Sorry, it would be about 16 days. A 747 could get there in 16 days at cruising speed.
Yeah, and there's a lot of political stuff. I mean, who owns the moon to be able to do that? There's you're bumping into a lot of boundaries when you try to.
Nobody owns the moon, I'd guess. No, how can you own the moon?
But that's what I'm saying. That's why that's why the U.S. That might be one reason why people who have the say in this said let's not do that.
There is an outer space treaty, for what it's worth. I think there's actually a few outer space treaties.
I think
maybe
China wants to
3.
do something on the dark side of the moon one day. They wanted to build their own little space station on the dark side or the cusp. I don't know.
I looked into that. Don't they? I believe they want to launch it from there. They want to do another ISS, but their own, and they want to launch it from there and not really retain it there. But I might have, I'm really reading translations from Chinese to English.
I'm only picking from what's on the top of my head. I'm not actually flicking through anything.
Yeah,
I'm looking it up right now.
I want to see what happens when we put humans on Mars. That's all I want to say. I think that'll be the big. I don't know. I don't think it's possible to put a human on Mars either. But
why?
Ever?
No, maybe you could, but I don't know. Not to live.
Why not?
Maybe you could land someone, but I don't know.
Why couldn't you just live there for a month and then leave?
It's just not possible.
We've been talking about terraforming planets for a while, and
But why couldn't you just land like a a capsule with food and water, and then just someone can just be in there, just like they
First
go
of
out to
all, you
explore
would need to have
and then they come
yourself
back.
in your spacesuit for that month. You can't just go raw dogging yourself.
No,
up in
I mean like
Mars.
you're in the capsule, you take your spacesuit off, you eat, you sleep, and then when you want to go out, you put your spacesuit back. Like why couldn't I don't know, it just
Right,
seems
that's
like
what
that's
you're
possible.
saying, right? Why haven't they
Yeah.
done it then?
Well, Mars is really far away.
No, it's
Yeah,
closer.
so why not start on the moon though? This is what I don't understand why they're not
Okay,
going to
so
build on the moon.
So you
hold
said
on.
the moon's far, but now Mars is
No,
far.
I said the moon is close. The moon is very close
relative
compared to
to
any planet.
Mars is far for you.
Okay, so do you know the distance? So the distance from the Earth to the moon is 16 days by 747 cruising speed, right? Do you want me to do the same calculation for Mars?
For like
Anything that you're saying is irrelevant because they've been planning to go to Mars. So this whole excuse of it's so far away, literally NASA's been
It would
planning
take
to go to Mars
so
for the
16
longest.
days from Earth to the moon on a jet plane, right? 25 years from the Earth to Mars at the same speed.
They do go
So they
past
got to
that.
take that though. Like, hold up. So if you're saying all of that is going to take that many years, okay, so then why is NASA planning to go to Mars?
No, I'm saying I was giving you a comparison. So
On a plane.
Mars is what, like 1,000 times further away from us than the moon is, or something like that? Maybe 600 times further away. So we can get there, but you need a lot more powerful rockets to do so, and it takes a lot longer.
Yeah, Mars is far away.
Didn't they say 30?
What's that?
Sorry.
Want to go by like 2030?
Yeah, we can get there in what's the normal travel time, like 2 or 3 years or something like that.
I think something.
Oh my gosh, it's Blitz's famous keyboard ASMR.
Sorry.
Blitz, you
Okay,
have the best.
so
No, you have the best keyboard. It's fine.
So so when Earth and Mars are closest to each other in their orbits, it takes about 7 months to get there.
7 months.
Yeah,
That's
compared
not long.
to getting to the moon is a few days, maybe a week, depending on what route you take.
Yep.
So if my math worked out correctly, Blitz, it's so it takes 1,411 trips from the Earth to the moon to get from the Earth to the to Mars. So you had to basically
Sounds about right.
from Earth to the moon 1,400 times to get to Mars to accumulate that distance.
Well, I just wanted to say I don't really care about the distance and stuff like that. The only reason I brought it up is because NASA themselves said they're gonna go to Mars.
Sure. And what do you think they're doing? They're working on the logistics associated with that. They want to make sure that the people they bring up there go there safely with 99.99999% accuracy. You know.
Right, but they've been saying that shit for the longest.
Yeah,
but we'll
because
see.
it takes a long time
They said 2030, so we'll
to
see what
reduce the
happens.
error
That's
margin.
within what, like 5-6 more years.
But because you gotta understand, the slightest error could cause catastrophe, right? And they don't want that to occur, so they want to do whatever they can to minimize that, to mitigate that.
So do you know what the James Webb Space Telescope is?
That's regarding Blaze, I'm assuming.
Yeah. JWST.
Oh, who?
The big
me?
telescope that launched this last year.
Yeah, I've heard about it.
So the planning for that telescope started in 1994. Like these kinds of big missions
Right,
take
and
a
that's what I'm
long
saying. I
time.
just don't like they take so long.
Mystery.
That's why I don't believe in the moon landing because there's no way they did all of that in 1969. I just don't believe it.
Why?
And then not to do anything for another 50
country has
years.
been
It's just
able
like,
to do
what?
it. I don't believe in the phone call thing. It just doesn't make sense.
Even after it was explained, even after it was explained to you before,
What was explained?
the phone call with the radio signal.
Because there was problems down here on Earth that you couldn't reach somebody. So how the heck could you reach somebody from Earth to the moon? I don't think it's possible. No.
Yeah, I mean it was explained earlier, and you were on the panel when it was explained.
I would assume the government funding for that, right, would mitigate any issues. Like, sure, like I bet like people in the 1960s from one house to the other block would have issues with telephone lines and whatnot. But when you're looking at a government project, I think they would try to do their best to fund this as best as possible.
NASA's budget was like 5% of the GDP, or was like 5% of the national budget at the time in the 60s and early 70s. And now it's like 0.5%. So like NASA's budget was like 10 times more back then, which makes sense why we could achieve more faster as far as NASA is concerned.
And also during that time, during the Cold War era, like literally all the world's resources were pooled into two countries, the USSR and America, And that's why no other country was doing that, because they didn't have the funds or resources or even economic stability to accomplish that. While the USSR and America were at each other's throats, for everything, and they wanted to do whatever they could to overcome each other. So they definitely had reasons to push so much funding towards these projects.
You got me. I was on the fence anyway. It was 50-50 with me.
Okay, great. Amazing. What about the other two topics? Do you believe in gravity and the globe Earth?
Oh, yeah, definitely, yeah.
I think the Earth's round, but I do see why some people think the Earth's flat. But then you have to realize, if you look at other planets, they're fucking round. So, and I don't think a satellite can orbit a flat surface. So, yeah, that's one thing.
And the fact that it's been debunked. Yeah, it's been debunked.
Yeah. What about, I just seen too, am I mistaken that they just, was it JWST managed to get a photo of Sagittarius, the constellation Sagittarius, the black hole that's in there? Blitz?
Oh, I haven't seen that.
Oh, Blitz must be busy.
I don't think that they, there was the Event Horizon Telescope, which was last year, maybe the year, or no, I think it was 2009. When was it? It was a few years back, but that wasn't JWST. It was a different thing.
Oh, I've seen it on Astro Kobe's page, and he's like,
oh, maybe there's something new.
Yeah, they just found that, they just managed to get a photo of in Sagittarius constellation, I think, the black hole.
Okay.
That's amazing.
Oh. Wait a minute. Oh, wait, this is cool. This is from like a week ago, and the person who wrote this article, maybe it's just is actually from the university that I work at. So it looks like JWST was able to. You can't image a black hole with a telescope, like a normal telescope, but you can image the area where the black hole is, and you can see the stars around it.
Yeah, and they like zoom in on it. It's quite amazing. They like zoom in using the infrared. I don't know. I'm not very well versed in like the infrared stuff, and but I seen it and I was like, that's so cool. Great. Is there anything else you want to discuss?
Dinosaurs.
I mean, I don't think we have opposition at the moment anyway for this topic. Even though there is 400 people in here, I know Sherwin's not. I know you're not. Actually, I don't know about this person. Sorry. I'll bring up Katie. Hi, Katie.
How are you today?
Fantastic. What are your questions regarding, which of these topics are you wanting to discuss?
I have a hard time with the moon landing. I've literally heard that, the technology that we had in 1969 is literally equivalent to the technology that's in a card that sings happy birthday. So how in the world could that same technology get us all the way to the moon? And if we did land on the moon, why haven't we been back?
Oh my gosh, thank you so much for that gift. That was amazing. Thank you so much. Matchmaker W.
So as far as technology goes, the comparison that you're making is one regarding like electronics, computers and stuff. But it turns out going to the moon is not an issue of having powerful computers. It's an issue of having good infrastructure. So like the capability to build large rockets and having the technology to contain large amounts of fuel. That's the technology that's necessary. And that was developed in the 40s and 50s for missiles.
Right.
Thank you for Boo.
So
Thank you, Matchmaker.
I've seen a lot, of clips and videos of people debunking the moon landing, and it just seems that they have a lot of solid points, things regarding the flag and things regarding the boot prints and certain I'm trying to think of the one that was it seems like somebody got caught with wires on them or something, like they literally grabbed a hold of wires that were holding them up, suggesting that it was filmed in a studio, not on the moon.
So I have to go in like 5 minutes because I've just been on lunch waiting for a conference. But just one question that is really important that anybody who denies the moon landing or flat Earth or the shape of the Earth or whatever should be asked is, have you actually looked into explanations for these phenomena that you think? Because like if you're only looking at one side, then you're not going to hear the full story. Have you actually looked into explanations for why is the flag appearing to shake? Why? What's the deal with the boots? Because I could go on a rant. I could tell you all about the boots and the flag and the wire and all that stuff. But if you haven't looked into it for yourself, it just seems like I'm doing your Googling for you.
Yeah. Well, I have a little bit. I won't say, a ton. It's just something that I was suspicious of. I just wasn't exactly convinced, I would say. And I have seen a little for the arguments on both sides. I just can't say that I was convinced. I do think that the Earth is more than likely a globe, or, at least I don't think it's a perfect globe by any means, but I do think that it's a round shape. I mean, I think anything other than that is a little silly. I have heard some of the arguments for flat Earth, but never one that could convince me. And I assume that gravity is real. It's a theory that's been around, as long as we have just about. I mean, it's been around for a long, long time. And, so I do think that, it exists. I've never heard an argument, or at least any kind of convincing argument that it isn't real. Have any of you guys heard that?
Haley, I got a dip. Thanks for having me.
I have.
Thank you.
You have heard that?
Yes, I've heard stuff about gravity.
Before you carry on, Jason, I'm going to let you go too. Thank you for coming up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye, guys.
See ya. I'm going to bring up
gravity, but
Oblivion.
One argument I've heard with gravity is, this is not me, so nobody attack me. This is just an argument I've heard.
That's fine.
They said, why can gravity hold down an ocean but not a dandelion? That's an argument I've heard from somebody.
Well,
what do you mean can't hold down a dandelion?
I don't know. That should be like floating and all over the place. Like, I don't know, but that's just an argument.
Do they mean as the seeds disperse? Do you know if that's what they're talking about?
Yeah, I have no idea.
Densities are different between the two, and also adhesion is a property of water. Water likes to stick together. A dandelion, whatever, don't like to. But also the density, I'll look it up. What's the density of the dandelion flower? I can look it up. I'm pretty sure water is more dense, or 1 mole of water is more dense than 1 mole of whatever dandelion.
Also, fun fact: dandelion seeds, the part that floats in the wind, it's actually hydrophobic.
Okay.
Oh.
It's hydrophobic.
So it forms a micelle. It doesn't.
It doesn't get wet.
Yeah. Dandelion seeds density. We can look it up right now.
Like you could have a dandelion that's like puffball. Put it in like a cup full of water and pull it out. It'll be the same. It won't soak up. It won't do anything.
That's cool. I didn't know that. It's very cool.
So Well, actually, the dandelions should have a density of which speed is applied for winds. So, yeah, another factor literally is because of the wind currents, right? You don't see dandelions float away unless there's wind.
Right.
Because the adhesive property of water, that'll prevent it from water dispersing. But even in that state, right, water does have form waves and whatnot. And during like really strong winds and whatnot, you can see water move. So in a certain sense, water is getting blown away. Water is getting pulled away, but like a lot of it's being pulled down because of the adhesive property between water molecules.
Hold up, I need to stop everyone right now. Moderators, can you please keep an eye on the chat? There's multiple people in here talking about essaying the essay that happened to Mel and they're saying that that person should essay me next. Like, please, can we keep an eye on, if there are mods in here, please keep an eye on those comments. It's disgusting.
Wow, that's terrible.
And people wonder why I don't have faith in humanity.
Yeah,
I mean, it's hard the way people behave.
I just blocked two of them, so.
Well, good. They don't deserve to be on your platform. That's outrageous.
Yeah. Carry on your conversation. Sorry.
And I think another thing to note is that water vapor does exist, right? And then you can't really, I mean, when you go by a beach, right, you feel moisture in the air. That's because the water did get blown away in quotation. So this is just like an erroneous statement. It's just.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, I've never heard a statement. I've never even heard an argument about gravity not being real. I mean, so I was just wondering if anybody had heard any arguments, and did it have any validity at all? Which I think it was. So, I don't know. Somebody told me about the dandelion. Whoever just stated that. And that's literally the first I've ever heard of it, and it doesn't equate to me in my mind for sure.
I'm sure there's more, but that was the only one I remembered. But I'm gonna definitely ask that person again though, because I'm sure they have more. So definitely,
definitely. I mean, I think it's always good to ask questions, whether the answer seems obvious or not. I think questioning everything is it's the only way you learn. So I feel like if you don't ask questions, how do you learn?
Even if they're stupid, yeah, I agree with you.
But yeah, is there anything else concerning the topics on the board?
So do you have anything specifically like on the moon landing that because I've seen a lot of evidence I wouldn't say evidence. I've seen a lot of arguments for the reasons that it's faked.
Okay.
But I've seen some of the other side that say, no, this absolutely happened. This is what it appeared this way. But I can't say that I really seen enough that convinced me for sure that it happened.
Okay. So would you rather say that what makes you think that way is that we couldn't possibly get up there, or do you think the evidence itself is faulty? Let me ask you that.
By the way, I do have room on my panel here for one more opposition to come up and discuss, if you like.
It seems to me that the evidence itself is faulty. Like, for one thing, I don't think in 1969 that we had the technology needed to reach the moon.
So let me
doesn't
ask you,
seem to equate to me.
So Katie, hold on. So then it's not the evidence being faulty, it's just that you don't believe that it's practical. Like, there's no way that in 1969 we could have the propulsion or whatever to get us out that. So it really isn't, and I know I'm literally making rocket science down to like something that's simple, but all you need to do to get out of Earth's gravity is defeat the gravitational force, right? And to do that, all you need is a lot of just a lot of good combustion. All you need to do is have the right combustion at the right place to lift yourself up, right? And when it comes to a country literally focused on this, where they're putting 5% of their GDP, and I just learned that from Blitz earlier. I didn't know that till now. 5% of their GDP into
I thought it was higher.
Oh, I don't know. Probably it was. But when you put that much combustion in there and it takes them up, or make the structure to make something that can just lift you up, I think it just becomes feasible, because all they're really doing is controlling an explosion and just forcing the people up and then keeping them in a chamber that's vacuum sealed. I don't really need to break it down to something so simple, but that's what it is.
No, yeah, I totally hear what you're saying. But what about the the asteroid belt that that is directly, that they literally have to pass through it to get to the moon? I
Are
can't
you
remember
talking about the
exactly what it's
debris around the
called.
orbit? Are you talking about referring to the debris around the orbit? Is that? In,
No, there's a specific. I'm trying to remember what it's called.
I think I'm familiar with what you're saying, but
Are
also
you talking about the Van Allen belt?
Yes, the Van
whatever we're
Allen
referring
belt.
to, it's
Thank
still
you.
not that dense, right? There's not like there's asteroids and
Yeah,
debris
it's
every
really
square
not.
inch, you know?
Yeah, so we
So you
actually
just don't think
one of our beloved opposition guests, Delilah, was up here talking about the Van Allen belt earlier, and yeah, like I mean, we answered quite a lot of questions before on that. But
Yeah, I have
I'm
a question
sorry, I just
actually for
missed
you
it. I
guys.
wish I would have heard it, but I
oh,
just
right.
missed that segment.
Okay, sorry
Also,
about that.
Also, Katie, I'll tell you this. If, let's just say, the rocket that we had going up in the moon it managed to collide with something, just an asteroid or even a satellite, right? It'll just tear through it. It's not that dense. It's not an issue. They're just sparse and there's a lot of space between. And if they do hit it, metal on metal, our metal's going to win.
So yeah, so you just think that our stuff is bigger and better and tougher
Yeah, I mean,
than
it
the
literally
Van
is.
Allen belt has to offer, right?
Yeah, it literally is. And if there is anything in the Van Allen, there's a Van Allen belt. Is that correct? If when it goes through
Yeah.
there, right? I don't think there will be anything there that could obstruct it at that point, or even just statistically hit it. You know, there's enough space between there. It's like asking if you go to swimming on a beach, right? And you have a beach to yourself, and there's someone all across on the other end of the beach swimming. You're not going to expect yourself to hit that guy, right? But who's also swimming.
Right.
But so it's kind of like that, you know.
Okay, I get your comparison. So the other thing that made me really question it or really think that it was suspicious was I seen a guy from NASA. He was being questioned about the moon landing, and he was stating that that it's all been lost, and that like all of the tapes, all of
That's
the
just erroneous. That's just a misunderstanding. There was, I think, one mission where the information was lost, the telemetry was lost, but aside from that, there wasn't anything in most moon landings.
Okay, because the way he made it sound.
Wait, hold on, 1 second. 1 second. The DOP. Hi, I just need to know your position on the topics.
Well, I'm just confused about one thing mostly. I'm curious about what camera they use to record in the middle of space to expose footage.
Of the moon or the shape of the Earth?
Not on the moon.
Like for the moon landing, right? Actually, I'm pretty sure Dr. Hasselblad's in the comments that they use the Hasselblad camera, a tripod. They just take it.
Okay. What was the aperture of the lens that they were using?
I'm not familiar with any of that. I'm not a photographer. Hasselblad.
Like the only thing from what
Recorded the person stepping out. Like, how did they? I don't know.
Because I'm a cameraman and I pretty much know quite a bit about cameras, and even today, like with Sony's newest developed sensors, you can expose stuff in low light, and you have to have a pretty low aperture and a pretty good sensor with low pixel density, like maybe around like 12 megapixels.
I would assume they would have that. I mean, the government funded a lot into this. They would likely have a camera like that.
Well,
Cameras weren't even all that, though.
right now.
Like, you have
also
to think.
I could be incredibly incorrect, but I think it was also analog.
Like
film
cameras
footage.
back then were dog shit. Let's be for real now.
Yeah, it's pretty questionable to me, to be honest, because I mean, like I work with cameras all the time, and you go back in time, and those cameras, with all due respect to the guys developed it, they were dog shit.
Can I please switch someone? Can I please switch just briefly? Can I just switch? I don't want to have too much friendlies, but can I switch either Skog or Oblivion just while I've got Hasselblad to come up and explain?
Sure. I could drop down for a bit.
I'll bring
Really,
you
I
back
just
up.
came up because I really all I came up with is because Blaze mentioned dinosaurs. I was like, up here I am.
Okay. We might get to that later, but for now, yeah. Sweet. Okay, cool.
Yeah, if you want to switch me out, switch me out. It's okay.
Yeah, I can bring you back up after.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's fine.
Okay, cool. Cool. So now you can talk about the camera stuff with someone who knows cameras, because I don't know anything about cameras, and I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I am.
You know, I was thinking that not too long ago because I had an iPhone 11. That shit, bro, camera was bad, and I was looking for a new phone to buy. And dude, cameras are so fucking shit. And then I realized how advanced we've become with like the Galaxy phones or whatever. So yeah, it doesn't really quite make sense what kind of good camera we would have back in the 60s. So if somebody could explain it, it'd be great.
Yeah, for sure.
Back in the 60s, the lenses mattered more than the camera itself.
Yeah, the lenses are like the eyeballs.
Yeah, that's for anything though.
Yeah, but that's what I was kind of confused about. But if you could explain it more.
Yeah. So, what makes you think that things they were taking photos of were dark?
No, I'm not just saying that it was dark per
Because they were in space, right?
Well, space is dark because there's nothing for light to reflect off of. But when they, for instance, the 1972 blue marble photo shot in 1972, they were looking at the Earth being lit by the sun. So they just have to expose for that light. When they're on the moon, the same thing. It's pretty much just as bright as it would be on Earth.
There's a big difference between photography and video when you're talking about the two of those. When you're doing photography just means to capture light, by the way. It's a Greek word. But when you're capturing light, you can expose better by adjusting with the shutter, maybe your ISO, if that's digital, which it probably wasn't, and then you can go against...
No, so they use 70 millimeter Ektachrome film.
They used film.
Yeah, 70 millimeter Ektachrome film on a Hasselblad 500 EL camera with an 80 millimeter lens, medium format lens. Their f-stop was between f8 and f11, somewhere in there. The film speed was pretty darn low. I believe it was 160.
Yeah, that's basic for 30 frames a second because you'd have to double your shutter.
No, this is still photography we're talking about, my friend.
1 second, sorry. The Blaze, I'm going to switch you out. I might bring you back up later if we go into
but I guess my question
exposure is exposure, whether you're using a video camera or a still camera.
I mean,
exposure is still
I work on cameras for a living, so when you're doing photography...
Dude, I've been a professional photographer for 25 years.
Yeah, and I do film too. We're not talking about photography. We're talking about how they expose the footage.
Exposure is exposure. Whether you switch your camera today from being a still camera to shooting 4K, 30 frames a second, exposure is still exposure.
Yeah, that's the difference between motion that you can capture. If you're at 30 frames a second, then you're going to have to the shutter.
You said you said that exposure on a film camera, exposure on a still camera is different than exposure on a video camera.
Exposing for photography is different than exposing on film for a camera. You can adjust your shutter.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is. It's completely different.
No, it isn't. No,
dude, I do this for a living.
So do I. It isn't. So does a video camera have a shutter speed?
Did you say you're a filmmaker?
I do both, my friend.
No,
so
just answer the question.
Do film? I am. Would you like to go to my website and vet me?
Like I work.
Would you like to go to my
Black Magic?
Sure. Would you like to go to my website and vet me?
You can go to my website too.
Okay.
Perfect. We can have a pissing match over websites.
So this is my point, is what I'm asking you. When you're talking about photography, I understand that. If I want to take a picture of something, I can adjust my shutter and get a long exposure of anything I want to. It's just when there's motion.
It wasn't a long exposure. Like the Sunny 6. Do you know what the Sunny 16 rule is?
Why is it? Let me ask you this. Why is it that the video footage looks shitter than the photos? Go.
So the video footage doesn't look shitter than the photos. If you compare the actual film footage, like the 8 millimeter footage that they shot on the film on the moon, to the 70 millimeter film that they shot on the moon, both look amazing. If you compare it to the broadcast, there's a huge difference because they only had so much bandwidth on the radio wave that they were sending back, and they only allowed a small piece of that bandwidth to be used for the broadcast video.
And in 69, they shot at f8 or 5.6 and were able to expose on the moon. And what quality was that footage?
Yes. So what do you mean, what quality was that footage? It's 70 millimeter Ektachrome film shot on a Hasselblad.
Okay, would that be like 1080p? Would that go to 720p? Like,
so you don't understand film photography then?
Film photography you're talking about now, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So what is 1080p? What does that measure? That measures pixels. That measures pixels, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Does film have pixels?
No, film doesn't have pixels, but you're not.
Okay, so you can't make it. You can't make a one-to-one comparison.
When you're exposing and you're doing photography, it's not the same as when you're exposing doing film. It's the same thing even with a digital camera.
So answer this question for me. Does a video camera have ISO, shutter speed, and f-stop?
Yep.
Okay. Does it also have a frame rate?
Yep.
Okay. So the only difference between the two cameras is the frame rate.
Yeah, and when you're taking a photo of something, correct? How much frames are you taking?
It depends on how long I hold down my shutter button for. The cameras I currently have shoot around 10 frames a second, but I could go out and get the Canon one that shoots like slow motion. I can stop a bullet with those cameras. Hold it down and get over 30 frames in a second on a still
And the
camera.
higher your shutter goes, the less what comes into it.
Yeah, so if you shoot at a slower shutter speed, eventually, hold on. If you shoot at a slower shutter speed, eventually your frame rate is going to drop. What I am telling you is the light on the moon during the moon landings was sufficiently bright enough that they were shooting at over 1/25th of a second.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Dr. Hasselbeck, so you're saying that, I mean, correct me please if I'm wrong, I'm trying to understand, that there was enough light to shoot the film because of the sun that was reflecting onto the moon, right?
Right.
Okay, and so I have one other question. If, so... who was shooting the astronaut that first stepped on the moon if he was the first person on the moon?
There was a remote video camera attached to the lander. They pushed a button, the door housing that camera opened up. They started that camera rolling before they stepped out. It's just a remote camera on the side of the vehicle.
Okay, so I didn't even know we had anything like that in that year.
Yeah.
So that's just a lack of education on my part.
Yes.
I didn't know that.
And I mean, remote cameras are relatively easy to set up, even in
That's just a
1969.
trigger setup. Yeah, it's just master and a slave to a trigger. That's all it really is.
Well, this was
so
wired.
But definitely something that we had then. Is what
One's
I'm saying.
analog, one's not.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm here to debunk Josh. Josh, you're a shill. That's all I gotta say.
That's true.
Yeah. Yes, I debunked you easily earlier.
Yeah, but I'm
I
just
should
kind of
rage quit
confused
now.
how somebody can think that photography and film are the exact same thing. Like I've never ever in my life heard that. But
So film is a physical object that goes through a camera. When you say photography and film are the same thing, that just doesn't make sense. Film is a physical object that either goes through a video camera or a still camera.
yeah, you're just capturing one frame. We're capturing multiple frames within a certain time period.
Right, but even
I can comprehend that.
Even in the 1970s, there was a such thing as a motor drive where you could capture multiple frames in a second.
Yeah, and you have to crank the shit out of your shutter, which at
you obviously don't understand how a still camera works. What do you mean crank the shit out of your shutter?
Are you talking about photography again?
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm not talking about photography.
Okay, so yes. Do you know what the beam balance experiment is? Can
I'm
you answer the
asking-
question instead of no? Because it wouldn't require a vacuum.
I would say
Because you're
it's an
literally
experiment.
dropping something and changing its acceleration by moving other masses beside it. So,
All right,
so
let's
this
have a look for that.
isn't the Cavendish experiment.
I've never seen that before. Let's have a look.
Yeah, you can look it up yourself, Gas. The
Can I just ask y'all a question? Can I just
So
ask
we
y'all
don't
a
have it.
question? I'm sorry, host. I didn't.
Yeah,
Haley,
sure.
I didn't mean to like have
It's-
everybody leave just from joining. I just really wanted to ask.
No, it's okay.
So
That's fine. Look, I hold up. Before you do, I just want to say, the guests had been up for quite a while. There'd been a few people in the guest request, so I don't mind cycling people. That's all. Karen, you can ask your question.
Appreciate you. So my senior year in high school, I always believed that we landed on the moon, right? But my senior year in high school, my science teacher, he was like 65, and he told me straight up, he was like, "Why was the flag waving if there's no gravity in space?" So I want to ask you
because they were holding.
Why
I
was
mean,
it
they were holding the flag. I mean, they were
we
moving
never
it.
really landed on the moon, right?
No, it's because they were moving the flag, so it was moving.
Yeah, so
they were like
we never
putting it
really
in the
landed
ground.
on the
So
moon, right? That's what I'm saying.
No, that's
Well, how
not
does-
what Haley's saying either.
yeah, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the reason the flag is moving is because somebody is moving it, not the wind or
flag
there's no.
itself. If you look up at a flagpole and the flag is moving, it was doing that, and nobody was like on camera moving it, right?
So what would
Yes, they are.
happen? Yeah, what would happen in a vacuum if you moved something and then walked away, like the flag? So
But at the same time, this was back in what? When did we go to the moon?
Well, hold on. Let's drill down on your
6
point.
times.
People have gone to the moon 6 times, and it's been on
Yes.
camera 6 times.
Yes.
Yes.
It was broadcast live 6 times. Actually, we went 7 times, but Apollo 13 didn't land.
Okay. I just wanted to ask that because I always believed that we didn't land on the moon because of the simple fact of the flag situation, right?
Yeah. So they've recreated this on Earth in a vacuum chamber because a lot of people bring this up. The myth, you can look it up. The Mythbusters did this in a vacuum chamber. They put a flag in there and they had a mechanism to manipulate the flag. So on the moon, they plant the flag and he shakes it and then he lets go. And then you see the flag moving. It's because there's no air resistance to slow the flag down. It moves longer than you would expect.
But there's
because
no
nothing to slow it down.
there's no gravity in space.
There
right?
is
so
gravity.
If you hit it, it's just
There
going
is
to move
gravity.
one way,
There
and
is
then
gravity.
just keep going that one way, right?
There is gravity.
Yeah,
There's
that's why.
gravity in
Between us and the moon, there's gravity. Once you're at the moon, there's 1/6 the gravity we experience on Earth.
So then, why are we taught that there's no gravity in space? Then, if that's real,
That's a misconception. So even the ISS, which is in orbit around Earth, the astronauts are floating there not because there's no gravity, but because they're in constant free fall. They're moving fast enough around the Earth that they don't fall back to Earth. So it'd be like jumping out of a plane and falling forever.
So in
That's
their
what's happening
model,
with the ISS.
in their model, wise guy, there's only gravity when there is mass. So you need like a moon which has mass to pull you towards us. So if you're in space and there's no planets around, then there's no mass, then there's no gravity.
Our
Look at the
entire
formula.
solar system has gravity.
okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
even-
I'm not denying that. I just really wanted to come up and just ask a couple questions because, like, I really want to know what you guys think. All right, so that's one, and then the other one was with the flat. Earth is a globe or Earth is flat. So have you?
Oh, yeah,
guys
this is
ever
Gas's
seen,
favorite.
Have you guys ever seen the Red Bull video where the dude went up
Yeah.
and then jumped out?
He
That was-
the free
that
fall
was
video.
rounded, right?
Say that again.
That wasn't really flat. And he had a camera on him.
Well, the cameras he used had lenses that were going to distort things, because Felix Baumgartner's goal wasn't to show the shape of the Earth; it was to show cool video and break the world record for free fall. Be the guy to jump from the edge of space.
But you could still see that it was
but it
round.
wasn't the actual curvature true to life, because he was using GoPros that have fisheye lenses. Barrel distortion will make a straight line curve, and it will make a curved line curve more. Am I saying that the Earth is flat? No, absolutely not. We know the shape of the Earth, and it's definitely not flat. But using Felix Baumgartner's footage as your evidence is
It's a cool video, though.
So you think we're being completely and utterly lied to about everything?
No, wise guy. Let me be clear.
No, I'm
Earth
genuinely
is a globe.
asking. I'm not trying to
The Earth is a globe. The Earth is a globe. We're not being lied to. But Felix Baumgartner's video isn't going to be great evidence because it used a fisheye lens, and fisheye lenses can bend a straight line into a curve. We have plenty of other videos that show the true shape of Earth, but using Felix Baumgartner's isn't the way to go. That's what I'm saying.
Look, Gas, you had a video or something on screen just then, didn't you? What was that?
Oh, well, that's just to feed its Baumgartner. I mean, it was just Neil deGrasse saying that it's a fisheye lens. Yeah, it's not. You don't see curvature.
Oh, yeah, I'm shocked that you and Doctor are agreeing on something, but it's nice. But I'm sure that won't last long. So, shall we continue?
And I got another question. I'm sorry. I just have a bunch of questions because you guys seem, all of you, like everybody in this panel when I was listening, you guys all seem really smart, and at least do your research. I don't really do my research because at the end of the day, I could really care less. But I just want to know. I just want to see what you guys are, what your brains are thinking.
Go for it.
Do you think that NASA, like, because I heard that NASA was started to explore, like, in the ocean, right?
In the water, yeah.
No,
that's correct.
it wasn't.
Why is that?
They did start
that's
like
completely that's completely untrue. So before NASA, it was NACA, National Aeronautics Commission. And then so they always dealt with aeronautics. NASA stands for National Aeronautics and Space Administration. Before that, it was NAC.
But what I'm saying is, like, I get what you're saying. Like, it's something different. But why wouldn't you want to, like, as the world, as, like, all these smart people, why wouldn't you all want to explore the ocean more rather than going up?
We do.
We really do.
Yeah. So
it's actually easier to go up than it is to go down.
So why have I heard that? Why have I heard that it's like only been explored like 5%?
Because you're probably it's pretty accurate. I mean, we haven't been. The ocean's very, very large and very hard to navigate. Like, it's the pressure being under the water is crazy.
You don't.
We've seen what happened to that submarine.
People saw something, then saw something that terrified them. And they were like, "Oh no, we're not doing this."
Please. Well, we're not doing this. Yeah.
Right.
I'm sorry. We're not doing. I don't want to derail from Gas's conversation if we're going to start talking about things like, I don't know, Loch Ness monsters or something. You know.
No. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about like a different, like an alien, or like, you know what I mean? Something that's like
same thing,
very different. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, alien life likely exists,
like a different
but it's
form of life
to have made it to Earth. Yeah, alien life is likely to exist in our universe, but it is unlikely that it has ever made it to Earth,
or that we'll ever see it. Very unlikely that we're ever going to see in our lifetime an alien species from, outer space or underwater or whatever.
We haven't, like, I kind of just like, you guys said we already landed on the moon 6 or 7 times since then. I haven't seen anything like that. Maybe because I haven't really done my research, but how come
Well, it's been
there's
decades.
still consistent rockets that shoot
You weren't
up
even.
and just
You probably weren't
explode?
even born. How old are you? Sorry.
Rockets.
None of us
How
were
old are you,
born
wise
when they
guy?
went to the when they
I'm
went to-
29.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. See.
Just a baby.
Nobody has
How
witnessed
old are you
a moon
guys?
landing.
I'm 47.
How old's everybody here?
I'm 10 years younger than. Wait, did you say 47, Josh?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm 10. Yeah, I'm like 10 years younger.
I wish. Stay young. Don't get old.
I like to
Getting
say
old
younger.
sucks.
But
So look,
yeah.
wise guy. The main thing is that we have been lied to about the shape of the Earth. At least you can be sure that you're not on a spinning ball flying through a vacuum of space. Like there is, like if we try and get the evidence of Hasselblad today, it'll be very hard to get physical evidence.
Not
You don't
very hard
think-
at all.
You don't think that it's actually like happens? Because like when you look at the clouds, they kind of move like a little bit, and they move in a circle, I guess. But I mean, I'm not really into science that much. I can be honest with you.
No, I'm saying that
my strong suit is, like, English.
there is no science to prove that gravity is
There is.
is a force.
We were talking about this earlier. So in a non-inertial reference frame, you can use Newtonian gravity perfectly fine. If you want to get more precise with
it's just talk.
what do you
It's just
mean, how?
words. Show a demonstration.
Well, saying
of
the
what you're
Earth is
talking
flat
about.
is just words.
No, we observe that everybody sees a flat horizontal horizon.
Sure,
Nobody.
But no, I
walks
feel like the
horizon.
Earth is flat. Honestly, when I first heard it, it came up like when I was in like after high school, like around 2012, 2013. That's when I started hearing people say the Earth is flat. I never heard it before then, ever.
Well,
Maybe because of social media.
everybody thought
that may be a
everybody
thing.
believed the lie. I believed the lie. I used to like the idea of space and being an astronaut and going to different planets. And then when you realize, we can't leave the
But
atmosphere.
no,
rockets.
you at least hear about something, because back when 9/11 happened, even in 2004, 2005, you would see videos of people saying, "Listen, this was set up. This was set up." Now that I'm
That's
older,
a whole nother conspiracy.
I 110% think that it's set up. But no, it's just an example. Just an example, right? I'm saying, just an example. That's all.
Okay.
I completely get
All right.
it. But I'm just saying, like,
I think I'm gonna move
when
on from this. I don't
Alright,
want to
go
talk
for it.
about this. Yeah. All right. Well, thanks for coming up, though.
No, you're good.
Thank you. I appreciate it. All right. Continue.
By the way, I
Yeah,
saw
I mean-
Dr. Blitz appearance in the chat. How you doing?
I mean, one of the
What's
main
it, sorry?
reasons. This is one of the main reasons.
I saw
why-
Blitz in your chat.
Oh yeah, he was up
up
before.
earlier.
He was. Oh, Gaz,
Oh.
why don't you show Dr. Hasselblad your little presentation? This will be
Oh,
interesting.
well, basically, I can just explain it. It was just a tube with gas, and it was showing how gas would rise and fill the available space. You know this, though, right?
Yeah, but if it's an enclosed system, then the gas will fill it, and you won't have a gradient.
Yeah, it will fill the available space.
So, not what we experience in reality.
Well, what do we experience in reality?
We experience a pressure gradient that's measurable.
Where does that pressure come from? You see, we keep going around, all right? And that's your problem. Unless you have that science to show, you can't say that there is pressure.
So
without
do
container.
air molecules run into each other?
I don't know. I've never seen a molecule.
So, good Lord.
Have you seen a molecule? Can you show me a molecule?
Yeah, so does our air touch other air?
I don't know. There's no molecular bonding. They move and they're omnidirectional. They move in all directions.
Yeah, so
there's no bonding. There's no bonding with the air. Yeah, it spreads in equally all directions.
So if all of these air molecules are omnidirectional and all of them are moving in all directions, do they collide with each other?
I've never seen that.
Yeah. Can I chime
So
in?
you just want to be
It's so sorry.
disingenuous about it. Got it.
No, anything you say when it comes to the globe, you have to prove. It's not a conversation of chit chat
Anything
and
you say,
philosophy.
I'm just going to say nuh-uh to.
I
It's
think
not
what gas pressure
philosophy.
is trying to say is, I think he's trying to say, we can have a high pressure next to low pressure without the barrier. With every experiment that we've carried out on Earth, high and low pressure always seeks equilibrium. So we cannot have the atmospheric condition next to a vacuum or space with no pressure, and it doesn't seek
Where do we
equilibrium.
have
That's all.
high pressure next to low pressure? Where's the dividing line that there's high
in
pressure
your model.
next to low pressure?
In your model,
No.
it shows
In our model, we definitely don't have that.
The Earth being a sphere suggests that the atmosphere is is contained in this is adjacent to the vacuum of space.
So at what altitude? At what altitude is there high pressure next to low pressure, please, in our model? Because that is in our model.
Yeah, it is in your model.
You're making a claim that our model.
There is no physical
so let me explain
barrier to hold
let me
in
explain
the
our
air.
model to you.
So
Smart.
the air is supposed to seek equilibrium. It's supposed to get off and
Can I just quickly ask a question? Can I just ask? Do you Josh Smart? Do you know each other? Have you talked before? Or is this a first encounter? Okay, cool. I just wanted to know because sometimes a lot of people know each other in this realm. So carry on. Sorry, I didn't mean to derail.
So Smart. Let me explain.
Can I just settle the point I'm trying to make before you? Okay. So the experiments that we're able to carry out is we can take a balloon, right? We can blow air into a balloon, and then we see that air trying to escape from in every direction. The air is trying to escape up, it's trying to escape down. And the moment you pop the balloon, the air seeks equilibrium, right? That is how it works. It seeks equilibrium with the surrounding atmosphere. And when we take a can of soda, we open it, you hear the psst. That sound is the compressed air in that soda can seeking equilibrium with the low pressure around it. So when we have the vacuum of space with no air molecules whatsoever sitting adjacent.
No, that's not what the vacuum of space is.
Wait, sitting adjacent to the atmosphere of the Earth. We are supposed to see that seeking equilibrium and the atmosphere of the Earth without a barrier. There is no barrier stopping the atmosphere from escaping into space.
So here's where you're wrong. The vacuum of space is not an area with zero molecules in it. And our atmosphere isn't high pressure next to low pressure.
That area behind this, hold on. This astronaut cannot, there's no air for this astronaut to breathe. That means
but there are air molecules. There are air molecules at
I mean
there's
is
no medium
space
in
has
space.
less air molecules than the Earth,
Jesus
right?
Christ.
So it's supposed to seek equilibrium.
Do you want the explanation?
Hold up! Stop! I don't want you both just jumping on Josh all at once. Like at least just tag team and then let Josh respond, please.
What's the medium of space, Josh?
The medium of space has molecules in it that are extremely spread out. That is the difference between. There are many molecules in space.
Okay, so would you consider space a vacuum? It's not a perfect vacuum, but it is void. It is void of
No, that would be a perfect vacuum, Smart. You can't say it's not a perfect vacuum and then say there's no molecules. A perfect vacuum is an area with zero molecules.
Not talking about molecules, we're talking about gas.
I know. Even if there are molecules
Yeah,
in
gas
space,
molecules. Holy shit.
Even if there are molecules in space, how does the wind blow? The wind blows when the light air evaporates and the heavier air falls.
So Smart, let me ask you this.
Equilibrium. If they are less,
yeah. So let me ask you this, Smart.
Equilibrium with the Earth.
You're just reiterating what you already said, and I'm trying
because you
to
are not
explain
addressing
it to
the
you.
point.
I am addressing the point.
He is addressing the point. Also, I've summoned Amber, so hopefully she tunes up soon. I love Amber.
Slick has got to get here. So Smart.
I love her.
Like the average sea level air pressure on Earth is like 14.5, 14.8. Can 14.7 exist next to 14.8?
What does that prove?
Is
please?
there no? Is there an issue with that? Answer yes or no. Can
I'll need you to finish up
14.7?
I'll need you to finish with your because you just call
Yeah,
it
if you
numbers.
change the temperature,
Answer the
that can,
question.
yeah, if the temperature change, yeah.
Yeah. So our atmosphere infinitely thins out
because of temperature.
It goes beyond the moon. Particles of our atmosphere make it beyond the moon. There is nowhere in the heliocentric, I almost said heliosexual, because that's what I like to be called. There is nowhere in the heliocentric model where Earth's atmosphere stops and space begins. There is no high pressure next to low pressure. As a matter of fact, a hurricane has high pressure next to low pressure in a much more dramatic way than our atmosphere does with space. And yet we know hurricanes can exist. The lower the pressure of a hurricane, the stronger it is. And hurricanes are steered by high pressure systems and they never mix.
So
this is all fairy tale nonsense.
It isn't fairy tale nonsense.
Hold on.
Where
What
does
would you
the
say
pressure come
holds the
from?
water to the earth from
What
falling?
holds the water to the earth?
Yeah.
Gravity.
What would you say? Gravity? Okay. What would you say holds the air, the atmosphere to the earth?
Gravity.
Exactly. So now this is one thing that you could always do. You said the air is held on by gravity, right? And before I came on the live, I heard you saying that the gravity of the moon, there is gravity on the moon, basically. So if the gravity on the moon is strong enough to pull the bodies of water and cause a bulge, you know, how that tides are explained on the heliocentric model, if that is what the moon is doing, why doesn't the moon pull away the air molecules?
Okay,
from the Earth
so it's just a simple misunderstanding that you have about what matters with the calculation of gravity. So the two masses involved, the size of those masses matter, and their distance apart matters. Is there more mass in the ocean than our air? Do the oceans have a ton of mass compared to our air?
And before we even talk about gravity, I'd like you to choose to say.
No, wait. Answer the question.
Einsteinian
You're doing the classic
So which one are you talking about?
Gish Gallop. Yeah. So do the oceans have more mass than air? Yes or no?
No, the ocean has more mass. Yeah, they do have more mass than air. Yeah.
Okay. So we would expect that the oceans will be pulled by gravity with the moon, and that the air would not. However, we lose particles in our atmosphere every single day.
So would you say the sun's gravity is stronger than the moon's
tons of
gravity?
them.
Hold on. If the sun's gravity is holding on to the Earth, holding on to Pluto, holding on to Neptune, how does it not affect the moon? And why does the sun?
Because what's the moon closer to?
Gravity is so strong. Why doesn't it affect the tide as well? And why doesn't it when the moon goes around?
It does. There is a such thing as solar tides. There is a such thing as solar tides. You can
what I'm asking is the sun's gravity is holding on to Earth, holding on to Pluto, right? And why does it not affect the moon? Why does it? Why is it that when the moon
does
goes,
affect the moon? So what's the moon closer to?
according to
Earth
your
or
model,
the
it
sun?
doesn't. It says the moon is tidally locked with the Earth. That is what it says.
So what's the moon closer to, Earth or the sun?
The moon is closer to Earth, so that doesn't. The sun.
Okay.
The sun is holding on to Pluto. Remember, so the sun's gravity is strong enough to hold on to the last planet, but it's so weak enough to skip their moons. Does that make sense to you?
No, it's not skipping the moon. It's that the Earth's gravitational pull on the moon is stronger than the sun's gravitational pull.
How? But the sun is holding on to Pluto. It's holding on to Pluto, though. Do you know about the three-body problem?
Sure.
The three-body problem.
Yeah, the three-body problem has been solved, and you can go look that up yourself. You go look it up yourself. Has the three-body problem been solved? Type it into the internet and hit return.
Blitz is also telling us the moon orbits the sun too. I mean, I think we knew that, but I don't know if Smart did.
Yeah, I saw
I do
that.
know. I no. The thing is, they claim that the moon is tidally locked in because the moon is closer to the Earth. But what I'm saying is that the sun holds on to the Earth, holds on to Jupiter, holds on right up to Pluto. But it doesn't affect the moon in any way. But it
Do
does
you
affect
notice
Pluto. Like, how is
do
that
you notice
possible?
how the sun isn't pulling anything into it? Do you know why?
You see, because it's falling around, and I know many people don't
Yeah,
understand
because
that
of the
we are actually
speeds.
corkscrewing. We are corkscrewing. The sun is moving
No, we're
as
not.
well.
We're not. No, 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 no,
The
no.
sun is shooting
Absolutely
through the
not.
vacuum of space.
No, 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 no. It is not. So the sun is moving, but it's moving with our galaxy. Our galaxy orbits its center around Sagittarius A star, which is a black hole. So the sun and actually the Earth, everything in our solar system, and everything you can see in with your naked eye at night orbits with the galaxy. We are on a gigantic merry-go-round, and we're all orbiting the center of our galaxy. The sun is not a freight train barreling through space with a bunch of planets behind it that are train cars. That's just factually incorrect. The sun
No.
does move through space, but it's moving through space with our galaxy and everything else in it.
No, the
If you're
sun.
going to try and
According to your model, the sun is a burning ball of helium, which defies gravity on Earth.
No,
By the way.
the sun is not a burning ball of helium. According to our model, the sun is nuclear fusion, which is caused by the extreme gravitational pull it has, and it's colliding particles of hydrogen together so hard that it gives off energy, and some of that is helium. It is
Okay,
not it's plasma. It's not burning.
So how did you come? How did you know the medium of the sun? Did you do
Spectroscopy.
Oh, bro, that's
Spectroscopy, and
retarded.
we've well, careful with that word because you'll get dropped and banned by TikTok really quick.
Oh, my bad. But what I'm saying is, I've looked into it, and it is not a
Sorry, I didn't hear the word, so I'm sorry.
It was the R slur for people with a mental deficiency.
Oh yeah, we can't say that.
Have you heard of that? Corpuscular sun rays?
Corpuscular rays, yes. Have you heard of standing on a railroad track?
No. It doesn't logically follow. I've heard of all these arguments.
It does logically follow. It's a perspective thing. If you're
It's not a
if you have here's something that you can do to prove this. So if you look at corpuscular rays from an airplane, they're parallel. If you look at corpuscular rays from the side, they are parallel. This has been done. If you stand in the middle of corpuscular rays, they appear to diverge due to perspective, just like railroad tracks. If you stand in the middle of railroad tracks, they don't look parallel, yet we know they are. However, if you go a little higher or off to the side, they look parallel.
Sorry, doctor. I just have to. I had to remove Rain. Sorry, Rain. You got a violation. I don't know what for, but I've dropped you down. You should be okay.
Rain may have gotten a violation for what Smart said.
Okay, so
they may have violated the wrong person.
So when you look at the picture I have on my screen, right? You see.
Hold on, Smart. 1 second. Yeah, Saint Nick. Everyone knows I'm not an actual doctor, and I'm a photographer. Dr. Hasselblad is a play on words and a joke that used to happen. So you're not saying anything that people don't already know. Anyway, go on.
Yeah, I mean, no one's calling you Santa Claus because your name's Saint Nick, right? I mean, but we get the joke.
Yeah. So when you look at the picture I have on my screen, right? You see.
Oh, sorry. Wait, I've got. Oh, sorry. I'm just about to expand gas.
Show Smart. Show Smart.
Smart's one first. Okay, Gas. I'll put you up second if you've got something.
So you see that the sun rays necessitates, they are supposed to come in parallel, and the sun rays are supposed to come in from horizon to horizon. We are supposed to see the sun rays come in parallel from one horizon
to horizon.
Like the what I mean is the entire the entire
50%
horizon,
of the Earth.
yeah, should be lit up and it should come in parallel. I have another picture I'm gonna show you real quick.
Is.
Yeah, something
Yeah.
like this. According to
No, that's not the way it would look.
Hold on.
So does light bend?
He made an experiment, right, with sticks and shadows, right? So he assumed that the sun rays are coming in parallel. That is how that's how his experiment.
You mean
was.
Eratosthenes? So Eratosthenes didn't use sticks and shadows. He used wells.
Hold on, right? So he made an assumption that the sun rays are coming in as the picture above
100%.
shows, right? So because of that
100%.
assumption,
Eratosthenes totally made an assumption on
bro,
his
would you
first,
just let me finish what I'm trying to say before you come in? Like that makes it more easy.
Hold up. To be fair, I mean, you're not really. Okay, carry on.
Yeah.
Carry on.
Just land your plane, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. So because of the assumption he made, that is how he was able to establish that the Earth is a sphere. But when we look at reality and how the sun rays actually come in, they come in corpuscular, showing that the light source that sends out these rays are not they are not like millions of miles away. They are not 93 million miles away.
Have you ever gone into a church with a stained glass window and seen crepuscular rays coming in through the window?
I've heard of that.
Okay. Does that mean the sun is directly outside the window? Because that's what those crepuscular rays would necessitate, according to you.
No.
So if we're standing in the church, we can see the rays converge just outside that window. So why isn't the sun just outside the window?
When you talk about the church, the glass that the light comes through, reflects and reflects the
So it
light.
bends the light. So it bends the light, kind of like the cloud, right?
No, it's not.
So double standard then. Got it.
No, the sun creates a hot spot on the clouds. Even when we go above, like when you saw
the sun doesn't create a hot spot on the cloud.
It does.
Light reflects off of a cloud.
Oh my days!
And
hold on, man. Do you see the two pictures I'm showing you right now?
Do you see the percentage of you talking versus me talking?
No. Do you see the two pictures?
Yeah, I actually want Josh to answer and have a question for you, because you have been asking a lot of questions, and I want Josh to and I'm bringing up Atlantic because she's good at calling out bullshit.
Why you do that?
Because Saint Nick might be coming up soon, and I don't. Well, hold up. Saint Nick might be coming up soon, and I don't want Josh, because I'm not gonna lie, I'm not great at physics stuff, right? I can use my common sense, but I'm not great at physics stuff and all that. But I don't want Josh to feel like he's gonna have Gas, Smart, and Saint Nick against him.
And
now I'm about to drop anyway. I have to go to work, but I just wanted to, just end it with this. I don't have a lot of time on here. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. The sun rays in the above picture is what we're supposed to see, but we do not see that. We see what is shown.
Eratosthenes absolutely made an assumption when he did his first experiment. The first time the Eratosthenes experiment was done, he made assumptions. However, we can repeat that today with more observers, and you can assume that the Earth is flat and that the sun is closer than we're told, and test that with the Eratosthenes experiment. As a matter of fact, Dr. Blitz has done that exactly. He in his class, when he was teaching physics at the university level, did the Eratosthenes experiment, and they said, the Earth is flat, the sun is closer than we're told, let's do the Eratosthenes experiment with that assumption. The problem is when you do the Eratosthenes experiment with more than two observers, you prove that to be false, because there is a non-linear relationship between the shadows. So, for example, if you set up 10 crayons on a table and space them apart and then turn on an individual light, and like you put a flashlight at one end, set up your 10 crayons. For every distance, choose a distance, an inch, a centimeter, a meter, a foot. For every distance you move away from that light, you can predict the length of the shadow of those objects. That's a linear relationship between.
Yeah, I'm just going to give hold on, please.
Hold
I'm
on.
sorry. I just want to go right now, but I just want to close in with something before I leave. So
you don't want to hear the rest of my explanation that destroys what you just said.
It doesn't destroy anything.
Dude. It does, because when you make. So here's the problem with the Eratosthenes experiment.
I really have to go right now. That is
so
why
then you can leave and listen to what I'm saying. Hold on. So when you do the Eratosthenes experiment in reality, the shadows do not have a linear relationship.
It has been done on both models.
It doesn't work on both models, and so you're listening to respond instead of listening to the facts of the explanation. So it doesn't work on both models. That's the entire point.
If the sun is local, if the sun is local and close, then you have three wells.
Atlantic,
right? When the sun
why
moves,
do you want to be right so bad, even though you're wrong?
Over the flat surface.
So, so do you know what the linear relationship between the shadows means?
Yes, I've heard about that.
Okay, so please steel man my position. What is the linear
No, he's asking. Hold up. He's asking you if you know what they mean, not if you've heard about it.
What do I mean?
Crickets.
What do I mean between?
I've heard about the argument he's trying to
Okay, so what does it mean?
And I've heard about and I have.
What would it necessitate?
Hold on.
What would it necessitate?
I've heard about the argument he's trying to make. He's trying to say it works on the globe, but it doesn't work on the flat Earth.
No, that's not what I'm trying to say.
But
what I'm trying to say,
hold up, stop. He's not asking you that. He's not trying to say that. He's asking you a question. Do you know what it means? Yeah, Atlantic, that is a straw man. Oh, guess. Guess. Yeah, you've been very, 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 very quiet for a bit. I'm sure that's the reason why.
Well, I was letting.
sorry.
The colleague
had to do something.
So here's what it means. Let me explain it very thoroughly to you, so you don't use it as evidence anymore, because it's something that's very easy to prove. So if you have your kitchen table and you set objects up on your kitchen table and then have a stationary light, because that's what's required for the Eratosthenes experiment, you make a measurement at one moment in time. So you freeze a moment in time and make that measurement. So you have the stationary flashlight. No matter where you put that light, either really high, really low, off to the side, whatever, wherever you put that light, you can predict the shadow length based on how far the object is from the light. And it will be a linear relationship. So if you set them up 1 inch apart, for every inch that you get further away from that light, the shadow length will grow proportionally. That's not what happens in reality. There is a non-linear relationship between those shadows. This is something that is very easy to prove.
But the Earth,
can do this in reality.
Yeah, I've understood what you're saying, but according to the flat Earth model, the sun is not stationary upon the Earth. It moves like a spotlight.
Yes, but you're making a measurement all at the same time, at the same split second. Does the sun move in a split second?
In a split second.
We're not taking. So let's say Haley's in New Zealand, Gas is in the UK, and I'm in the US. Let's say we all decide to do this together.
Hey, I'm running late for work. Can I just say my closing statement? Can I just close?
Oh, thanks for the dark.
Yeah, so
you're not addressing anything. At least you're not addressing apps. You're addressing nothing. You're just making statements and then wanting to run away. And meanwhile, Josh is sitting here quite happy to answer all of your questions and fire some back at you. And you're like, oh, no, I've got to go.
Yeah. So I'll come back later, but right now I just have to like.
No, of course. Yeah, they all say that. They all say that.
So all the proofs that they have for the globe, the main proof is that ships go over the horizon. But with the same breath, the globers are gonna say, "Oh, at Felix Baumgartner couldn't see the curve of the Earth, but we can stand at a shore and see ships going over the curve. But at that height, we couldn't see the curve." I mean, that's I don't know what to call that, but that doesn't hold. It doesn't look so good for the real centrist. And also,
you don't even know what it's called. How can you say it's not good? I mean, crickets again. You want to sit there and say oh, they want to say this. But I don't know what it's called.
Are you making claims? Are you making claims about our seasons based on how close we are to the sun?
The seasons do not make sense.
Yeah, you don't want to go down the season route.
I was just talking to my wife, so I didn't catch
I'm running
most
late
of
for work. Like I've had a lot of these debates.
Of course you are. Listen, Slick. Next time you come up here, why don't you try answering some questions?
Yeah, next time. But right now, I don't have time.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like you only have
Okay.
time.
Thanks for coming. Oh, he's gone.
Because all I was hearing was just like he just wanted to hear himself talk. He wasn't open to nothing anybody else was saying. Oh, but I gotta go to work.
Yep.
30 minutes ago, but you're still here.
Yeah. Well, Saint Nick has left the chat, which is probably a good thing. Gas, you can continue.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get an image.
What were we talking about, Gas? Was it gravity or the shape of the Earth?
Oh,
I can't remember.
So here's another interesting evidence that the Earth is flat, right? And again, this is with an experiment that anyone can do themselves.
If you don't want to see me dancing with somebody.
We see this ray, this beam running across the ocean. Now, if the Earth were curved, okay, this is how it would look like on a curved surface. You would shine the light and you would get a hot spot.
How much curvature is in that photo?
In which photo?
So that bottom photo, how much? What's the distance to the horizon?
I don't know.
Okay, so how can you make that claim then?
Because we have an observed phenomena.
Let's say that guy is 6 feet. How much distance is there to the horizon on average? 6 feet.
Don't know.
At sea level. About 3 miles or so. How much curvature is there over 3 miles?
Don't know.
Not even half of
what you're saying.
Not even half of a degree.
I don't have any answer for what I didn't claim. I'm claiming.
Well, that's true. You don't have any answers. That's 100% correct. That's the first correct statement you've made.
All I have is an observation in nature. We go out in nature. We see this. Can we replicate this on a curved surface? So we get a curved surface and we try to replicate. Can't do it. We get a flat surface.
Let me do the math. Let me do the math
long
for you.
line, just like what we see in reality. So that's what I'm showing. I don't have numbers. I don't have measurements. I'm saying, can we replicate what we see in nature? And that's what we see here.
Well, the thing is that like the distance part is like a big factor, and that little experiment I don't think is really covering that.
Well, the key with science is when you look outside in nature, can we repeat in the laboratory what we observe? And the answer
absolutely.
Is flat Earth. Yeah,
of course we can.
You can't repeat, for example, an apple falling due to gravity. So you can't show mass attracting mass in a laboratory. That's what I'm talking about.
Absolutely, we can.
Okay, let's have a look. Let's see. I've just shown you my experiment. Let's see your experiment.
No, you didn't. So, Gas, that's not an experiment. That is you going to the beach and looking at something.
Yeah, and I just showed you that you take a card, a flat card,
so
you take a light, you put it on a curved surface, and see if the beam goes
Okay.
across the
Did
surface.
you?
And what you'll find,
Did you
what you'll find
curve?
is that you get a
Did you?
hot spot, and on a flat surface, you'll find you get a long,
Sure.
straight
Did
beam.
you
So that's what
curve?
we do.
Did you curve your card to scale with how much curvature there is said to be in that picture?
This would happen on Jupiter, on Pluto. It doesn't matter about the
Okay,
size of the
so once
Earth.
again, you're
It's
not going to
talking about
answer. You're not going
because
to
it would
answer my
happen on
question.
any curved surface. It would happen on a basketball.
No, it
would
wouldn't.
happen
It
on any
wouldn't happen
size.
on any curved
size
surface.
curved surface should be the same effect.
So what's happening there is a perspective thing. It's a perspective thing. So
Okay,
if you're
can you
small
replicate
enough, oh Jesus Christ, gas. Yes, you can. So if you're
have a
small
look.
enough on a curve. So if you're
Oh, you're
small
just going
enough,
to preach to.
and
Oh, you're going to preach to us. Go on. I'll mute.
yeah. So just like you said, you have no answers. So if you have no answers, shut up and listen. Jesus Christ.
Oh, wow.
Like,
I'm getting so
if you're small enough on a curved surface that is curving extremely gradually, so gradually that in the observation you showed, it's basically flat, then of course that can happen. There's about 18 arc seconds of curvature over 1,200 feet. An arc second is thinner than a human hair. Do the math. Of course, there's not much curvature in that bottom photo that you showed. We are very small compared to Earth. So that observation is not an issue. You can't take a golf ball or a football or a basketball and compare it to Earth with this, because that is not the claim. You would have to shrink down to the size of like a quark on a basketball to make that observation. And if you did that, then the observation would be the same as reality. So yes, we can replicate this, but you have to do it to scale.
Yeah. By the way, I've taken my mic might not be as good because I had to charge my phone, and so I had to remove the little thing. So, but anyway, Gas. Yep. Any response to that?
Again, because I'm providing. All we're hearing from this guy is preaching. I'm not interested in his sermon. I want
Gas,
to
do you have answers of how it works on your model?
Interrupts me again. I want to see what you're talking about physically. Provide the physical, practical, demonstrable, observable proof, and we can move forward.
Yes,
like
Dr. Blitz, hold up. Dr. Blitz already showed you an experiment earlier. The same
What did he show?
Well, he showed you the Mythbusters experiment about the. Well, Gas, it's no different from the experiment you provided.
Yeah, but that would be an experiment I would use because that is density.
No, but he also pointed out the flaws in your own experiment.
No. He presumes there's a force. He presumes gravity. That's his basis, gravity.
No, he didn't presume gravity. He measures gravity.
He said
Blitz
gas is being
has
held down by
personally
gravity.
himself measured gravity.
He said
You
gravity
can measure
is
gravity
holding
too.
down. He said gravity is holding down the gas. That's his claim. Right? There is no science to support. There is no science to support mass attracting mass. Show it.
Yes, there
Let's
is.
have a look. Let's have a look.
Beam
Let's see it right
beam
now.
balance experiment.
Let's see it right now. Put it on. Put it on
the beam balance
big
experiment.
Yes, I guess you're right. We can't show you right now. You've debunked us. Okay, great. Now, do you want to move on to something else that's worth arguing about? We can't show you this experiment right now. Okay, cool.
Why not? It's science. But go on, you got a new guy in here.
So scientists typically don't video record stuff to prove it to you, Gas. That is not something scientists do. They don't. Scientists should show it for students. No.
Yes.
So what scientists do is write a paper that's basically a recipe for what they did so students can replicate it. They aren't interested in giving videos 99% of the time because that's not how science is done.
Yeah, if you
People
can't observe it, it doesn't exist.
I have a question.
Yeah, because
So
they
is
can't
an
create a video
observation
because
is
it
only
doesn't
video?
exist.
Hold up. Wait, Atlantic.
Yeah, I'm just curious as to like why does he ignore the experiments, like the ones he showed that actually prove the Earth is the globe?
What? Like
Yeah,
what?
there's been many. Over the last how many weeks? There's been many experiments brought forth to you, and you haven't accepted them. And I'm not. Look here. I'll give you credit. You have come to these debates recently with, your own sort of evidence.
With the goods. With the goods. Yeah, with goods.
Right. I mean, you've brought things to the discussion, right? So cool, but like you are denying it. Like again, with this MythBusters video that Blitz pulled up, you were just like not interested.
No, I am interested. Again, that's not correct, Haley. I am interested.
I'm speaking. This is what you do. Every time someone disproves you on something, oh, you preaching, oh, that's blabberish, but you don't apply that same standard to the crap that you're showing us.
What do you mean? I'm showing you practical.
Hold on, we could just say the same thing about the crap you show us, and that's it, we've won.
Yeah, because we're all looking at it together. I'm showing you something that we all look at it
Show
together.
us an actual experiment, though,
Same
Gas.
things too. We've all shown you same things too, but
Wait,
you like,
hold up.
that's nonsense.
Wait, Gas, do you want to show us your little presentation again?
Not really. I can't bother to get in the history. But yeah, I did it earlier on, Hasselblad. You missed it. They all saw it. I brought up real science. Blitz saw it. We questioned it. There is no issue. I don't have an issue with what you guys are saying, apart from back it up with an experiment. That's it.
So when we show you the experiments, you say, no, those are words on paper.
Well, where's
that
the
doesn't mean
experiment?
anything.
Where's the experiment? Show
Experiments
it right now.
are written in scientific papers so they can be peer-reviewed and then published if they're found to be true.
Yeah, because it's only written on paper because it can be proven in the light.
Okay.
Oh yeah, let purple.
One
Purple
cares
Ray
about the
have a
bullshit
go.
photo that you you got from Google.
Man, you could prove water is wet. You could prove wind is cold. I'm not a glober, man, because the globe, the globe thing doesn't add up. Because it really doesn't add up, because you could only prove a lot of the stuff you prove about the lights because one of the surfaces are fixed. If both of them are moving, then light doesn't work like that. Light only works when it finds something to work on.
What do you mean?
What do I mean?
Light needs a medium.
Light needs a medium.
Light does not need a medium. So
God,
can we?
Yes, it does. Oh my God!
Okay,
show us then. Prove it.
Sure. This is really easy to do. Can we create a vacuum chamber on?
No. You show us right now. Light doesn't need a medium.
Sure. Can we create a vacuum chamber on Earth?
Stop asking me questions. Just show it.
So can we create a vacuum chamber on Earth?
There you go. So you can't show it.
Okay.
More preaching.
So
this is your version of him showing evidence to me.
Have you seen the Brian Cox experiment in the
this
vacuum
is your
chamber?
version of me getting evidence by him just preaching.
So Gas, there's a reason you don't want to answer me. Have you seen
No, I don't want to
Brian
answer you. I don't want any questions. You said light can travel without a medium. Prove it and show us.
Because we have vacuum chambers with light in them. There isn't a medium in a vacuum chamber. How can we see in a vacuum chamber if a medium is required?
Let's see it then. Show it.
Where did purple go? Never mind.
I don't know.
Okay.
So the most famous vacuum chamber experiment in these conversations is the bowling ball and the feather falling and hitting the ground at the same time. There is no medium in that vacuum chamber, yet we have video of it. Video doesn't work unless light travels through the camera.
Vacuum, can you? You can't make a full vacuum.
There is no full vacuum anywhere in the universe.
Well, there's your point then. So you need a medium for light to travel through.
Absolutely not. So having 10 particles of air is a medium?
If it's something for light to travel through.
Okay, so light needs 10 particles of
Light
air
needs
for
a
it to...
medium. You can't show otherwise.
So
Only your
gas,
nonsense mathematics
if that's your claim, then there's enough particles
No,
of
no, no.
air
I'm
in
not making a
space.
claim. I'm not making a
You
claim.
are.
You're claiming. No, you're claiming
Did
that
you
you
not
can
just
show
say
this.
light requires a medium? You said light requires a medium. That's
Because
absolutely
there's
a claim.
no such thing. Because there's no such place as a void. That's
Sure,
why.
sure. Let's go with that then. Then there's no problem. There is zero problem because there are particles in space. So if you want to believe that light requires a medium, then there's enough medium in space for light to travel.
Water.
Sure. Oh, okay. There's a claim. Can you prove that?
No, that's what I get from the Bible.
Okay, so you're just making baseless claims with
fake.
zero
I haven't been there.
evidence.
I can tell you straight up, I haven't been there. I can't show
You haven't been there yet.
physically.
You made.
But you won't say this.
You made an absolute claim.
No, it's not
that
absolute.
Space is water.
No,
Is space
I'm
water?
saying I've explained
Is
how
space water?
I know that. According to the Bible, yes.
Okay.
According to your Bible, no.
And where's the empirical evidence in the Bible?
According to your Bible, your scripture,
Hey
your
guys, I
science
just had to
paper,
come on. Sorry for interrupting.
Oh, I thought you were late for work.
Yeah. I'm late, but I'm just leaving right now. I just wanted to come on and say, Gas Pressure, he is not actually a flat earther. This is just a setup to make people think flat Earth is dumb. He's making poor arguments and using the Bible a lot because he's just trying to make all you all think that he's
Okay,
a
you
flat
guys
earther,
debate.
but he's
Go.
not.
I want to listen to the debate
two of
between
them.
Gas and Smart.
I know all these people on this panel because I know this Dr. Hasselblad guy and this Gas Pressure guy. He is not a flat earther. He's just on here to make you all think that it is done by making poor debates and using the Bible as his proof.
Yours were even worse.
Go to flatearthdave.com. Do not believe what these people are telling you. Do not believe what Flat Earth Dave says. Go and...
Matt, your arguments were worse than Gas's. I've got to be honest, but just saying.
Not a flat earther, guys. Don't let him fool you. Like, this is actually scary. You guys go right to the... Like, you guys do a lot just to make the flat earth look stupid. This guy is on here talking about the Bible. I know him. I know Dr. Hasselblad and I know Gas Pressure. He is not a flat earther, 100%.
You know me?
Right now. And this is scary. Why are you all doing this?
When did
are
we
you all
meet?
getting paid for this? Are you all working for the government or something? Like, this is crazy. Like, this is actually scary. Go to flatearthdave.com and find out this information for yourself. These people are on here pretending to be flat earthers and make poor arguments using the Bible as their proof just to make people think that it is actually what flat earthers are thinking. That this is wild, bro. No wonder why he keeps talking about the Bible.
Well, whether you use the Bible, whether you use the Bible or your quote unquote science to prove flat Earth, they are equally wrong.
But why does Gas Pressure
Science
have to be
can
on here
prove the
pretending?
globe.
All of you all know yourself.
Wait, hold on.
Like, you
Hold
know
on.
Gas
And Gas
Pressure.
is
pretending?
You know
Hold
he
on.
is not a flat earther. Why do
Hold
you
on.
have to pretend he is
No.
and make false
Matt, you're
arguments?
steamrolling.
Like,
Matt,
you
you're
guys,
steamrolling. No, you're steamrolling. To be fair, in Gas's defense, he hasn't really. He's tried to avoid the Bible, right? He has mentioned it like twice, I think. About something about the I don't know what it was. The first one was
it doesn't matter. All of you all know yourselves.
Remember?
I've met you on Average Global's page. Average Glober. All of you all know yourselves. Gas Pressure is not a flat earther at all. He actually debates against the flat earth, but he's on here pretending and using the Bible to make a poor argument and make you all think the flat earth is stupid.
I think you're
Go
being,
to flatearthdave.com and do your own research. Do not believe what the global
Flat Earth Dave? David Weiss is your evidence? Holy
do your
crap,
own research and come to a conclusion by yourself, guys. These people are
Flat
actually
Earth
scary.
Dave.
Like, I don't know why you
So
all are
I
gonna
have a
do
question,
this
Smart.
on
Smart,
here
I have a question
pretending.
for you.
Like, bro, that is corny, bro.
Smart, I have a question for you. Do you put
corny,
bird
bro.
cages on your? Do you put bird cages on your head and claim that they change your
You're
energy
corny,
like
bro.
Flat Earth
You're
Dave
corny.
does?
Why are you all gonna be on here pretending and acting like you don't know yourself?
not
and
pretending, my friend.
using the Bible often, so people are gonna think flat earthers only have the Bible as their proof, whereas they don't even use the Bible for that. They use real science. Go to Caleb.f
you haven't mentioned any science. You haven't mentioned any science.
And look at his page. He actually makes good scientific.
You have not
debates
mentioned any
against-
science.
No, David Weiss does not make good scientific debates.
And Gas Pressure is
He's
gonna
a
be on here
proven liar.
pretending like he is a flat earther and asking all these questions to make people think he's actually like, bro, this is crazy, bro.
Smart, did you know that we
bro, I'm
personally
quitting.
caught...
I gotta go for work. I just had to come.
Okay, run away. Come in, steamroll, and then run away.
Yes, I mean, Smart, you're doing... Oh, look, he's gone. Look, Smart, you're doing the same thing you did before, making all these statements and then running away.
Oh, Marco's here.
Who's Marco?
Marco, have at it, man.
Oh, the guy up there. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, Marco's great. I'm going to shut up and let him...
I'm going to deal with some stuff real quick. Gas, I'm going to ask you a straight up question right now. Can you, if you were to jump, and don't say that it's buoyancy because it has nothing to do with it.
Tell me what to say.
Gas, shut up and let me ask my question, because I've got a direct question for you. Please let me finish it, and then you can rebut. If you were to stand up right now and jump, do you come back down? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Do you understand why that is?
Yes.
All right. What is your interpretation of that?
I'm more dense than the medium that I'm in.
That's a load of bullshit, because that's not correct. The reason why...
Well, if I change the medium, I will go in a different direction. For example, if I'm in water... If I'm in water, I can go in any direction, and if I change my density by breathing in or out, I can either float or sink.
Okay. I'm going to ask you this then. Why is the biggest aircraft carrier in the world, one of the US aircraft carriers, is able to float, and it's not buoyancy? It comes down to something completely different than buoyancy. It weighs a stupid amount of weight. I'm thinking in excess of 150 megatons or thereabouts. I will get the exact one. I'll get the exact figure. So my question to you is, if you believe that we are in buoyancy, if buoyancy is
I didn't say buoyancy. I said relative density disequilibrium.
So what you're effectively speaking about is buoyancy.
No, it's not. Buoyancy requires a force of gravity. There is no force required in what I'm talking about.
Can you jump right now?
Sure.
Jump.
Okay, let's imagine I did.
No, you didn't, because if you jumped, you'd come back down to Earth. Do you understand that the pressure being exerted on you going up from the Earth's surface
let's just say I agree with you.
Equal to, let me finish. Gas, you have a very high tendency to interrupt. Let me finish. You understand that the pressure that is being put, that you're equal to the force pushing up on you from the ground. That's why you don't go. That's why you don't go further down. It's equal. You're in equilibrium. This is what you've spoken about, is equilibrium. Yes.
No, I said disequilibrium.
All right. No,
but again, we can go around and word salad this till the cats come home. But the point is, do we have?
That's not word salad.
Do we have?
That's demonstrable evidence.
Do we have a demonstration to back it up? And the problem is that on your side, there is not one. You guys will not bring one experiment.
Absolutely not true.
So we have brought multiple experiments to you. We have brought multiple experiments to you, and you have not once ever accepted what we've given you. You have called that false science. Are you going to continue with peer-reviewed science experiments that have been tested and replicated on multiple different occasions, which you can replicate yourself? Are you going to deny that they exist, that these experiments exist? Because we come to you with multiple experiments. We come to you with real-world applications where you can do it yourself. Are you going to continue to deny it? Yeah,
this is where the disconnect comes in, because when you say experiment, you mean a piece of paper. In your mind, there's a piece of paper and somebody has done an experiment. But I'm telling you, what I'm telling you is that you have been lied to.
No,
You've been
these are
lied to.
practical experiments that
What
you
I'm
can
saying to you is
yourself
that there is a piece of paper, but there is no experiment to back it up.
So Gas.
What was that? Was that a cat?
That was like a cat or something.
Yeah, I heard a cat. Like a meow.
Oh no, Hasselblad's attacking.
Again, these are experiments you can physically do yourself.
No, that was my kid yelling.
Okay. You can do these experiments yourself. These aren't pieces of paper. These are practical experiments that you can do every single day by yourself that'll prove these experiments are able to be replicated and the results are identical every time. Do you understand that?
Yeah, so why is it then people on your side has it to show? People on your side can say, look, here is the experiment of Cavendish in a vacuum. Here is an experiment of the Earth spinning or turning. You don't have it.
Here's my question to you, Gas. Was science done 115 years ago? Were there scientists doing experiments 115 years ago?
There was always been a form of
Okay, so
science.
how were they supposed to record their data from their experiment 115 years ago?
Max, your background is really bad. Your audio
They write it down. Back then, there was no camera. They write it down.
So they would write it down. So since science 115 years ago only had a way to write it down, does that make their experiments false? Because that's your claim today. It's only a piece of paper.
No.
Okay.
I'm saying that your claim that in today's world where we have cameras, you don't have any science to back it up. That's what I'm saying.
So what science requires a camera?
So we want to see the observed phenomena. Try to hear the words. Observed phenomena. Mass attracting mass. Show that observed phenomena.
We have plenty of videos of that.
No, you don't. Prove it. Let's have a look.
We do.
This is a lie. This is what I'm saying. When they say who is lying, are we being lied to by everybody? No, it's just people like you, just who think they're experiments.
So how many videos of the Cavendish experiment exist, Guess?
Not one in a vacuum.
Okay, why does it have to be in a vacuum? Why does there have to be a video in a vacuum?
No, a video of Cavendish in the vacuum.
Yeah, so why does that video have to exist?
To demonstrate the claim that mass actually attracts mass.
And if you do it in a room where there's no air moving, why isn't that good enough when you have a video that also proves that?
What do you mean air is not moving? Where on earth do you go where air is not moving?
Okay, so there is a video of Cavendish in a guy's living room with house plants in the same video. The leaves on the houseplants are not moving, but your claim is the air is strong enough to move lead balls, but so weak that it doesn't move the houseplant leaves.
You do realize that the gyro is extremely sensitive.
Okay, so is it more sensitive than a leaf on a houseplant?
Yes, it's going to be extremely sensitive.
A wire. So to be clear, the wire is able to be blown by air, and not a houseplant leaf.
The slightest breeze, because it's so sensitive.
Okay, so does the slightest breeze
just
move?
so can I just speak? Just so Haley's clear on this thing.
Yeah. So you're saying the slightest breeze.
Why won't you let me talk? This guy's insane.
Hold up. Let Gas. What do you want to say, Gas? You were talking.
I can explain to you and the audience that this gyro, you have to wait a whole day for the thing to settle because it's so sensitive. Constantly moves on its own because it's so
not
sensitive.
A gyro.
Who brought up a gyro?
Also, I want to. Kendrick, hi.
Hi. How are you?
Good, thanks. Are you Team Gas or Team everyone else?
Oh, I'm definitely not Team Gas. I just wanted to point out something that, and I have to go really quick. I got a lot of.
Oh, this is Russ.
Yeah. Gas pressure. You said that there is no video proof of mass attracting mass in a vacuum chamber in the bowling ball and feather is in fact the best example in modern technology of mass attracting mass on camera in a vacuum chamber. What do you say now?
Busted.
What, can you show that?
We've all seen the Brian Cox video that Russ is talking about.
Brian Cox. Okay, yeah, that video is edited. Yeah.
No.
BBC.
Oh, it's edited.
Yeah, that's from the BBC.
Can you prove it's edited?
Watch the video. They cut the camera, cut the shot.
Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Can you prove it?
So you haven't watched it?
I've watched the whole thing.
I haven't watched it.
So you're saying that the Brian Cox video is from start to finish uncut?
Let's have a look.
So hold on, I'm asking. Are you saying that the Brian Cox from start to? Well, I'm not talking to this guy.
So Gas. Here's the question. Let's say it's edited. Why do the bowling ball and feather fall at the same rate?
Real quick.
Thank you.
Good to see you, Russ. Take care out there. Russ is on the high seas, traveling the oceans right now. He's a modern day pirate. So why do the bowling ball and feather fall at the same rate, even for split seconds in the cut video that you claim? Because we can watch it throughout the cuts. All they're doing is going to different camera angles. They have multiple cameras set up. But why does the bowling ball and the feather fall at the same rate at all?
It doesn't. It sort of sells. If you try to replicate
it does. We can watch that video.
Gosh, you don't let anyone respond. If you try to replicate this in the laboratory, which I can show you, trying to repeat it,
you don't have to
not one time do the objects fall at the same rate.
Wait, I'll see if I can fix. Like, hold up. Wait a second. I do understand that there are 3 people against Gas right now. Is there anyone in the requests or that's wanting to come up that is Team Gas? Please put Team Gas if you're in the request.
Or just a flat earther, Haley. You don't have to be Team Gas. I don't have to agree with everything I say.
Yeah, a flat earther or someone who doesn't believe in another topic like the moon landing or something or whatever. I don't know. Something to help Gas out because he's getting a little overwhelmed. Maybe, I don't know. Gas is usually pretty good at.
No, I don't think so.
You're starting to sound ridiculous.
Well, you would say that as someone who just believes in Narnia and in fairy tales.
We just told you about a controlled experiment, and you want it replicated, and it's been replicated hundreds of times.
Yeah, the replication showed that things do not fall at the same rate.
You don't replicate it? You want shit replicated? Why don't you replicate it?
Oh, let me try and find a video. I'll show something again. Once again, let me try to show something. Right,
you never conceded on the atmosphere gradient.
By the way, I'm not Team Flurf or Team Gas. If you wanted to drop it.
Yeah. Sorry. Next. Sorry. Appreciate you though. Oh, sorry.
Oh, Bedazzle's great.
I appreciate it, but I did specifically ask for someone that maybe potentially was Team Flurf or anti-moon landing.
Hey, Eddie, it's good to see you. I'm going to hop out. Russ talked about what I was going to say. So.
Oh, thanks for coming up. I appreciate you.
Yep. Have a great life.
Take care, Mike.
Lacking. Hi.
Hi. How we doing?
Fantastic. Are you? Do you believe we landed on the moon?
I do believe it. I understand why some people would be skeptical about it.
Okay, do you believe the Earth is a globe?
Yeah, especially if they don't think that the Earth is a globe.
Okay, all right, okay. I think you're on the same page as Marco Hasselblad and myself, so I will drop you down. But I appreciate you coming up.
Sure, thanks. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Okay, there's one more person. Let's see. I'm not confident this person is. I want to make it a more even.
Haley, I'll talk to you guys in a bit. I'm just going to do some stuff. I've got to do some office work, so I'll talk to you guys in a bit.
Thank you, Marco.
Take care, Marco. Keep the wheel side down when you're up there.
Erica, are you under a waterfall? What's going on? Are you under a waterfall? Are you? What's going on here? Actually, I'm dropping. You're getting dropped.
This is the experiment that they're trying to say. If we can get the big screen again, Haley, if you don't mind, please.
That's right. How's that, Gas? It's just you and Josh now. Nice and easy to maintain. Hold up. Sorry, Josh, I didn't mean it like that. Like what I mean by nice and easy is nice and easy to maintain this conversation.
I'm very easy, Haley.
So we're told that if you drop two objects in a vacuum, they will fall at the same rate and land at the same time. What we have here is a vacuum and objects falling, and look at that, right? We can see, I think we get the replay. Let's try that again. So they're falling not at the same rate. We can see that the heavier object...
They are falling at the same rate. What are you talking about?
As you can see, there's a big divide between the two.
Big divide?
Right?
You call that a big divide?
Yeah, look, one hits the ground first.
You are extremely disingenuous. So, Gas, why is it that we can do this in our atmosphere? So we can do this in our we can drop two objects in our atmosphere and have them both hit the ground at the same time. And those objects can be of different shapes, different sizes, different densities, different weights, but they still hit the ground at the same time.
We can see right here that they do not hit the ground.
But when you do this in reality,
yeah, this is reality. What do you think this is?
Yeah.
There you go.
So why is it that the acceleration of everything is the same?
Yeah, splits. They were released at exactly the same time, right?
And how do you prove that? How do you prove that, Gas?
Check out the guy that did it.
What would happen?
Released exactly the same time. Here we go. Falling, and look at that. Oh, brilliant.
Gas. Would your eye be able to detect?
Right, here we go again. Here we go.
Okay,
no words needed.
So you
no
want to
words
steamroll?
needed. I don't need words. Look, just look. Do they hit the ground at the same time?
Jesus Christ, Gas.
Why is one spinning?
Yep.
One is hitting the ground before the other one. That's why. Look.
Because they aren't released at the exact same moment.
Oh, is that the answer?
Yeah, that's the answer. Can your eye detect? Can your eye detect?
That's the reason.
Jesus Christ, Gas! 2 ears, 1 mouth. Use them in that order. Good Lord. So can your eye detect if one of them is released half a millisecond before the other?
There you go. That's what they do. They release.
So no answer as usual. You just skip over the question.
Look, you can see that they release it at the same time.
Can your eye detect if one of them is released? Can your eye detect if one of them is released half a millisecond before the other?
They were released exactly the same time.
That wasn't my question. Can your eye detect if one of them is released half a millisecond before the other?
That's why you have a camera to slow it down.
Yeah. So, but can your eye even detect on a slow-mo camera if there's half a millisecond?
Yeah, if you slow it down enough, you can see.
Okay, so is this slowed down enough? What's the frame rate on this?
I don't know.
Okay, so here's the thing.
There you go. Release at the same time, right?
Mm-hmm. So here's the thing. If we know the frame rate, and the frame rate is pretty easy to look up there.
So, Haley, as you can see, once again, I show and provide evidence.
Yeah,
right?
And once again, you don't want to answer questions. You just want to monologue to the chat.
Hold up, Gas. But while you say it's evidence, right? Evidence, I mean, if people are debunking the evidence, it needs to be addressed.
This is your evidence. This is your side saying.
No, this is your evidence that you're.
This
claiming.
is the globe side. Look, they release at the same time, and when you look at when you look at it from a side on, right, this is what it looks like. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Let's hold on. Let's get the replay. There you go, and you can see that it falls. One falls before the other. Right. It's very simple science. We've been lied to.
So how do you prove?
We're told that they fall at the same
Jesus Christ,
time.
guys. How do you fall at the same time? What's up, Joker?
Oh, hi, Joker. You said you were Team Gas, but I mean, it's a little. I mean, unless now we need a team, and now we need a Team Hasselblad to even it up.
No, it's all good. I'm fine if no one else comes in, but you're welcome to invite in whoever you want.
Gog is here.
How's it going, Haley? How's it going, Hasselblad?
Good.
Joker, hi. What's your position?
Hey guys, hope everyone's well.
Okay, that person's not. Hi, Skog.
Hey, good morning.
Hi. Sorry.
Gas, what statements have you made today? What are you standing
So
by?
as you can see, I'm providing evidence to show that your claims are lies. We're asking you to show science, and yet you just say read it on a piece, read it in the newspaper. That's what you're telling me.
No, nobody said read it in the newspaper.
Read all about it. Read all about it.
A newspaper is not a scientific document. Newspapers
So you
can
have an
publish a
experiment to
scientific
show.
document, but newspapers aren't a scientific
Yeah,
document.
do you have an experiment then to show?
They're tertiary sources. They try to do layman terms to express what scientists are doing. It's like telephone, you know. And Gas, my question for you is like, what particular facet of science and physics do you have a problem with today? Like, what particular thing?
All of it.
No problem. All we're asking for is an observation, of the claims that you guys are making. That's all. What's the problem?
I mean, Gas, you're entertaining. I'll give you that.
I mean, we're told that mass attracts mass, and all we're asking for is, can we see this observed phenomena in nature or in a scientific experiment?
Yeah, Schehalian experiment. Schehalian experiment.
Wait. Yes, Gas, Skog's here. I'd love for Skog to make an assessment on your presentation.
Oh, okay. I'll love to see this.
It's to do.
I want to see it too. I've heard so much about this
Essentially,
presentation.
it looks like a whole chemistry setup, and he's explaining
I'd love to see that.
Yeah, I mean, look, I get it.
What was that, Gas?
I've had the scientist Blitz, the expert, to go through it. I think I'm satisfied. Blitz is satisfied. So, I don't think we need to go over.
No, but let us present it. Be prideful of it. Let us see. I would love to look at scientists. Let's critique each other. Let's learn and critique each other.
Yes, I don't know what you're saying. Blitz was not satisfied. We were debunking it, and you were just ignoring it. So I want maybe Skog may have a different view on this.
No, of course Blitz is satisfied because that's an experiment he would do himself.
He just said in the comments, he's still here. He just said in the comments he's not satisfied.
And he just said that it didn't really demonstrate anything that you claimed.
It showed that gas fills available spaces. That's all it was showing.
All right, let's have a look. Let's have a look.
And then he was saying, why does it go faster horizontally? He made a mistake, remember, because it was a vacuum and one of them wasn't. Remember?
No, he didn't.
Let's have a look.
Yes! That is not what happened.
Yeah, he said, why did it move faster horizontally and didn't realize it was a vacuum? And then he realized it was a vacuum.
Is Gas doing the Flurf reset in real time?
Yes, that wasn't what happened. Oh my god.
Yes, I have a question.
How did you see it then? How did you see it?
What point are you trying to sustain with this experiment? Like, where were you? What's the end?
I actually answer that, actually.
What's the question?
Yeah, what is this experiment trying to prove or disprove, or what is it trying to critique? Like, what?
I was just pointing out gas pressure. As you know, my name here is gas pressure. So I was pointing out that gas pressure requires a container, and gas pressure will fill the available space. That's what I was showing.
Well, it's a good thing that on Earth we talk about atmospheric pressure.
The contention was, can you show gas under pressure being contained by a force of gravity or something like to that effect?
Forces do interact with gas, yeah. Like that is.
Again, that's a theory. Do you have a
That's
demonstration? Do you have a demonstration?
Atmospheric pressure. I mean,
Yes, you don't have any demonstrations either. You haven't bought anything. I'm sorry. That experiment you showed nothing.
What I'm getting at here is gas pressure. You don't believe in atmospheric pressure. Is that right?
No, I'm saying that pressure requires a container. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Like the atmosphere, like the ozone and everything around it, like the.
No, it requires a solid barrier to keep the gas in.
You definitely don't. Gas is a type of matter, right? And gravity, there's a force acting upon it, and it's forcing it. It's containing it in a sense.
Yeah, we can contain things with forces.
Yeah, but we don't have any science to back that up.
We do.
Any vacuum, literally, like if you ever worked in a vacuum hood or anything, gas moves around when there's a force pulling it,
without the container.
There's a force. I mean, sure. Even if we had a free container that's flowing around, there'd still be a vent that pulls it in. It's gonna still be impacted. There's gonna be force acting on.
So there's a container required, yeah.
Sure. Yeah. And in this case,
I've just said that you can't have gas pressure without the container.
The container that you're referring to is present around the Earth. It's the atmosphere. It's the ozone. Whatever you want to consider. Anything that's
that's a theory. That's your hypothesis. There's no science, as I said, to back that up.
As Blitz just said, containers are literally forces.
Yeah, but you can't demonstrate the force of gravity holding down gases.
Sure we can.
I don't know what to say regarding that. I mean, like, look, you can look at buoyancy, right? Like of gases and whatnot. You can look at how. I mean, buoyancy. Am I correct to say gravity's in buoyancy, right? Isn't it F equals something G? Yeah. So
yeah, little g is in.
You could see it in gases, like how gases, the different buoyancy of different gases and whatnot. I don't know what to present to you here. This is like you're arguing that like the sky isn't blue. Like I don't know where we can go about this.
I'm arguing that you've made up a place called space that exists next to our atmosphere.
So gas.
There was goodness sakes.
What about speed of light?
There was a picture behind Haley, an astronaut, right? And that region, that black region, is a void. There was no air for that astronaut to breathe. It's not possible to have air next to no air.
Gas,
that's not true.
One, here's a couple. I'm just gonna ask you maybe 2 or 3 questions. One, what do you think outside the Earth's atmosphere? Like, what do you think is the space? What is space? Do you think it's ether? Like, what do you think it's composed of? Like, do you think it's liquid or what? Or is the world suspended? Water. Then, when you look at light and the traveling of light, how it refracts and how it goes through the medium, right? Wouldn't it be more logical when you're looking at the speed of light and how the wavelengths are processing or going through that medium? When it will only add up mathematically if there's nothing there, if it was a void, if it had no medium to cross through.
I mean, we can speculate, of course. We can use philosophy. Yeah, but I'm going by what we were told.
What's more logical?
We're told that astronaut in that picture is in a region where there is no air. Right? He needs a spacesuit pressurized because around him is very low pressure. Not possible next to atmosphere. That's the point here.
Where is that line where we go in pressure is?
So where the astronaut is, no pressure.
Okay, so that's on the moon. Pressure. That's on the moon. Okay, so 200.
Behind him, all that black region behind the astronaut.
Yeah. So that's on the moon, 238,000 miles away. Where in between Earth and the moon is the line between pressure and no pressure, please?
Where it's black.
No. False.
Yeah, that's what we can see.
False. So our atmosphere infinitely thins out, and there are molecules of air. So the moon has a type of atmosphere. It is just so extremely thin.
How do you know?
They've measured it.
How?
We have been to the moon with instruments to measure these things, both with man and with satellites and probes.
So how do they do that? How do they measure the pressure if there's no container?
Have you ever heard of a thing called like a barometer or collecting particles.
Didn't we
or-
talk about the barometer stuff and when Nixy was up and Gas was like, remember Gas, you said the same thing, then you were like making fun of Nixy for making like a little...
Their problem,
and you did the same with Blitz earlier.
I bet you I could recite verbatim what he said because he always
Because
says
a
the
lot
same
of
thing.
your arguments, Haley, are circular. They go around because in order to do one
Yeah,
thing,
like
you've got
the
to do
globe.
another thing.
Our arguments
You've got to do
are
another
like
thing.
satellites on the globe. They
A
go
lot of what
around.
you believe in requires gravity. You know,
I think
so
it was
without
the
that,
Satelloons one. I think the Satelloons one too. You thought you ate with that.
Yes,
I mean,
there's loads of factors that show where we've been like.
So Gas, here's the thing. If you want to debunk our model, you have to actually use what our model says. You can't say you can't have high pressure next to low pressure when that's not what our model states. Our model doesn't state that there is a line. There is not a line between high pressure and low pressure.
Yeah.
Where that astronaut is, right, behind him.
Right, and there's particles of our atmosphere that go beyond the moon.
Yeah, it's a gradient.
They are just incredibly spread out.
Yeah, it teeters off slowly and slowly. But I'm just so confused. So, Gas, you don't believe atmospheric pressure exists? Like, you don't believe gas pressure exists?
No, I didn't say that, did I?
But that's what if you take what you're claiming, right, and you use it in other settings of science right now.
Try to listen. Try to use your brain and try to listen. So instead of clowning around, being a class clown, gas pressure requires a container.
It does not.
The force in quotation.
Try to open here. Don't ask me such a stupid question again.
In your
gas
definition,
pressure. We have pressure because we're in a container.
Gas. What is a container?
What do you mean, what is a container?
Yeah, what is it?
I don't know. Nobody knows.
So could forces...
Nobody knows what a container is.
If there's any opposition in the chat, then send a request and let me know, just so we can, you know.
We're all back to being 5 years old. We're completely lost at sea. We don't understand anything anymore.
I'm trying to help you out, Gas.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I'm just saying that the people that you've got on are just clowns. It's like class clowns here. They don't know anything about science.
You haven't demonstrated that, though. That's what we're waiting.
They just repeat what they've been told, right? That's
No,
what we're hearing.
we repeat things that can be demonstrably proved.
Okay, so what? Where's your proof of what you've been told?
Yes.
Well, just believe what we've been told. That's what we've been told.
Listen, I'm gonna help you out, buddy. You're like my son.
Oh, you try and help me out. Yeah, you try and help me out.
I got you. Don't worry. Calm down. Come on. I got you. Let me ask you this. Do you think there's a difference of atmospheric pressure at sea level and on the top versus the top of Mount Everest? Is there a difference there? Yes or no?
Could be. That could be. Yeah, I haven't been up there, but that could be.
Would you like to do an experiment that could prove that there is a difference?
No, I'm saying that I don't doubt if there is or there isn't.
Okay. So if there is, let's just say this: if there is a gradient difference, there's a difference between sea level and Mount Everest, right? And you can imagine that atmospheric pressure teeters off, makes a gradient if you go even higher to Mount Everest. Let's just say we go to Mount Everest higher and higher and higher, and then that marginal difference between space and that difference between space, zero vacuum, like completely no atmospheric pressure, versus what will be left in the remainder of the atmosphere would be so negligible. There would be no difference.
Yeah, but gas pressure requires a container. So where does your pressure come from?
That container, in this sense, could be the gas. In quotations, I'm just saying this in layman's terms.
Could be. I don't work with could be. That's again. Your fantasy is based on could be's, maybes, ifs. So I don't work with that.
Yeah, but Gas, honestly, the best. I mean, if all you've got is Satelloons, barometers, and whatever else, I mean, you've got nothing basically. And
I'm not claiming to have anything. You guys are claiming to have something.
You debunked Dr. Hasselblad. You did not debunk Blitz. Blitz came up here and debunked that, whatever that demonstration was. But yeah, I don't know.
Well, this wasn't really a debunking thing. This was more of you guys are making claims. Can they be shown? And obviously today, not
demonstrations claiming it to be evidence, and it gets debunked. Well, you know,
go boil water on sea level, then go up on a mountain and go boil water. Right? You'll clearly see that there's a difference in the boiling temperature of water, and that's due to atmospheric pressure change.
Yeah, who's arguing that? Because we're in a container. What is wrong with you?
Yeah, but wait. So you say we're in a container, right?
Yeah.
So what? And then if we leave that container as a vacuum, right?
How do you leave the? No, there's water.
How do I know it's not water? Because if you measure the speed of light, you can tell that it's a medium that has no matter within it.
Okay, let's see. Let's have a look. Let's see it get done.
Yeah, I mean, how about this? Look at the speed of light in water. And
okay, so you haven't done it then. Okay, so we're just going to guess.
Go look at a guess.
No, you go and show us the speed of light test that you've done.
Okay, how about this? We'll look.
No, I'm not going to go. It's not my claim. You claim. I'm saying I don't know what's up there. I suppose it's water. You're saying it's not water because we've done this test. Let's have a look at this test.
And gas, go shoot up. Go grab a pew pew.
No. I'm not going to go and grab. You go and grab something and you show us.
It was first done in like the 1500s. That's how easy it is.
Can you show us?
Yeah. So the speed of light was discovered by looking at the moons of either Jupiter or Saturn as they orbited Jupiter or Saturn. I forget which one it was. We could see that, and we could calculate. Oh, hey, the moon is going to come out at this point in time, and we can calculate how long it took for that light to reach us. That's how it was first discovered. Now we can do it much easier in a lab with a little thing that's able to detect photons and turning on something like a laser. And from the time you turn it on till the time it reaches the device that's detecting the photons, you can calculate that, and that gives you the speed. Pretty easy to do nowadays.
Is that what they told you?
No, this is something you could do, Gas, if you wanted to.
I'm asking you, is that what they told you?
We do these experiments in physics 1 and 2. Like, literally, when I was in lab for that, we would do... Like, I don't have a good memory of that because that was, like, sophomore year, right? But we would literally set up experiments like this. And it wasn't just pertaining to this, like, everything else, like rotational force.
So what are we meant to do with that? I don't get what we're meant to do with that. You say, I did this, and this. What do we do with that? So what?
Because
can you show it? Yeah, but can you show it right now that what you did? Obviously not.
Let me Google your unicorn, Gas. We'll look up speed of light experiments. Hold on.
Yeah, have a look. Show us the speed of light experiments. Being as you won't show gravity holding down gas pressure.
Oh, I had that pulled up too, but you gish galloped to something else. So yeah, there's many experiments that they use to show gravity affecting the trajectory of gas molecules and the effect of gravity segregation on CO2 flooding under various pressures. They can also prove that. They use it in oil production. So yeah, but speed of light experiment. The internet works for you just like it does for the rest of us, Gas.
It's not my claim, so you should provide it.
Oh, yeah. It is your claim that this stuff doesn't happen, so you could actually look it up and see if that's true.
Wait, Blitz said look up Alpha Phoenix measuring the speed of light.
Alpha Phoenix.
Yeah, it's on YouTube. It's a YouTuber.
Okay, looking that up. Measuring the speed of light the old-fashioned way. Oh yeah, Alpha Phoenix, there it is. Okay. Let's get past the darn commercial. YouTube's got to make their money too, I guess. 3, 2, 1, skip ad. Okay.
Gas said if you can prove him wrong, Gas said earlier if you can prove him wrong, he'll give up flat Earth tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, if you could show Cavendish in a vacuum, I'll give it up.
Well, you've been shown that, you just don't accept it.
Well, Haley's never seen it. Haley's never ever seen it. She would like to see it.
Yeah. Okay. So the Alpha Phoenix video is 21 minutes long, unless Blitz knows of a shorter one. This is 21 minutes 42 seconds long. So this is what I was explaining earlier. They were looking at the moon circling Saturn, or I'm sorry, that's Jupiter. So the moon of Jupiter up here coming to Earth. That was the old-fashioned way that the speed of light was first discovered. And now he's using a laser.
Oh, hang on.
It's all good.
There you go.
Yeah. So you can calculate.
Is that a cartoon?
Yeah, it's called trying to simplify things so someone like you can understand it.
Show the real world. Show the real world event.
He'll definitely get to that.
Oh, like this? Is that good enough?
Go on then. Let's see.
He's using a laser and a mirror. So he has a camera back here. He has a laser. He has a mirror. And then he goes on to explain what's happening using a demonstration. Hey, if you turn on a light and it hits a mirror and then reaches something that's seeing it, in this case, in the drawing, it's an eye, but a camera, a photon detector, things like that.
Wow.
Oh, look, he's actually doing it in real life.
Wow.
And see how these holes are spaced out and this thing rotates? And we can calculate. So if we know the spacing on these little sprockets here, it's going to block the light and then not block the light. And we can calculate how long it takes for that to show up. He has a piece of paper here, but he's going to shoot that at the mirror. So look, this thing rotates and stops the light and then allows it to go through. Bam, 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 over and over and over again. And you can calculate the time it covers to cover the distance where the observation is being made. Yeah, I don't even have to watch the video and have any degree in physics. I have 0 degree in physics, and I can understand this.
Okay, so big deal. How does this prove that you want a ball?
Distance over time.
Mm-hmm. It proves the speed of light. That's what it proves, Gas. You said show us an experiment. Do you see how disingenuous you are? Skog was talking about.
What was the point of this?
Because Skog was talking about the speed of light, and you said, "Well, how do you prove the speed of light?" And we just showed you how you prove the speed of light, and you're like, "Well, how does that prove the light for?"
Why are we talking about speed of light?
So we can use. Go ahead, Scott. Sorry.
I was going to say, you can look at light changes, the velocity of light, the speed of light changes under different mediums, right? If you had a really, really thick, dense water, it will slow down. If you had air, the atmosphere, right, it would be a different speed. It would be faster. And then in a vacuum, it travels the fastest because there's nothing hindering it, right? There's nothing hindering the photons from passing through, or it doesn't slow it down, right? And what they're showing here is that what we can detect is under atmospheric, like room to Earth sea level atmospheric pressure or atmospheric phenomena, you can see the speed of light there, and it's still pretty fast, right? And now imagine that if you just do some error correction or do a little bit of like math to figure out what it would be in a vacuum, you can figure out the speed of light. And the only way
you have to imagine.
The speed of light,
Imagine.
You need to stop talking. Yes, you need to stop talking. If we know the speed of light, we can imagine what medium the void, the space is composed of, which is nothing. Yeah. It's a void.
Let's imagine. Yeah, great.
So Gas, earlier you were showing video of 2 things falling in a vacuum chamber, and we were able to see inside that vacuum chamber.
Oh. So he doesn't.
It's a low pressure system, not a vacuum.
Right. So very little medium in there, correct?
But there's medium in there.
Sure. There is? How much medium is in there?
Very negligible.
I don't know how much medium's in there. I didn't measure it.
So can we have things that measure a vacuum?
Instead of trying to guess your way through life.
No, I'm not trying to guess. I'm not trying to guess. Are we able, as humanity, to create a vacuum
this is the
chamber?
problem that you guys have. It's all imagination and guessing.
No, Gas. Are we able to create vacuum chambers and know that they're vacuum chambers because we're able to measure them? Is that a thing?
They are low pressure systems. That's all they are.
No, they're not low pressure systems. Low pressure systems would be like a hurricane. A hurricane is not.
No, a hurricane doesn't have any pressure because it has nothing to press on.
What are you fucking talking about?
Where does the pressure come from in a hurricane?
The differential of hot air and cold air.
The pressure. So what is it
That's
pressing?
literally where the pressure comes from.
So Gas, did you know that hurricanes? So Gas, did you know that hurricanes are measured in what's called millibars?
Yeah, so it's temperature.
Okay, so what is that? What is that? What is
Pascal.
a millibar?
A bar. Okay, I see.
So the lower the pressure of the hurricane.
Where does the pressure come from? You keep saying it.
Hot air, cold
From
air.
molecules. So it's partially because of the
What?
rotation. But molecules of air, particles of air collide with each other. When something collides with something, a pressure is created.
Air colliding.
Air collides with each other. Yeah.
It's just a temperature change, that's all, not pressure.
Yeah, a temperature change can cause particles of air to move, and particles of air come into contact with each other when they move
to get that pressure.
Yeah. So your claim is that you have to have a container to measure the gas pressure on, and
not to measure, to get pressure.
Yeah. So how is that gas pressure measured in the container?
I didn't talk about measurement. I'm talking about getting pressure in the first place. You need a surface, a container.
Yeah. So do particles of air have a surface? Are they a physical thing?
I don't know.
Is air a physical thing?
Show me the surface of air.
Is air a physical thing, gas?
I said I haven't made that claim. I haven't looked at air. Air's invisible.
Can air make things move?
Can you see the air?
Yeah. Can air make things move, gas?
Can you see the air?
Can air make things move, gas?
Can you see the air?
Does air have
air? Do I need to turn on my camera and show the flag blowing in the wind right now?
That's the flag we're seeing. But can you see the air?
Yeah. So can air make things move? Does a breeze make a flag flap in the wind?
Yes.
Okay. So how does something that is non-physical make a physical object move? Because you're claiming
about
right
the
now
air colliding. You're talking about the air colliding.
Right. So does air contain matter?
Again, I've never seen air. Have you seen air?
Okay, so you're being completely disingenuous.
Have you seen air before?
No, you don't need to see air to see the effects of air.
How do you know what's going on then if you haven't seen it?
Because we know.
Let's put this simply, yeah. What about you can't see carbon monoxide, but that's a gas that will kill you. But can you see it?
Yeah.
Okay, what's your point?
You can't see it. It's a gas.
But I'm saying
our point is that you're being completely
on
disingenuous.
itself is under pressure without the container. And I'm saying, how do you know that?
What we're saying,
we know that air is under pressure because it hits a container. But how do you know air is on itself, which is not? It's no molecular bonding. They don't crash into each other.
They do crash.
They do very much crash into each other. Do you know? How thunder's caused?
How what? Thunder.
Thunder. Do you know how thunder's caused?
Change in temperatures.
Yeah, but what happens during the change in temperature that causes lightning, which is
hot and low, warm and cold air changes?
I mentioned if there's lightning bolts. Sorry, just quickly. If there's a lightning bolt that hits the ground and then you hear thunder immediately after. So this is one specific form of thunder. Do you know what causes that sound of thunder?
Yeah, the clap, right?
No, what happens is the electricity that goes through that thunderbolt creates a vacuum, and then it sucks in the air immediately afterwards, and then it projects itself back out again. That's one form of thunder.
Okay, what's your point?
Well, and
what's your point? You can't just keep saying, "What's your point?"
We're talking about pressure in the air.
Yeah.
What causes pressure?
But Gas, you asked. Gas, hold up, stop. No, Gas, you asked to see what can we see air? But we can see tornadoes and stuff, and and the effects they have. We can essentially see.
You see dust. You see particles like mud and dust and stuff.
Yeah, of course.
You don't see air.
So show me something non-physical applying a force to a physical object, please.
Again, not my claim. Red herrings here.
No, it is your claim. Your claim is we can't see air. Ergo, we can't prove that air is matter.
No, I'm saying that with air, in order to have pressure, needs a container.
Right, and we're telling you since air is...
It's called the ozone layer.
Yeah, and we're telling you that since air is matter and particles of matter have a surface, that air can collide with itself, creating pressure. When a particle of matter, when any matter collides with another piece of matter, it creates pressure. If you push on a wall with your hands, you're creating pressure. You're pushing on the surface of the wall, which is how you get gas pressure in a container to begin with, because the particles of gas are colliding with the wall.
Well, obviously.
Michael.
So what's your point?
Oh, no.
Hold on. Michael, what's your position? No. You're muted. Michael. Oh, good. Right. Sorry, Alex, I might let you go too. I think Skog and Josh are doing completely fine.
Why? I'm really interested in this debate.
I know.
Well, let me talk to Alex a little bit, because these guys are really going around in circles.
If Gas doesn't mind, Gas doesn't mind. That's fine.
Yeah, I mean, let's see what your position is. I can't see his name. Oh,
I think
Alex?
he just stated his position that he's in agreement with what we've been saying.
Well, Alex, do you have any evidence to show us that we are on a globe spinning, flying through space?
Well, the first picture was taken in, 1947, 1946 to show the globe.
Yeah, but how would they leave the atmosphere? Do you have evidence of rockets actually flying in a vacuum?
Why do you think that they cannot leave the atmosphere?
Because you need something to push off.
Yeah. So do you know how a rocket functions?
Yeah, it needs something to push off.
Yeah. So if a rocket functions in outer space, what does it need?
But it's not going to work in outer space. There's nothing for it to push off.
What about the water?
No, that's why one of the primary containers is actually oxygen, because it needs something to be able to burn.
Okay, so I get the hypothesis. Can you show in an on-Earth chamber, a rocket flying around?
We can show a rocket engine creating thrust in a vacuum.
Why would we create a vacuum when the vacuum is in space?
To test if a rocket would work in a vacuum. Why would you go to a region
so the rocket
that you've never been before without testing it?
So the rocket doesn't need to fly around to prove that you can create thrust in a vacuum. All you need to simply do is light the engine and see if thrust is created. We can measure the force in the vacuum chamber without anything flying around and damaging the vacuum chamber.
Yeah, but can you show that things can fly around in a vacuum?
So if there's thrust, it can fly.
Yeah, but it's not.
All you need to prove.
Blow your mind. Do you know that the International Space Station is not at a stable orbit? It actually has to achieve a speed.
In the sky. It's just an aircraft in the air.
Oh my god! Jesus. No, it's actually in space, but it travels at a relative speed so that it's actually permanently crashing towards Earth.
Interesting. Yeah, again, you're just repeating what we were told.
A certain
how do you prove?
In order for it not to do
beyond what we were all told?
Who was told?
We were told the same thing. What you're telling me, I could just repeat the same thing. There's something up there. It's orbiting. It's falling towards the Earth. We know this.
We can calculate its speed.
How do you prove?
It depends on what orbit of the Earth you're on.
Again, we could say. I could say the same thing, but how do I?
So, Gas,
what
aircraft moves at that speed? Show us an aircraft.
The one that moves. The ISS.
Oh, so okay. Show us an aircraft that isn't aerodynamic and
Yeah,
is still
exactly. I was
able
going
to
to say
fly.
aerodynamic. That's the beauty of it.
Well, if you're claiming it moves that fast, I don't believe it moves that fast. If you believe that it moves that fast, then that's what we have. We have an aircraft that moves that fast.
Okay, so show us an aircraft that is not aerodynamic and is still able to
Again,
fly.
I'm not making that claim. I didn't say
No, you
that
are.
speed.
You are. You are. So, yeah, I don't care what speed it flies at. Show me an aircraft that is not aerodynamic and is able to fly for 20 plus years.
I mean, it's not
Wait,
flying.
let's have a look.
Well, exactly. It's not flying. It's actually crashing.
Exactly.
Again, that's what we were told. How do we demonstrate
the
that
ISS
to be
is
true?
not an aircraft. You're making the claim that it is. Please provide evidence that it's an aircraft.
Because we only have things that fly in the air.
No, we don't. We have things that are able to escape our atmosphere.
Your Wi-Fi is terrible.
So,
What medium are they flying in then?
They're not flying in a medium.
Hold up, sorry, Michael. Your Wi-Fi. You need to fix it or whatever's going on up there. You sound like shit. Sorry, can you?
You sound like shit.
But when they went to the moon, what medium were they flying in?
is this any better?
They weren't flying in a medium.
Is this any better?
What medium were they in?
They weren't even flying.
Stop! I'm trying to ask. I'm trying to sort Michael out before we continue.
Okay.
Is this any better?
Stop, Alex, or I'll drop you.
I just said okay.
Okay, yeah.
No, but I'm
Sorry
trying
about
to-
that.
I'm trying
I'm
to listen
driving
to
right
him.
now. I just, yeah.
You're what?
If it don't sound better, I thought it might have been the Bluetooth, but
Oh, that does sound better. Did you say you're driving?
yes.
Oh, you're not allowed to be on TikTok while driving.
Oh.
Sorry. Carry on. Yeah. I thought I could hear him driving. I was like, wait.
No, that's a good shout. That's a good shout.
Carry on.
So like I say, this whole
So
idea
between the moon and the Earth, there isn't a medium like there is on Earth, and the rocket isn't flying; it's just traveling.
you can't
It
move
is-
through a non-medium.
Sure, you can.
Why do you think that?
How are you going to do that? Can you prove it?
I mean, didn't you say earlier that there was a vacuum chamber where someone dropped a like a book versus a paper or whatever? Like, weren't they moving?
Well, they did a feather against a rock.
Yeah, but wasn't
That's
that
showing, that's demonstrating that in a low pressure system, things do not fall at the same rate.
Sure.
No,
but
they
we're
do.
falling,
They
right?
do
We're
fall at
moving,
the same rate. That's gravity.
Yeah. But were they moving? Yes or no, Gas?
Yeah, they're in a low,
so therefore
low
you can
pressure system.
you can move in a vacuum. You can move in a vacuum. There.
It's not a
All you
complete
need is a
vacuum.
force. All you need is a force to make your trajectory. That's it.
Neither is space gas.
No, but the thing
So-
is, sorry, outside of a vacuum, if you dropped a feather and a rock, one would have resistance, one wouldn't. In a vacuum, there is no resistance. That's the evidence of gas. That's the evidence of pressure.
It's actually easier to move in a vacuum.
Earlier.
We've already demonstrated today that things do not fall at the same rate.
Man, you're all over the place. Are we talking about movement through a vacuum or gravity? Pick one.
No, I'm just pointing out to Alex here that things do not fall at the same rate in a vacuum.
The point is, you said
They do.
Most certainly do.
And you said you can't move through a vacuum. Skog then brought up your experiment showing that things move through a vacuum.
Yeah, I'm talking about flying in a vacuum. You can't show
Well, you
that.
can't
get
fly
lift.
in a vacuum because flying requires lift.
You can't get any lift or push or any thrust in a vacuum.
So what is thrust, Gas? Describe the force of thrust.
You cannot get any of those things in a vacuum.
Did you know that on Earth, thrust isn't pushing off of the atmosphere?
What's the definition of thrust?
Thrust is created by ejecting
What's
matter.
the definition of thrust?
Yeah, so I'm giving it to you, Gas.
No, not your made up one. What's the actual definition?
Let him speak. Let him speak.
All right, I'll get it up for you.
Yeah, so thrust is created.
You said thrust is not pushing, yeah?
Mm-hmm. So no, I said it's not pushing off our atmosphere.
It's one of Newton's laws,
So
but
what
we're
is it?
not
So
going to
what
get
is it?
into that.
What is it doing? Thrust is pushing, right?
Yeah. So
it's one of Newton's laws.
So carry on.
So which Newtonian law do you think you're looking up at the moment that gives you the argument against it?
I'm saying there's no evidence to show in a vacuum you can fly, maneuver, thrust, fly around, and create all these things. There's no evidence for it.
You were the one who brought the evidence for it.
Do you have
Brandon,
any science to back
it
it
sounds
up?
like your mic is covered, Brandon.
No, that was Skog.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, my bad.
Brandon.
Brandon's
But
thing is slow.
before you do, Brandon, do you have anything to add?
No, I'll let you
Or
guys
not?
finish up, but I have a few points just about there's a few technical points that I'll get to later.
Well, get some now. What's the problem?
So a rocket actually pushes off of itself with the valve in the combustion chamber, where the combustion is made. That it creates a force and then ejects all the matter out of the nozzle, and the pushing is happening inside the nozzle.
Wow.
It's just creating a controlled explosion.
Wow, fantasy. Amazing.
Fantasy. Okay, so gas, how does a pew pew work in a vacuum chamber?
Wow, fantasy.
Gas, how does a pew pew work in a vacuum chamber?
What do you mean, how does it work in the vacuum chamber?
So if you set up a pew pew in a vacuum chamber and pull the thing that's going to make it go off, I'm trying to use my words very carefully since we're on TikTok, recoil is created in the vacuum chamber. How does that happen? It can't be because of the atmosphere. The pew pew moves backwards after it goes off in a vacuum chamber. Why?
Yeah, can you show this?
Mm-hmm. It's been done.
Let's have a look, man.
Once again. So let me answer your question, and then I'll go inside once I'm done doing what I'm doing outside, and I'll show you. It's a controlled explosion, and Newton's laws for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. Very, very simple to prove. So if you remove the air, we can prove it's not pushing off the air and still creating a force that moves the pew pew in the opposite direction of the projectile that is coming out of it.
Yeah, I mean, is it suspended in the air?
No, because there is no air in a vacuum.
No, I mean, is it suspended in the medium? Suspended.
Do you understand what a vacuum is?
Is it suspended in the? I meant like the medium. Is it suspended in this?
So they put it on a contraption that holds it,
right?
But we can prove that. Yeah. So is your contention that the thing is moving not because of the projectile, but because the apparatus makes it move, and they're lying to us because of that?
Is it suspended?
It's not suspended. It is.
Right. Well, there's your answer.
No, that isn't an answer, Gas. Why does it move?
It won't happen if it's suspended. Got nothing to push off.
What are you talking about?
What do
you mean?
It's not pushing off of anything.
He doesn't understand thrust. He doesn't understand thrust at all.
So there is a pushing force. Gas, let me describe this to you. There is a pushing force that
demonstrate. Yes, we have hypotheses. Yes, we have theories. We
have literal videos of
I get
this.
it. I like the idea. Maybe one day it can work, but right now you cannot show that a rocket can operate in a vacuum. It's
you've
seen
those videos. Yes, that's why they carry oxygen. That's why they carry massive amounts of oxygen to burn.
So rockets that you see from NASA, they go up and they come back down to avoid.
No, they don't come back down. They get into orbit. When you see the rocket going back down, it's because it's in orbit.
So can you show then an uncut video of a rocket in orbit? No, you can't.
Oh, do you know why they cut those videos? Why do they cut the videos?
You can do it yourself if you've got a good camera. You can see the ISS flying over you. There's even an app to tell you when it's flying over you.
It flies in the sky over us. I know that.
Oh my god!
I don't dispute that it's flying over us.
Okay.
There was
So, Gas, can you show us where the
around.
rockets come down, please? Show us all this wreckage.
In the ocean.
Where in the ocean? Where in the ocean?
I suspect in some ocean.
Okay, the early rockets were dumped in the ocean. That's fair.
Yeah, I suspect they dumped them in the ocean.
So his claim is that the entirety of the rocket comes down.
I just suspect. I suspect they dumped.
Well, that's a claim. You're claiming that they come down.
It's just more like
not just the first stage, the entirety
just
of it. Yeah. Except we can track these things and see that only the first stage, or
you've been
if
lied
it's a larger
to. It's
rocket.
not true. Can you show us right now? You can't because you've been lied to. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
But the thing is that this is like the argument of I don't know.
It's incredulity.
It's stressful on your side.
No, but the burden of evidence is not to say that the evidence is not there when the evidence. So to say
lack of evidence
if you just refute it, then you're refuting any.
No, I've asked you for the evidence. I'm saying you can't provide the evidence because like when you said me, stop interrupting me. You showed the light thing, the speed of light, because that was a test. Okay. Because I asked for that because I know you know what I mean when I say practical demonstration. So you showed a practical demonstration of that light. Now, when we ask you for a practical demonstration of mass attracting mass in the vacuum, you struggle. It's Alex. You got to meet Alex. You struggle.
Haley, I love the fact you're just
It's Alex. Alex, got to mute yourself, Alex. So when it comes to things like mass attracting mass in the vacuum, you struggle because it doesn't exist. You were lied to. You were fooled and deceived. Just get over it, right?
Mm-hmm. So do you not think gravity is real then?
Gravity is not a force. Was made up by Newton to explain why things stick to the ball. Right? You have to mute Alex again. Alex needs muted again. Alex, got to mute Alex. Alex needs muted again. Okay, so Brandon, basically
thrust in a vacuum.
So basically, Brandon, what happened was Newton came up with the force of gravity, and Einstein superseded in 1915.
Absolutely not.
With a new model of gravity, which said
absolutely
it was
not.
Which said, why? This is ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, because you're saying things that are just patently false.
So how can we have a conversation? If you're going to talk, I'm going to talk. I'm trying to talk to someone else. You're just going to interrupt. Can't you just wait till I'm finished and then say, no, that's not right. This is what the actual fact is.
Because you just monologue gas.
I'm not monologuing. I was going to make my point. I was going to make my point and be quiet.
You make the same point on every single
Brandon,
live.
I'm telling Brandon asked me a question. I'm explaining to him how I understand gravity. And I have to say again.
Hold up. I want to. Go ahead, guys. I want to see what.
Just to reiterate. Gravity came up by Newton as a physical force. The Earth is pulling things towards the center of its mass. Then they noticed that Mercury was not adhering to this mass attracting mass around the sun. Then Einstein introduced a new model which explained the motion of Mercury and said it was the bending of space-time. So now the point is that there is no experiment to show
why.
Oh my God, I was almost done, and I wanted to hear from Brandon, not you.
Yeah. So why is Newtonian gravity within relativity? Why can you derive Newtonian gravity from relativity?
They're two completely different models.
No, they aren't two completely different models, and that's the entire point. That's why I was interrupting you.
Newton cannot explain the motion of Mercury.
Oh my goodness, Gas. Einstein agrees. Jesus Christ, Gas. Okay, so here's the entire point.
And I was telling Brandon,
mass still attracts mass. Mass still attracts mass in relativity.
So Brandon, the current science in your model, and they're even trying to attack Einstein by saying that that's not the
No one is attacking Einstein. Relativity is one of our most solid theories. No one is attacking Einstein.
They're just clowns on your side, Haley. They're just complete clowns. They can't even just let you finish, right? Absolute clown jesters. Science, you can't even hold yourself.
Okay, Josh, hold up. Josh, just
go ahead.
Let him finish.
Well, that's it essentially, Brandon. Is that
and let Brandon respond? Yeah.
So essentially, Brandon, Einstein, because you know Einstein, he was introduced because the observations of Mercury did not fit with Newtonian gravity. There was not this mass attracted mass that they thought was happening, and Einstein came in and introduced what you now know as the bending of space-time. Okay.
So I've been on these lives a few times before. Okay, and I've heard that before, and I specialize in photography. Hasselblad knows that. And I work with telescopes. I study telescopes. And one of the things we often look at is stars, okay? And one really cool phenomenon is gravitational lensing. It's the bending of light around black holes. It's a phenomenon that's well documented, well observed. And my question for you is, if we have telescopes on Earth that are looking into space, and we see this gravitational lensing, and it follows the theories predicted by Einstein, Newton, all these guys. How can we rectify that with the idea that gravity is not somehow real? How can we see these observations that match the models that we have and say gravity is not real? It just does not compute mentally or in any sort of sense. These are things that we can see literally. We can see them. We can take telescopes. We can see the light that is bending.
I'm looking now.
Brandon, can you explain what gravitational lensing is before?
Well, gravitational lensing occurs when massive celestial bodies such as galaxy clusters cause sufficient curvature of space-time for path of light around it to be visibly bent as if by a lens.
Very good. Very good.
So we're observing this now, Brandon. When you look at the observation, this is interpretation. Okay, you're interpreting your observation to fit whatever model that is that you want to put forward, right?
So, are you proposing then a different model? Are you proposing that there's a different model?
I'm saying that you can stick to your model. I'm saying that's up to you because it's about interpretation. Now, obviously, if you looked through a different lens, you would look at this and interpret in a different way.
No, right? You wouldn't. You would interpret it the same way, no matter how you're looking at it. That's the point.
Not if you knew that you were on a flat Earth in an enclosed system.
The thing. That's
no, but hold on. So let's say you knew the Earth was flat, like you knew this yourself, and then you looked at these things.
Listen to me for 1 second. Let me explain.
I know what you're saying. But I'm trying to point out, if your lens was from, okay, the Earth is flat. I look up. I know it's not space. How do I explain what I'm looking at? Right? You would have to give yourself a different interpretation.
How do you know the Earth is flat and space is fake without doing these observations, measurements, and experiments?
Yes, for 1 second, okay? It doesn't matter whether we look at it from a flat plane or a globe because we are looking at it. How we receive the light doesn't matter. The light is, objectively speaking, coming in a certain direction and we are just observing it, right? So the place that we are observing it from doesn't really make a difference. It's the fact that we can observe it in the first place and the fact that those observations line up, which is critical here.
No, like I said, it's just interpretation.
But
so, a gravitational lens is matter such as a cluster of galaxies or a point particle, right, that bends light from a distant source as it travels towards the observer. Right. So again, what you're looking at, you're making an interpretation to fit your model. Right. You haven't actually been there. You don't know what it is exactly, but you're assuming that there is a force at play, but something that we can't science. You see?
Go ahead.
Light travels in a straight line, correct? Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, again, yes. Okay. Let's say if you say
light travels in a straight line.
Yeah. Okay.
So then.
But is light a wave or a particle?
It's duality.
See,
and it's
we
actually
don't know
really funny
much.
that you mentioned that, right? Because
Well, that's what I'm going to say. So it depends how you interpret the data.
No,
right?
it's not. It's not.
It does not, Gas. It does not. And it's
Well,
actually
go
really
ahead,
funny that you
Brandon. Carry on.
really funny that you mentioned the Schrodinger equation, because when we do the double slit experiment and we see diffraction patterns, those same diffraction patterns can be, or that same sort of idea can be used in photography. When we look at lenses and we look at how lenses are made, one of the issues with lenses is diffraction. And that diffraction is similar in effect to the double slit experiment, because when you open that aperture, the edges essentially act as a point source, right? And so we can see these same sort of principles, fundamental concepts being applied throughout multiple different aspects of our universe and how they perpetuate, in different ways.
The easy answer is when light travels, it travels as a wave. When light interacts with an object, it interacts with it as a particle.
That's your interpretation.
No, not interpretation. It has been scientifically confirmed, Gas.
Let's have a look. We can't, so let's keep it down to interpretation.
What do you think the double slit experiment was about?
Yeah, and it's about interpretation.
No, it isn't about interpretation. Science isn't about interpreting things. Science is about doing an experiment, saying, oh, this has been confirmed or proven wrong, and then showing it to other people who are smart enough to understand what's going on and having them either confirm your outcome or say, no, this is wrong and here's why. It's not just one person doing one thing and making a claim and everybody else goes, yep, that's right. We won't look into it at all. Millions upon millions of people over the entirety of science have looked at these things and confirmed them. Everyone is in agreement on the things we are talking about. It is not interpretation. Saying so is just completely disingenuous because you're looking at this with your bias intact.
And if a scientist came out and said something different, if a scientist... Oh, sorry.
Hi, what's your name?
Hi, how are you doing? Adrian.
Okay.
Hey, if my connection's bad, please kick me off. I apologize, I'm traveling.
No, it's all right. You're all right at the moment. What is your position on this?
Oh, I'm a flat earther, clearly.
Oh, right. Let's go.
I think this debate will go on for a long while, if not forever. In part,
it will go until they go to the moon and we have commercial travel. We can say, I'm booking a flight to the moon next week. Hey guys, go to the moon.
Oh, it's got to be commercial?
Commercial. When there is commercial travel to the moon, where we can say next month I'm going to the moon, that's when people will.
Well, that's not going to happen in our lifetime, Gas.
It's never going to happen. Yeah, we know this.
Do you want to discuss what they're talking about, or do you have something else that you would like to add?
Yeah, I said this debate is going to go on in part because of the inability or lack of knowledge sometimes of the flat earthers and the inability to make themselves heard and understood when they present their side of the story, right? On the other hand, it's pure denial on the part of the globers, even when presented with black and white facts. Right?
The thing is, there two sides to this discussion, right? There's truth, and then there's right and there's wrong. And only one side of this argument can be wrong, because Earth is either a globe or it's not, And so when we have things like gravity, and we have things, when we have satellites, we have the ISS, we have pictures from the moon, for example. When we have all of these actual pieces of evidence and people just say, no, that's not real, it makes it really, really hard to then go out and prove that Earth is a globe, Because if you're just refuting everything that people are bringing to you, there's no real way to move forward, and there's no way to actually advance the discussion.
It's also because sometimes we talk about different things, like we define things differently, When we talk about science, we mostly refer to natural science.
Well, science is always natural. There's no such thing as unnatural science. Science is the study of the natural world.
Yeah, but you guys do pseudoscience. That's the difference.
What's pseudoscience?
You know. Here's another thing that I noticed.
Pseudoscience
Hold on. Let me explain something. When Gas, let's just say Gas managed to disprove us on one thing, he doesn't use consistency of that. He disproves that. Then we apply that like, oh, okay, he disproved that our perception of how pressure works is incorrect, right? Then how do you explain the water bubble around the Earth, right? What about the pressure of that? He doesn't keep consistency to explain the other things associated with the things he disproved upon us, right? So there's no consistency. He's just saying everything we say is incorrect, and then he doesn't retain any bit of a Bible or context for himself.
Right. Adrian, can you give us an example of the black and white evidence that Globers refuse?
Yeah, sure. For example, elevation angles, right? By definition, elevation angles are measured from a horizontal plane. You cannot measure.
Are you talking about a
elevation.
sextant?
Well, any angle, sextant or any other thing that you use for measuring angles.
Sure. So you're breaking up. You're breaking up.
Yeah, you're breaking up a little bit.
I think he reached the firmament.
You guys go ahead because want mess up.
So here's
Now you
my
see,
example.
those are futile questions. Yeah.
No, they're not futile, because so if you're using a sextant, typically you're standing on the deck of a ship, correct? Like most of the time when somebody uses a okay, so is the deck of the ship above the surface of the water?
Yes.
Okay.
And
so
you adjust for the eye of the observer, for the height.
Correct. Yeah. We're in 100% agreement.
Bring the eye. Yeah, you bring the eye of the observer to sea level, and then it becomes
you don't bring
an
the
elevation angle. Figuratively speaking, you don't actually bring it.
No. So what you do is adjust the sextant to the horizon for the horizon dip. And you can project, here's the entire point I was trying to make. If you're above the surface, you can project a straight line between point A and point B. A sextant is not measuring a curve along the ground. A sextant is above the ground, and you're establishing a straight line between you and a point on the horizon, and then getting your elevation angle off of that straight line that you projected between yourself and the horizon.
Okay, if you take a navigation manual, most of them or all of them, I don't know, will tell you that dip correction means adjusting for the eye of the observer, to bringing it to sea level, right? For the height, right?
Yeah.
Now,
so the higher you go, the more the horizon dips. The horizon on a flat plane would not dip.
But by bringing this correction for the height of the observer, you established the horizontal plane in reference to the horizon.
So not the horizontal plane of Earth, the horizontal plane between you and the horizon.
Yeah,
the higher you go, the steeper that angle gets. Why is that?
But by correcting for the height of the observer, you establish the horizontal plane at sea level.
No, you're not at sea level, you're above sea level.
You are, but you're correcting for the
No,
height
you're not
of the
correcting for sea level. You're correcting for the horizon dip. It doesn't bring you down to sea level.
And even for a 6-foot observer, we can measure that the horizon is falling away from you.
Let me ask you this.
That's only possible on a ball.
Please answer this question. Is there refraction, in your opinion?
Yes, refraction is a thing.
If there's refraction, you actually see a little bit further than the so-called geometric horizon, right?
Well, there is no such thing as a geometric horizon.
Thank you very much. We don't see it ever.
So the definition of horizon is where the sky appears to meet the land.
Exactly.
Appears is a very important part of that definition.
We agree.
We agree with that. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So
there is no geometric horizon.
And there shouldn't be. There should not be. Your claim that there has to be a horizon that is geometric at all times,
I don't.
Just completely doesn't make sense.
That's a global claim. Okay.
So then why do you bring up a geometric horizon? Because what we can say.
Because you would ask the question, because when a building is missing or a mountain is missing, you have to work out the height of the observer and how much the building is missing behind your horizon. That's
what we can say is that for any given observer at any given moment in time, the horizon that they are seeing is a physical thing. There is a physical obstruction.
No,
it isn't. It isn't. So what is hiding? What is hiding things when
you
when
just said there's no geometric horizon?
Right, because your claim about geometric horizon.
I think I'm going to switch you out, Brandon. Sorry, I appreciate you coming up though.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah, sorry.
All good. So when you say things like geometric horizon, it implies that the horizon should be there for everyone at that specific spot, and that is not true. The horizon is a physical thing for individual observers.
If you are a 6-foot observer, the horizon will be the same for every 6-foot observer.
Not true.
No, on a globe, that's where
not true. The horizon moves up and down.
Yeah, due to refraction.
But I'm talking.
Okay, so then you cannot have a dip correction based on what you say, because it's different every time you measure.
Sure,
but if you correct only for the height of the observer, that's always the same height.
No, it isn't.
Well, yeah, it is. If you're on a boat that's 15 feet high, it's always 15 feet high, yeah? Basically.
Oh, what happens if a wave passes underneath it?
No, but you're measuring 15 foot, always.
So, like, if you're in the Bering Sea and you have 30-foot waves, is the deck of the boat always?
But the measurement is 15 foot from sea level.
Right. So if there's a wave and you go over the wave,
the sea level
you are above
changes.
sea level now.
This is what I mean. These are clowns, man. This is a clown show.
No.
Yeah, they're clowns.
This is red herring. Hey,
what is a wave? Well, then, of course you're not 15 foot if you're on a 60-foot wave. We're talking 15 foot from sea level.
Sure, but he said the deck of the boat is always 15 feet high.
That's why that's the height that he's measuring. 15 foot. That's what he's sticking with.
But we can
actually you can correct for waves too. Like if you have like 10-foot waves, then you consider the dip too, and then you make the average and correct for 5 feet.
I agree.
But that's not the problem, because in one day, let's say within 1 hour, we presumably have the same sea level, right? Because the sea level will not change that fast.
Mean sea level.
If we have waves, we have waves for a couple hours, right? So if you take 10 measurements within a couple of hours, the horizon can move 10 times on the same sea level. So you would need to make 10 different corrections. You understand?
Yeah, and that's
But
what
if-
they would do.
But they don't, because the correction is in the catalog. The correction is fixed.
Yeah, shawty girl
No,
who
that
work
doesn't
at BioLife, she
that.
come
That's
here
like a
to
non
donate
sequitur.
because they won't let them donate.
Hey, well, here's the thing.
Yeah,
I
shawty
gotta
girl.
say one thing.
I seen her yesterday, matter of fact. I was like, what the hell, you up there? She like, yeah, they don't let us donate. I'm like, yeah, that's all like, that's crazy.
I think TG is having a conversation with that.
Okay, well, here's the thing. All right.
Yeah, there's
Listen very
only
carefully.
one correction for
Wait,
that height.
Hold up, sir. Hold up. Can we let Delilah speak?
Well, my name is actually Jonathan.
Oh,
It's my girlfriend's account.
hi, Jonathan. Yeah.
Hi.
Your opinion?
Yeah, Earth is a globe. That's undeniable. But we didn't land on the moon.
Oh, here we go.
We didn't?
No.
Do you have any evidence that says we didn't land on the moon?
Yeah.
I have plenty that says we did. That is pretty irrefutable. Go ahead.
Yeah, according to you. Brainwashed NASA boy.
No, according
Okay.
to scientists outside of NASA that
No,
have
according to you,
realized-
brainwashed science boy. Anyways, so you ever heard of what's it called again? The belts that are around Earth.
Van Allen belts, yeah. What
Yes.
type of radiation is in the Van Allen belts? Do you know?
Nothing can get past those belts.
That's not true. So what type
Without
of radiation?
melting.
So John, what type of radiation is in the Van Allen belts?
A and B.
Yeah. So what stops alpha particles?
Well, it doesn't matter. The thing is,
It
that it's
does.
so-
It does because
no,
you.
it doesn't,
So
because now you're shifting the conversation.
no, I'm not shifting the conversation.
you are
You're
shifting
making
the
the claim.
conversation.
So John, hold on a second.
Wait,
You
I hadn't
come-
finished saying what I was going to say.
You said the Van Allen belts, and I asked you what type of radiation. You said A and B. It's alpha and beta. Fair enough. We'll go with A and B. Did you know that your body comes into contact with alpha particles all the time?
Yes, but not at the concentration that it's on the Van Allen belt.
What's the concentration at the Van Allen?
I'm not exactly sure. It's a high number.
Okay, so how can you make that claim?
That does not disprove what I'm saying.
Okay.
You're
so,
just trying to play Mr. Smarty
what
Pants with me so you can sound smart.
What stops? No, this is stuff we can empirically prove. What stops
Oh yeah, how
beta
so?
particles? What stops beta particles?
Well, there's many whatever that can block it temporarily, but the issue
Paper.
is that
Something as thin as a sheet of paper can stop beta particles. How long are we told?
maybe when you're on Earth because it's being filtered to the atmosphere, but not when you're directly out in
No.
space.
So you can get radioactive material. Like they make them in like little pucks. You can actually buy radioactive material on Amazon and a little puck, and you can take a Geiger counter and read the radiation that is coming off of it. Then you can put a piece of paper over that and read it again and see that it drops to almost zero when you put the piece of paper over the puck. This is something that has been done. The
Sure.
astronauts.
You can block it temporarily.
No, not temporarily.
Really?
Indefinitely. So the astronauts that went through the Van Allen belts, traveling one way, went through the Van Allen belts for about an hour and a half. And the radiation they received, they all had radiation monitors on. They knew, the flight surgeon knew, hey, they're going to come into contact with radiation. They received about 3 chest x-rays worth of radiation round trip. Is it possible for someone to get 3 chest x-rays and survive?
You're just saying stuff at this point.
Oh, I'm just saying stuff. So what you have is not.
You're preaching.
Because
Here's the
obviously
thing,
he's just
though.
gonna-
Those videos of them on the moon, that's just from Star Trek.
Okay, so here's my one last bit of evidence, because I said we can empirically prove this.
You haven't shown me any evidence. You're just blabbering.
Yeah, so I'm about to give it to you, and then I'm going to shut up and let everybody else talk. So I
Okay,
don't
give it
take
to
over
me.
the
Let's see
live.
said
Okay.
evidence.
So, would you agree, John, that if let's say you're on a dusty road riding a bike?
Oh, here we go. More freaking riddles. I'm not interested in that. Give me the
It's
evidence.
not Okay, I'm trying to see if you agree with certain.
I don't want to hear your riddles, Mr. Smarty Boy.
It's not.
I want you to show me the evidence that you're supposed to be
here's the
telling.
evidence. Here's the evidence that you're just going to say nuh-uh to.
Show me the. Well, you haven't shown me nothing. Show me the paper.
Hold up.
Right. I can.
Hasselblad has got some evidence for you, Jonathan, was it?
John.
Sorry.
Don't misname me. You're being namophobic.
There's a video that. Go ahead, Haley. You're trying to say something.
No.
Okay.
Okay.
So there was a video called the Lunar Rover Grand Prix that was shot in 1972 on Apollo 17, the last trip we took to the moon before they canceled the rest of the missions. That video was shot on physical film. And what it shows is the lunar rover driving around the surface of the moon and kicking up dust particles. So we know
they replicated the same thing on Star Trek.
Hold on, wasn't finished. You don't even know what my claim is.
You keep blabbering about shit. Just show it to me.
Why are you so afraid of the evidence?
You're not showing it to me. You're just saying stuff.
Yeah. So what we can do is take that film, and what has actually been done, and a paper has been written on it called The Ballistic Trajectory of the Lunar Regolith Coming Off of the Tires. If you look up Lunar Rover Grand Prix Ballistic Trajectory, you will get this scientific paper that was done by non-NASA scientists.
Okay, show me the paper.
What we can empirically prove, I will go inside and bring it up for you. What we can empirically prove by analyzing that film is that the dust particles do not slow down. We also know that if this was filmed outside on Earth, the dust particles would have to slow down because of air resistance, drag.
So they're built by a vacuum.
Hold on.
I'm just going to drop down. I'm not going to be able to get to my point in time.
Yeah, because he's reading us a book.
Okay, hold up. No, Delilah, that's enough. Level, I can't. Level.
Go ahead, Level.
I'm going to call you Level. What do you have to say?
Okay, so basically you guys were talking about the horizon earlier and how it's apparent and all that. So when we're out at sea as a Navy sailor, we can measure that with our radar, with ships that are coming over the horizon. That wouldn't be apparent, right?
What you want to know?
Yeah, if it's refracted, the ships coming over the horizon would be a mirage, in the Glober's opinion.
So what about at nighttime? Why does it not change anything at nighttime?
You do have a direct line of sight to that ship you can't see with radar.
Yes.
So what are you on about?
Right, but we can see it coming over the horizon.
Yeah, but even if you can't see the ship, your radar still has a direct line of sight to the other ship.
At a distance much greater than the globe would allow.
It's not
that same radar. Whenever you are watching the radar and it gets to the horizon, it starts to fizzle out, but it can go past the horizon. Why is that?
Well, of course it can go past the horizon.
Because the Earth is flat. That's why.
No. And you're laughing.
What are you asking? So you've got two ships that can't see one another. The radar can still see the other ship.
Well, we use a bunch of different radars on the ship. We have one that can actually use that refraction to go around the curve and see other ships.
No, you can't.
And then we have another one that is more line of sight that shoots out and then it fizzles it off. Right where the horizon, the apparent horizon would be. And if there's a ship there, then we can also measure where that ship is.
How about the Sea Sparrow missile that needs to have the target painted with I think they call it like a pencil radar because it keeps the beam really thin like that. And it paints the target officially at 60 miles.
Yes, and that's from a different location that is painting it.
It's from the ship. It's painting it, yeah. From the ship, it's painting the target at 60 miles at least, okay? calculate the curvature for that?
From the ship, it's painting the target 60 miles away. That doesn't make sense.
Sir. Yes, sir. So,
if you're painting it with a laser, it wouldn't happen 60 miles away. That doesn't happen.
Well, it does.
Unless you're in another location, painting it with a
You're
laser
on the ship,
being
right?
shot from another location.
You're on the ship, and the enemy is 60 miles away, and your radar is painting the enemy's ship so that you can shoot the missile, which goes straight to
I just said it would be from a different location that it's getting painted.
What do you mean a different location? If
Somebody would have a laser. Some have handheld lasers. Some are using like drones, but it's getting painted from a different position.
I'm telling you that the radar is on the same ship that the missile is launched off.
Hold on.
But I don't mean to interrupt.
If you're saying painted,
I'm still waiting
then
for
we're
the
talking
papers.
about a laser shooting it and marking its location, right?
Delilah, I think I'm gonna.
John.
I think I'm gonna.
Well, before you drop Delilah, I do have that paper. I was
Oh,
waiting
yeah.
until Leva was done. I wanted to show the paper.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Dr. Hasselblad, it's me, freaking Ruby.
How is there more than 12 hours of the sun in Antarctica if it's flat?
You know what's crazy? Hold up, sorry, Levo. I just want to say that's the second time tonight. Andromeda came in here and trolled me as the first guest, and I had no idea. I had no idea it was Andromeda, and yeah, she came in and did it too, and I was like, "Hell!"
I had you going, Dr. Hasselblad. Wait, what? Hasselblad, sorry.
I thought you were definitely giving them the business.
I got Dr. Blitz too the other day.
But once again, how is there ever more than 12 hours
I'm gonna
of
go now,
sun
bye.
in Antarctica if the world is flat? And I'll drop down here from the comments.
Say that again, Level. I never quite heard you.
I said, if the world is flat, as you guys claim, how is there ever more than 12 hours of sun in Antarctica?
More than 12 hours of sun in Antarctica. There's meant to be a 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
There is. But on a flat Earth, there would never be more than 12 hours of sun.
So you don't know the flat Earth theory, obviously.
No, explain. I would love to know. I can just hear it down from the comments. I got to get going.
Oh, okay.
Thank you for having me up.
Thanks.
Elma Holmes.
Hi, Utterby.
Good to see you, Level. Take care.
So
Yeah, here's what I want to say. We don't know everything. We cannot explain everything. And some flat earthers make the mistake that they try to explain something even if they don't know it because they have been asked the question and then they feel obliged to give an explanation. And that can backfire, you know.
Would you agree that if the Earth is flat, we would have to be able to explain all observations that we are able to make on Earth?
No, because
No?
the world we live in is marvelous, okay? And
It's so marvelous that it's flat.
Exactly.
What are you
How do
saying?
we categorize all the information we have?
We don't understand every phenomena that we observe.
But we can understand the simple things, right?
Yes.
Okay. So do you believe in the Gleason's map? Is that your map that you use?
That's a
Gosh.
Oh, it is a projection.
it's an azimuthal projection. Yeah.
Okay, so is Antarctica a 360-degree ice wall that surrounds us? Is that
probably it goes around. But here's the thing, and there's okay.
So here's
Go
the
ahead.
point. This is what Level was bringing up before he left. So if Antarctica is an ice wall that surrounds us in 360 degrees, it is impossible for it to have 24 hours of daylight at any point for any amount of time. Even if it's just one day, It can't surround us in 360 degrees.
Now you would have to push me into speculation, okay? But I can tell you
this is an
there
observation
exists,
that we can make, though.
Yes. First of all, we have to vet those observations. I've seen the 24-hour sun clip from Antarctica. We have to make sure, because
there's more than one.
A couple of them were fakes. You know.
Okay.
So,
what about this one? Amber's here.
Oh, sick.
We're going. Hang on.
So Adrian, I believe you said your name was. I have a clip pulled up here that is unedited and is a 5-day time lapse with no repeating clouds. I'm happy to play it for you.
One. Yeah, I've seen that one.
So how do you explain it?
I don't yet, because I can explain the ones that are clearly fakes. I can explain those because it shows the same clouds coming twice in the same day, you know.
But what about the real ones? Why can't you explain them? It doesn't make sense. You only want to explain what you can.
Because it's not my claim. I didn't make that claim. You would have to support.
Why is it that
claim,
we're able
but
to?
You have a claim that Earth is flat, though.
Yes, sir. It's obviously flat.
But so can I say one thing, La Plesante? I've seen your video about Igor Wolk, and I'm half Russian. And in your video, he says that there has been no astronauts, but that's not what he says. It's like the subtitles are misleading.
Yeah. Who was that directed to? Sorry. Can't remember your name.
What you want about, Alex?
Yeah, I mean, this guy has video about Igor Wolk that in video it says that the guy with subtitles says that there has never been astronauts out anywhere, but that's not what he says.
That's what I wanted to mention regarding your rover on the moon proof. You know, that's a non sequitur until you demonstrate pressure without a container.
So here's my question to you, Adrian, because even though she was trolling me, Atlantic is a really damn good troll. I'll give her that. But even though she was trolling me, I didn't finish everything. So we can empirically prove that those dust particles do not slow down when they come off the rover tires. That's very easy to do.
I understand.
Which means, hold on. I'm not finished. Which means it would have to be shot in a vacuum. We can also show that the trajectory of the arcs that they make match 1/6 gravity and do not match Earth's gravity. So there's two things you would have to explain. One, hold on. There's two things you have to explain. Where is the vacuum chamber large enough that they were able to film this in, so the lunar rover can drive around the distance that it did, and how did they turn off Earth's gravity? Those are the two things you have to explain.
Okay, let me reiterate again. I don't like to speculate, and if you force me to answer to this question, then I would have to speculate. I could speculate, for example, that they adjusted the film speed, right?
No, because if they adjust the film speed, see, you're just showing you don't understand how cameras work. So let's say they hold on. So if this is what my profession, I'm a professional photographer. If you're shooting film, a video, whether that video is digital or physical film in the case of the Apollo missions, and you adjust the speed of the film traveling through the camera or adjust your frame rate on a digital camera, everything is going to speed up or slow down
just in a
together. Hold on.
Put on the big screen there, Haley, please. This is a dummy. This is not a real person. This is just a vacuum.
Okay. So, sure. So how?
Not a real person. It's not a real person. It's a remote control car.
Yeah.
Okay.
You see how we're going to? We go into speculation. Hear me out,
No,
please.
we're not. We're not going into speculation.
Well, he's going into speculation with the dummy and stuff like that.
How did they dial down? How did they dial down the trajectory of the dust to match 1/6 gravity? Please
put it in a vacuum.
No, you can't. So gravity exists in a vacuum.
Yeah, but the dust won't go as far because it's less resistant.
No, it'll go further. Good Lord, Gas. Learn a little bit of science, Slick.
If you control the vacuum, you control the distance.
No, you can't.
Hold up.
It's not about the distance.
Hold up. Speaking of Slick, I didn't want to have to bring Amber up, Gas, to read you to filth, but she's here now, so.
Just a dummy. Look, there's a mannequin in this remote control car, and it's
did you just call me a dummy?
No, he's talking about the mannequin.
This car, the mannequin in this car is just a dummy. It's not a real person, and it's just a studio. Not a big deal.
Okay, so how did they deal with the vertical distance that and speed and arc that is traveling? And I'm going to shut up and let Amber handle this.
And Blitz just said, "How come you can see the hands moving?"
Because it's CGI.
The hands are
it's a robotic. It's a robotic dummy, apparently.
It's bouncing on the G.
So is Gas.
So you need to answer their question. If you're gonna speculate that it's a dummy and that this was shot in some sort of Warner Brothers studio, then you need to answer the question. You, not us, need to answer the question as to how the dust. Wait! I'm so sorry because I feel bad that you just bumped the front of your fucking head into my sentence, and I feel really bad for you because it must hurt. So let me get to a comma here, or a period, or a question mark, or maybe even an exclamation point. So how do you mathematically or objectively describe what you're seeing here, where the dust is actually, it's coinciding with the gravity on the moon? How do you adjust for that, like they just asked? How are you doing that?
Okay, may I answer?
Well, we didn't have CGI in the 60s.
I like your sarcasm. Listen very carefully. This is a non sequitur because it's your claim. You're supposed to support it. We didn't make that claim.
We literally just did.
We literally did.
Okay, listen to me. You're asking us to explain your claim. We don't have to. You on the other hand, are making use of a logical fallacy right now.
No.
Because
So Adrian,
So don't bump your head into my sentence, please.
No,
you're not allowed to steal my lines, baby. That's really good.
Yeah.
Be original.
So Adrian, to be clear,
did you like that?
What's happening here?
Did you like that? Okay. Okay, let me just finish my sentence, please. So it's a logical fallacy because it's if A then B and you claim B and then you claim A, it doesn't work. You have to prove A first in order to claim B. Yes.
No. So what you did.
So you have to demonstrate atmospheric pressure without a container first. And then we can travel into the violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
The atmosphere doesn't require a container because it thins
demonstration, please. Demonstration.
Yeah, we've measured it. It thins
demonstration, please.
And you asked, actually, a different guy that was up here earlier asked for evidence that we went to the moon. We gave him the evidence, and you're saying the evidence is a non sequitur. Do you see the logical fallacy in that? You're talking about us using logical fallacies. You're the one actually using it.
It's a non sequitur improving the globe. Yes, it is.
No, well, we were talking about the moon landing, not the globe. But if the moon landing is true, then the photos of the globe are also true.
What year did they land on the moon?
You would have to demonstrate air pressure without a container.
So they landed on the moon 6 times between 1969 and 1972, if you're talking about humans alone. Before that, NASA actually sent unmanned missions to the moon to test land things.
Right.
They had 7 test
And we
landings.
believe the president made a phone call to the moon and they got service on the moon?
So no, the president didn't make a phone call to the moon. The president made a phone call to Houston, and Houston patched him into their radio signal, much like when you're in your car listening to a radio station and somebody calls the radio station, you can hear their voice in the car. Does your car have a phone cord trailing behind it to that person's house?
No.
No, it doesn't. So yeah, the president called Houston and patched him into the radio signal.
They literally made a phone call to the moon.
No, they literally made a call from Washington, D.C. to Houston, Texas.
I couldn't even get service to my house properly, mate. How could they get service on the moon?
Yeah. Right.
Because there's nothing between Earth and the moon to block the signal.
I would think a multi-billion-dollar company would be able to complete that.
Oh,
and CGI. There was CGI in the 1960s.
And I need to hear Amber's voice more, so I'm going to mute again.
Sweet Jesus, do you not know how radio waves work? I mean, have you ever had a walkie-talkie in your life? I mean, that's a little bit of a different thing, right? But there's nothing hindering a radio signal between the Earth and the moon, like some gigantic, I don't know, some other thing, like, I don't know, a firmament maybe? I don't know. So there's nothing else that's obscuring a radio signal from getting from Houston to the moon and back. And yes, the president was patched in to Houston, for fuck's sake, was patched into Houston, and Houston then relayed that signal to the moon. It's very simple, guys. It's telecommunications 101. We still do stuff like this, right? Why are we having this argument?
Delay, right? About a 7 seconds delay.
Why are we having this argument now? We're like pivoting. It reminds me of that unfortunate, bless his heart, Friends episode. Pivot.
That must mean the moon exists. And then must mean that gravity exists, right?
All right. So I wanted to answer someone else's question, but I don't want to call him Placenta. What is your real name, sir?
I don't know.
It says Adrian. Thank you. I just feel weird calling you Placenta.
Just call him Slip.
All right. So I want to go back to what you were saying. What you were talking about how it's there was no rover on the moon, right? Can you define, without using anything else, why you believe that to be completely true and what everybody has told you so far, which is factual information, how that is false? I want to know what it is in your mind where that line of separation has to be drawn.
I stated it a few times, so I didn't refer to the no rover on the moon. We haven't been at all in space and to the moon until you can show me a demonstration of air pressure without a container. Then we can go on.
So is it what you're stating right now, that when we do go up in the air, that all this nonsense with needing a helmet and needing a spacesuit is all just baloney because we're not really going up there anyway? Is that true?
Correct. And
here's what I'd like. No, hold on. Here's what I would like to demonstrate. I would like to demonstrate the power of crowdsourcing, and I would like to create a GoFundMe for you to be the first human to go up in one of these fake rockets without a spacesuit and without a helmet and take a nice big freaking deep breath of that fresh air
back to the moon, then? Why haven't they
and see what happens? And see what happens to you. You'll be the first in history. Huh?
Why haven't they gone back to
violence?
Violence? Where's their violence?
Well, the outcome would be violent if he did that, right?
It would be violent, but he would need to explain why it would be violent.
It's just that nobody mentioned going without a suit. I said you cannot go there.
Why? No, I'm saying where we do supposedly go, where you said we don't go to space, we go somewhere else. Wherever it is we go, I want you to go without a helmet and without a spacesuit, and then show me what happens. I want a video camera too.
So I have a question for Adrian.
What is this, by the way?
to all the dome denier.
There's an aircraft in the air.
Hold on.
Adrian, do you believe in satellites?
Sorry, Nixy's showing us something. 1 second.
What is that?
That is an aircraft in the air.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
It's going too fast to be an aircraft based on how you can triangulate its position, gas pressure. Do you know how to triangulate something?
No, how do you do it? You do it live now?
Do you know what A squared plus B squared equals C squared?
I don't know any of what you're talking about.
Yeah, I know you don't know math.
So, I don't know what you're talking about.
Why don't you go take a math class, Pumpkin?
Can you demonstrate what you're talking about? No, you can't.
This is the International Space Station, and gas pressure, you've claimed that there are balloons holding it up. Where are the balloons,
no, not
Pumpkin?
This. No, this is an aircraft.
No, you said it earlier. I heard you, so did everybody else about an hour ago.
Satelloons.
Yeah, but where's the balloons?
Balloons.
Where are the saddle balloons on this?
I can show
Why
you
is it that I could take a picture, and this is my picture, Pumpkin? This wasn't taken by somebody else. You won't find it on the internet. Why? You'll find it on TikTok because I did it live on TikTok. What is going in front of the sun that we can predict exactly where it's going to be?
Nixy, no big deal. No big deal. It's just an aircraft. We build it, fly it in the air. So what?
Why is it over 200 miles above the surface of the Earth?
What do you mean? That's the limit we can go to.
200 miles?
Yes.
Why are GPS satellites at like 25, 30,000 miles? And I can take photographs of them too. Okay, thank you.
The satellites you're talking about are natural satellites, not man-made.
Well, that disproves the flat Earth because you can't have satellites going around a flat Earth.
Can you show me a man-made satellite?
So thank you so much for disproving the flat Earth today.
Oh, for goodness sakes.
All right.
Again, another.
All right. How come helium doesn't fall to the ground from gravity?
What was that?
Why does helium float? Because it's less dense than
Why
air,
does
correct?
helium escape the Earth's atmosphere never to come back?
Why does helium float?
Because
buoyancy.
It's less dense than air.
Do you know the math formula for buoyancy, Utterby?
Why does helium float?
Buoyancy. Do you know the math formula for buoyancy? If you're going to bring it up, what is
that's
it?
less dense than air will float. Anything that's more dense than air will fall to the floor.
Come on, Slick.
Okay, give me the formula for density.
Oh,
that one's easy.
Come on, give me the math formula for this thing called density.
Maths does not prove where we live. Science does.
Yeah,
Do you have the science?
It actually does.
Actually, math
where we live?
is science. Toodles. It's math and science go together. Like
no, maths is based on the maths is good, but the problem is that it's based on a presupposition. You presuppose that the Earth is a ball spinning at this speed and the sun is this far, and you do calculations based on that. That's where the problem is. There's no.
But you're presupposing a lot of things. So we're going to get nowhere because you're predisposing that everything's CGI and that we're all full of shit. And there's this glass firmament that we have little tiny Oompa Loompas cleaning every day so it doesn't get fogged up so we can actually see the stars at night.
Well,
right?
The necessary antecedent for gas pressure is a container. So
you never answered his question. What is the formula for density? I think all of us in the room know it. Do you know it?
I have no idea. I don't care for maths.
Obviously.
Yeah, you can stick to math, where in certain places.
Math is evil when it disproves.
What I want to see is a practical demonstration of the claim. That's what tells us if it's true or not.
Okay, so what's the math formula for density?
Three words.
You have hearing problems.
It's
no
three
idea.
words. It's 3 words.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mass divided by what?
Come on, baby, you can do it, Gas. I have faith in you.
I'm not going to even waste.
I'll give you a hint. It's on your radio. You can actually use that word in its place.
That's funny.
We're not wasting.
Starts with a V.
He might actually believe that's what air
No, I know.
volume is.
Oh God.
No gas pressure. Do you believe in gravity?
No,
So why can't we fly?
because we're too dense.
Some of us are too dense, right?
Some of us. So some of us can fly. Yeah.
If you go
Some
in
of
the
us can
water,
fly, right?
if you go in the water, you can go and fly in any direction, right?
Okay, go. I want to see you fly, my guy.
Okay,
No,
so
because
what
the medium
what is the
dictates.
formula for buoyancy, Utter B?
Who knows?
Utter
Who
B,
cares? No
there
one
is
cares. No
a
one cares
math
for formulas.
formula that we use, Utter B, to calculate like how much cargo a boat can have.
We're
What
talking
is that
about the shape
formula
of the
called?
Earth. It says maths has its place, yes. But when it comes to the shape of the Earth, it's
Gas
based on
pressure. We're
meter
talking to
position.
Utter B. We're not talking to you.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
You don't know math, and you said it,
Yeah.
you don't know any of it. And
We
Utter
used to know
B
it.
brought up buoyancy, so we're waiting for the math formula.
You tell me the math formula.
This is your claim, Pumpkin, and we want to calculate how many kegs of beer we can put
And
on
you're
a
the one
boat.
asking what the formula is.
Right. It's your claim. What is it?
Can we then calculate how many kegs of beer I'm going to drink?
Yes.
Sorry, I couldn't resist.
Do one of us need to tell you the formula has G in it? Do you know what G is?
Gravity.
Gravity. So density is not a force, it's a property, and buoyancy uses the force of gravity, which is a law.
Gravity is not a force, so you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, no, it is a law.
It's not a force.
It's a law.
Gravity is not a
Gravity
force.
is a law, and you abide by it even though you don't want to.
Where's your science for it?
Do I have to show you the Cavendish experiment in a vacuum again? No, I don't feel like it.
Let's have a look. Show Haley. Haley has never seen it. Let's show Haley Cavendish.
I showed Haley about, what, a month ago?
Yeah, we've all seen
Haley's
this.
never seen it. We've never seen it. We've never seen it. Let's have a
sorry.
look.
What's his name came back. I have to drop someone. I had to drop that guy. I don't know why he dropped, but he did. But he's back. Carry on. Flick's back.
Okay, so show me your experiment proving gravity doesn't exist, because that's your claim.
Yeah, I'm
But
sorry.
what
I
is
had a
gravity?
phone call.
That is a claim, just so you
regarding
know.
the Cavendish experiment, can you please tell me the hypothesis for?
A mass attracting mass through the curvature of space-time.
Experiment.
There we go. Nice and easy.
Curvature,
There you go. And
curvature
the
of space-time
experiment is we
didn't
take
come
perpendicular.
till later.
Okay, so let me explain how the experiment works. We take a torsion rod. Do you know what a torsion rod is?
No, tell us.
It's like a brass rod, and it's only going to twist under force. And we put two lead weights on either side of the torsion bar. And guess what?
What?
They just stay there. And then we put another rod in the middle, and we put a mirror on that torsion rod, and we shine a laser. Can I get a freaking shark with lasers?
Laser.
And it shines a laser on the mirror, and the bar doesn't move, and we keep the laser on it. And then what we do is we slide other lead masses, and all of this is grounded before you say electrostatic, and lead is is dielectric. So what happens is, as we put the masses closer, the laser light moves, showing the torsion on the bar. And when I move the masses away, the laser light goes back. And this is done in a sealed container. So please tell me what is causing the mass to be attracted to the mass.
How can we tell you anything without the observed phenomena?
Exactly. Hold on, because he
well, there are only
he's just
there
used
are
an
only
oxymoron.
50,000 Cavendish videos on YouTube that you can pull down at your heart's leisure watching this effect.
He doesn't want to watch them.
Which mean absolutely nothing.
Why do they mean absolutely nothing?
Because a scientific experiment is a hypothesis test. A hypothesis has two variables. It has the independent variable, which is the presumed cause of the effect, which is the dependent variable. The dependent variable is the natural phenomena observed. Please tell me which is the natural phenomena observed in order to test the hypothesis that we build afterwards with the presumed cause in an experiment with a torsion bar and two balls on it.
Okay. By changing the distance between those balls. I said balls.
Distance
not a variable.
Yes, it is a variable because I vary the distance. That is the variable. It's just like if I'm going to measure the acceleration of a car on a ramp, I can change the height of the ramp. Here I am changing the distance. I'm sorry you didn't know that was an independent variable.
Distance, height, width are not independent variables. They don't cause anything.
Okay. Sorry, you can answer someone. I was just trying to make sure we weren't going. I didn't want to have to go to show.
Actually, I have to go because I have an appointment, and I could only pop in for a minute, unfortunately, today. But all I want to say, especially to Gas, and I forgot your name already. Adrian. You guys would have more integrity if you would say, okay, that makes sense. I mean, if you're trying to prove the Earth is flat, you must concede that there's some science in this world that actually makes sense, right? But you're actually sitting here disproving every scientific principle that you possibly can, and it's giving you zero integrity.
I beg to differ. I'm asking for real science, not pseudoscience, okay? And
so tell me, why does the torsion bar twist when mass is moved closer and further away? What's happening?
Do you understand?
Polly, thank you.
That do you understand that when you claim distance as a variable, you say that distance is the cause of gravity?
That was not my question. My question is, what's happening? Why does it do this? And there were crickets.
Yeah.
This is where I wish I was Peterson. I could have done the cricket thing.
Hold on, let me answer this.
I can answer the question. It's gravity.
Hold on, yeah, okay. So are you saying that you can show mass attracting mass in the vacuum?
Yes. I've shown you the video at least 3 times, Pumpkin.
Right. If you can show this, I will concede and say
no. I've shown it to you, and you do not concede, and you forget that I ever showed you the video.
So you can't show it.
No, I'm done playing. Show me the unicorn.
Listen, there's
Pumpkin.
a torsion bar. There's a torsion bar.
So what's happening?
Like, Amber wanted to know, are all these people lying to us? Are they in on it? No. Nixy here is not showing the science and therefore is withholding the truth.
How many times have I shown you videos, Pumpkin?
You haven't shown it once.
No. How many in the past year, gas pressure? How many times in the past year have I shown you videos of the Cavendish experiment?
Yeah, outside the vacuum, many. Inside the vacuum, none.
No, I showed you 2 that were inside a vacuum. And what did you say about one of them?
Nothing, because you haven't shown it.
No, I did. And you said you had told the guy that he had set it up incorrectly. That was your claim. That you personally knew the guy And then I pointed out he was at MIT, and he was actually a colleague of mine I went to college with back in the day, and then you rage quit.
I'm saying we've
Do
never
you not
observed-
remember that? Because I do.
My answer was then, and it is now, we have never observed with eyes mass attracting like a magnet to another mass. That's never been observed.
Well, I mean, Nixy said he's shown you twice.
Well, don't believe him, Haley, because we've been lied to. He cannot show it right now that you will not see mass attracting mass like a magnet because it's a lie. That's
Okay.
not pointing out
So
there.
if someone had a laptop and could show you right now this video,
yeah,
would you concede?
No. If you can see like a mass, like a ball, and another ball, like a smaller ball, attracting to one another, like a real attraction, then I concede. If you see that, I see it, we all see it, I give up. But we haven't seen that.
The
You've never
problem
seen
is
it,
the
I've never
cause.
seen it.
What is the cause? That's the problem. And you cannot have mass attracts mass because mass is attract. It's a vicious circle. There's no cause there.
Well, all we need is Nixy here to show mass attracted mass in a vacuum. And then
What happened with the Schehalian experiment?
I don't know.
Okay.
Blitz wants to know why charges attract. Hold up. Blitz wants to know why charges attract.
I don't know.
All
That's
right.
not my claim. The claim is mass.
There's the torsion bar. There's the vacuum pressure.
Mm-hmm.
And here's the video that. Oh. And here's the laser bouncing off the torsion bar in a vacuum with no pressure. Oh. And this is the title of the video. Torsion balance in a vacuum part 2. There's a part 1 where he sets it all up.
Can you show the observation? All we want to see is mass.
No. You asked me to show you
So
the
hear that,
experiment.
Haley? We can't see mass, like a physical mass, being attracted to another mass. We can't see that.
This is the bar that's being attracted to the table. Do you know that's a mass?
Can you just show the mass attracted to like a magnet?
Yes, it is.
It is.
Where's the mass?
Yes, that's
right here, pumpkin.
So where's the other? So
here's the vacuum pressure. Here's the vacuum pressure. Here's the vacuum pump. Here's the mass, and here's the other mass.
Okay, so show the attraction.
You can see
right here. The laser light is moving. Why is it moving?
Okay, it's moving. Listen, there's no use in denying what happens. Okay, the
So
problem
you
is
being shown, and then you deny. That's the idea.
the problem is what's the cause, and also the laser will start to oscillate left and right.
And there's
This is
the
now-
mass that
this is-
causes it to move even faster. Look at that. Now you
So,
can
Haley,
go watch
you
the
see two
whole
objects
video.
coming together.
You have
Is
to
that-
now. You said you would concede, and I think that's it.
I'm asking you a question. Do you see two objects coming together?
I see the mass attracted. I see the mass attracted to mass.
Where did you see that?
Wait.
Things.
Yes.
Nixy just pointed it out.
Do you understand that mass?
You didn't see one mass moving towards another mass.
Yes, you see it.
Yeah, guess you fall into their trap. You end up
Okay, so-
justifying their claim. You know, so
Adrian,
they have
No,
to
no.
justify.
We still didn't
Yeah.
see the observation. We saw lasers, we saw a tube, we saw a table. We did not see mass,
objects
a
move?
physical mass attracted to the other mass.
Do objects move without a force being applied to them? Crickets?
Absolute cricket.
Adrian, can
Okay,
an object
yeah.
move? An object
no.
can move without a force being applied to it? Okay. So
shouldn't,
we know
but-
that well, no, they can't. You have to have a force in order to move an object.
Do you want the camera?
That's basic
Oh, the big screen.
physics.
Law of inertia.
Right.
So
but
if it isn't gravity,
force, I don't know.
So if it isn't gravity, what force is causing that to move?
It could be the tension in the torsion bar. It could be the electrostatics.
So
it could be many things. That's the problem. You don't have a cause. You don't have a cause in the hypothesis.
Okay, was the torsion bar moving before the other masses were introduced? So the torsion bar is at rest before those masses are introduced, right?
Yeah. Again, I'm saying that's your claim. What do you want to prove? What do you want to prove with that? Because it doesn't prove mass attracts mass.
Because you said it could be the torsion, the tension on the torsion bar causing it to move. However, wait. So we can empirically prove that the torsion bar isn't moving until the other masses are introduced. So it can't be the tension. Hold on. So it can't be the tension on the torsion bar because the tension is always there. So what other force would cause it to move?
Yeah, well, you would have to leave the torsion bar under observation for 24 hours, 48 hours.
Yeah, they do that.
That's been done.
Yeah,
that's done. That's done. And I'm
with the
fast forwarding through the video, but here's one this video. Hey,
yes.
You have videos of people doing this for 3 days uncut, so you can go watch it.
Then you would have to come with the hypothesis, which
we did give you the hypothesis, and this proves the conclusion.
What's the hypothesis?
Mass attracting mass through curvature of space and time, and this is the measurement of it.
Yes, and you know it because curvature of space and time came long after Cavendish. Okay, Cavendish wasn't thinking about curvature of space of time, so you cannot claim that.
Our explanation. So let's be clear about what your claim here. Our explanation of what gravity does gets more precise, and therefore it's bullshit.
Okay, let's say it gets more precise. I'll accept that. But
which is what Einstein did.
Listen very carefully. This is the point here. The independent variable that is the presumed cause of mass attracting mass